as if checking for something out of place. Is there something on my face? That's the right expression, isn't it? Jane laughed softly, shaking her head and folding her arms casually beneath her own ample, armored chest. She allowed her gaze to linger blatantly downward over Cortana's naked body again, her smirk turning mischievous and teasing. "No, Cortana, your face is absolutely perfect," Jane replied with playful admiration, not bothering to hide her clear amusement. "The rest of you looks pretty damn flawless too. It's just that you might have overlooked one tiny detail when you digitized back inside Chief's armor." Alice snorted lightly beside her, her voice similarly teasing. "Jane means your clothes, Cortana, or rather the complete lack of them." Cortana's blue eyes widened abruptly in sudden, dawning realization, her gaze swiftly traveling down along her own exposed figure. "Oh shit, I completely forgot," Cortana exclaimed sheepishly, voice filled with embarrassment and disbelief. "The clothing Haru lent me, of course, it wouldn't digitize along with my physical body." Her eyes squeezed shut briefly in mortified embarrassment. "I'm so sorry, this new having a physical body concept is still taking some getting used to," Jane chuckled openly. "Honestly, Cortana, there's absolutely no need to apologize. Alice and I certainly don't mind the free show at all. In fact, we're rather enjoying it." Alice nodded in agreement. "No complaints from me either." Cortana's cheeks darkened further, the beautiful digital woman's expression caught somewhere between embarrassment, amusement, and a flicker of hesitant pride. She glanced shyly toward Master Chief, who pointedly remained staring in the opposite direction, silently determined to avoid witnessing his companion's nudity further. "Ah, right." Cortana cleared her throat softly, crossing her arms awkwardly over her full, generous breasts in a futile attempt to preserve a shred of modesty. She shifted nervously from one foot to the other, inadvertently drawing attention to the seductive sway of her round hips. "So did either of you happen to grab my clothes earlier, by any chance?" Jane hesitated, exchanging an uncertain look with Alice. Both women simultaneously scratched at their cheeks, their expressions quickly shifting from confident amusement into uncomfortable realization. "Shit," Alice muttered, eyebrows furrowing as she glanced sheepishly at Jane. "We left her outfit in the middle of the damn street, didn't we?" Jane chuckled, shaking her head slowly. "We absolutely did. Hell, we were in such a rush to jump straight into combat that it completely slipped our minds." "Wait, seriously?" Cortana asked incredulously, eyes widening with disbelief and embarrassment. She bit her lower lip anxiously, squirming visibly beneath their amused gazes. "Well, since we've clearly finished our mission here for now, I suppose we could just head back and retrieve them, right? I mean, they're probably still sitting exactly where we left them." Jane chuckled, even louder this time, the sound low and husky, filled with genuine amusement as she reached up to brush a loose strand of crimson hair behind her ear. "Sorry to burst your bubble, Cortana, but we're currently in Japan, remember?" She flashed the other woman a teasing, knowing smirk. "You dropped an extremely tight, scandalously short schoolgirl uniform right in the middle of the public street here. There's precisely zero chance that it hasn't already been picked up by someone with bad intentions who grabbed it quickly and is now running off with it in hand." Alice sputtered next to her. "Oh my God!" Cortana exclaimed loudly. Her curvaceous body visibly trembled as she covered her face in embarrassment. Her knees wobbled, causing a soft jiggle that Jane definitely appreciated. This having a physical body thing is fantastic and all, but it's also incredibly weird. Humans are so bizarre sometimes. "Welcome to being an attractive woman in the real world, Cortana," Jane teased wickedly, letting her eyes slowly travel up and down Cortana's shapely form once more. "Honestly, leaving clothing lying around in public is practically begging for trouble here, especially if it's something as lewd and eye-catching as that outfit was. Trust me, someone out there is thoroughly enjoying it right this very moment, I guarantee it." However, before Cortana could respond, Master Chief finally spoke, his deep, gravelly voice emerging from the speakers built into his helmet. Despite his calm tone, the seriousness behind his words was unmistakable. "Then our next objective is clear," Chief stated firmly, his armored fists tightening dangerously at his sides. "We need to track down the pervert responsible, retrieve Cortana's clothing, and then neutralize him permanently. He's seen too much." Jane turned to stare incredulously at the towering armored man beside them. For a heartbeat, she wasn't sure if he was joking. Then she remembered precisely who she was dealing with. "You realize that's just a bit extreme, right?" He turned to fully face Shepard, his reflective visor staring blankly into her eyes. "Negative, Commander. Cortana's dignity and modesty have been compromised. Neutralizing the culprit is justified." She just shook her head at those words. "Well, think about that one. For now, let's regroup and head back to the Nura clan so we can wait for Haru to be finished on his end of things." Cortana visibly perked up at the mention of Haru's name, her blue eyes brightening noticeably. Jane couldn't help but watch with a mix of amusement and intrigue as the former AI shifted restlessly, subtly shifting her bare thighs together. The smooth movement drew Jane's attention downward, where she noticed something that made her eyebrows shoot up. Cortana's skin had a faint sheen, with a small trail of moisture trickling slowly down the curve of her inner thigh. "Damn," Jane thought to herself with a quiet smirk. She had to admit, she hadn't quite expected Cortana, freshly transitioned from an AI into a physical, living spirit, to be quite this openly horny. Then again, considering the poor woman had zero experience regulating the powerful flood of new sensations and hormones that accompanied possessing a real body, maybe it wasn't too surprising after all. After a brief, awkward silence, Cortana cleared her throat and spoke, clearly trying to mask her embarrassment. "So, are we sure Haru's fine dealing with those enemies all alone? Maybe we should go back him up now that we've finished our end. I mean, wouldn't it be better to play it safe?" Jane caught Alice's amused glance as the redhead stepped forward slightly, placing one hand casually on her curvy hip and shaking her head reassuringly. "Trust me, Cortana," Alice drawled calmly, her voice filled with absolute confidence. "Haru doesn't need our help for this kind of mission. That guy once shielded me from a bomb blast more powerful than a nuclear warhead." Cortana sputtered audibly, her eyes widening in stunned disbelief. "He did what?" she demanded incredulously, mouth falling open. She stared between Alice and Jane in shock. Just how powerful is Haru exactly? How strong can these supernatural beings truly be? "Very," Jane said, drawing the word out meaningfully. "The supernatural beings we're dealing with are capable of feats beyond anything you might have seen or imagined before. Haru just happens to be at the top of that food chain." At those words, even Master Chief visibly tensed, his armored posture shifting nervously as he glanced uncertainly toward Cortana. Clearly, he wasn't accustomed to the idea of anyone or anything more powerful than he was. Noticing the giant man's unease, Jane reached out to reassuringly pat his armored forearm, offering him a gentle, confident smile. "Relax, big guy, you don't have to look so worried," she reassured him smoothly, her voice warm and teasingly playful. "The good news is that, for people like us battle-hardened soldiers, genuine heroes who've survived against impossible odds, there's actually a secret way to become much stronger ourselves." At her suggestive words, Cortana's attention instantly snapped back toward Jane. Jane smirked inwardly, clearly shed caught the gorgeous spirit girl's interest again. "You see," Jane continued, "I've been meaning to experience this little method myself for a while now. I think after everything I've been through, I more than qualify as a real hero and the reward that comes along with that status." However, she deliberately avoided mentioning those details out loud just yet. She always enjoyed being a bit of a dramatic bitch sometimes, after all. "Haru, I sent Rikuo and his Yukiana girlfriend, Tsurura, home safely after we managed to rescue her. The room she'd been imprisoned in was a fucking abomination. Something ripped straight from the nightmares of a depraved psychopath. Half the chamber had clearly been dedicated to torture Rusty, blood-stained chains hanging from the ceiling, metal tables fitted with heavy restraints, and instruments of pain lying carelessly around. The other half was a disgusting parody of a torture room, dirty mattresses, racks of sinister-looking tools, and disturbing restraints scattered haphazardly about. I could still remember the haunted look in Tsurara's eyes, trembling as Rikuo gently guided her away from that filth. I waited silently, standing rigidly alert, my fox ears swiveling cautiously as I listened until the sounds of their footsteps faded away completely. Once I was sure they were out safely, I finally allowed my attention to return fully to the pathetic, sniveling demigod currently suspended in the air by his throat, his legs kicking uselessly in midair as he desperately struggled against my iron grip. The greasy-haired bastard clawed weakly at my arm, his dirty nails scraping harmlessly against my supernatural flesh. His wide eyes bulged grotesquely from his pale, sweaty face as he gasped hoarsely for air, choking and spluttering helplessly. His voice, when he managed to find it again, was raw and scratchy, yet still annoyingly arrogant in spite of the obvious fear he felt. "Please, please, mercy," he wheezed pathetically, face flushed an ugly shade of purple. "I beg you spare my life." "Kitsune," I just squeezed harder in response, feeling his windpipe start to compress slightly beneath my fingertips. "Mercy?" I growled quietly, baring my fangs at him in a vicious, humorless grin. "Like the mercy you showed to all the yokai you butchered and tortured here? Like the mercy you planned to show that innocent Yukiana?" His frantic pleas quickly shifted into venomous threats when he realized begging was getting him nowhere fast. You fucking beast." He spat bitterly, eyes filled with hate as they glared down at me. "Do you have any fucking idea who you're dealing with? I'm the son of Apollo, the mighty Greek god of the sun. If you kill me, my father will rain holy vengeance down upon your entire race. He'll declare war against you filthy yokai and the entire Shinto pantheon as well." My grip tightened instinctively around his throat, his body jerking violently as the air was abruptly choked out of him again. "Oh, really?" I drawled sarcastically, golden eyes narrowed dangerously. "Your father, Apollo." "Huh? I'm quaking in my boots already. Is that supposed to impress me?" The demigod tried vainly to nod his head, his face turning steadily bluer beneath my grip. "Why you don't stand a chance against our forces?" He rasped desperately, sputtering and choking for each word. We've gathered allies, powerful allies waiting in the wings to join us. Your people are doomed if you start a war." My curiosity briefly sparked. My tail swayed sharply behind me in irritation as I drew his helpless body closer to my own narrowed eyes, glaring menacingly into his frightened face. "Allies, you say? And just who might these mysterious allies of yours be? Start talking, asshole, unless you enjoy being slowly strangled." Despite his pathetic situation, the bastard managed to somehow twist his pale lips into a smug, defiant sneer. I'll never fucking tell you." He spat viciously, voice strained and weak, but still oozing arrogance. "I've been thoroughly trained to resist every form of interrogation imaginable. You'll never get anything out of me, monster." I just sighed, honestly too exhausted by his bullshit to even bother attempting real torture on him. I wasn't an expert at that stuff. And frankly, I didn't even care enough to try. "Yeah, you know what? I don't believe you at all," I admitted flatly, rolling my eyes dramatically. "But honestly, I don't actually care enough to waste my time forcing it out of you. Consider yourself lucky." With a casual twist of my wrist, I snapped his neck cleanly, the sharp crack echoing satisfyingly in the empty chamber. His lifeless body slumped heavily, limbs dangling limply like a broken doll. I tossed the corpse to the filthy ground like garbage, not bothering to spare it another glance. Good riddance. Cleaning up everything here was going to still be a mess, though. That was when the entire building suddenly erupted around me in a deafening, roaring explosion. Bright, searing flames of fiery orange consumed the room instantly, reducing everything: corpses, torture equipment, and filthy stone walls to blazing ash in seconds. The inferno roared violently around me, licking hungrily at my body, but failing to inflict any damage on either myself or the black suit I wore. My golden fox ears twitched calmly atop my head as my tails lashed sharply behind me, effortlessly creating a powerful gust of wind that extinguished the flames, scattering the ashes across the barren wasteland surrounding me. Floating in midair, glaring down at me with pure, undisguised hatred was none other than Apollo himself, the Olympian god of the sun. His gleaming golden armor shone brightly, almost offensively so. To be honest, ID figured there'd been about a 50-50 chance Apollo even gave enough of a damn about his pathetic offspring to come seeking vengeance personally. Apparently, ID managed to piss him off just enough. "You dare murder my son, you filthy yokai beast?" Apollo roared furiously, his voice echoing powerfully throughout the smoldering ruin around us. "Your precious son," I drawled lazily, openly mocking his rage, butchered countless yokai and committed disgusting, unspeakable atrocities in the name of his twisted experiments. If anything, I was mercifully swift compared to what he truly deserved. Apollo snarled openly, his expression contorting with barely contained fury. "You had no right, monster!" He thundered angrily, flames erupting from his fingertips. "It wasn't your place to dispense justice upon my offspring." I blinked slowly, deliberately, giving him a long, patronizing look filled with undisguised contempt. "Wasn't my place?" I repeated slowly. "Are you actually that fucking dense? Your worthless bastard slaughtered and tormented innocent beings. Yet you seriously believe it's your exclusive right to discipline him? Tell me something, Apollo. Would you even have bothered to lift a finger to punish him at all? Or would you have turned a blind eye simply because he's your blood?" Apollo bristled visibly, lips pulling back in an animalistic snarl of outrage. Clearly logic, reason, and accountability weren't exactly strong points for this prideful prick. It seemed we were about to have ourselves a good old-fashioned throwdown. "Witness despair, yokai," Apollo declared dramatically. "Prepare yourself to suffer beneath the full, unbridled might of the sun itself." Above us, the sun suddenly intensified tenfold, turning blindingly bright in a matter of seconds. The air grew hotter almost instantly, shimmering waves of blistering heat rippling around us. Beneath my feet, the scorched ground cracked and splintered under the extreme temperature spike, sending clouds of blackened dust billowing up. "Fuck," I muttered, raising one hand to shield my eyes instinctively. My fox ears flattened back against my skull, tails bristling sharply behind me in alarm. If I didn't put a stop to this arrogant asshole right now, the sheer magnitude of whatever attack Apollo was charging up would obliterate the entire town around me. Thousands of innocent humans and yokai alike would be incinerated instantly, reduced to nothing more than piles of ash scattered in the wind. I bared my fangs in anger as I prepared to unleash the full extent of my demonic power. My plan was straightforward: strike him with everything I had in a single overwhelming attack, and either knock him unconscious or at least send him careening out into the ocean, far away from the town itself. I crouched slightly, tails spreading out dramatically behind me, readying my strike. But just as I was about to move, the violent brightness in the sky abruptly flickered, almost like a failing light bulb, before snapping back down to completely normal sunlight levels in the blink of an eye. I paused, surprised and confused, blinking away spots as my vision slowly adjusted to the sudden change. "What?" Apollo gasped sharply in shock and disbelief above me. His eyes widened dramatically, arms flailing wildly as he suddenly lost control over his flight entirely. His body plummeted helplessly from the sky, crashing hard into the earth with a heavy, bone-jarring thud. Dirt and ash exploded upward in a massive plume around him, coating his once magnificent golden armor in a thick layer of grime. My domain," Apollo stammered weakly from where he lay sprawled pathetically on the ruined ground, stunned and disoriented from the sudden power drain. He struggled weakly to sit upright, limbs trembling slightly as he gaped helplessly at his own hands. My divine powers, my connection to the sun, it's been completely sealed away. But how is this even possible? You insolent fool! A gentle yet commanding feminine voice rang out clearly across the ruined landscape. You dare attempt to seize control of MY's son? Over MY own lands? How utterly arrogant can one foreign deity be? Amaterasu Amy-chan hovered to a stop just beside me, her delicate bare feet lightly brushing the scorched ground below. Her expression was utterly unimpressed. Lips curled into an irritated pout as she placed slender hands indignantly on her hips. Honestly, Haru, she sighed dramatically, rolling her eyes skyward in exaggerated exasperation. Why does crazy stuff always happen whenever I try to take some time off to binge watch a new anime? Every single damn time. I gave the petite goddess a dry, deadpan stare. You're literally always taking time off, Amy-chan, I pointed out bluntly. Amy-chan puffed her cheeks out childishly, clearly not appreciating my blunt observation. That's besides the point. She huffed petulantly, crossing her delicate arms tightly across her flat chest. Her dark eyes flicked irritably toward Apollo, who was slowly pushing himself unsteadily to his feet once more, face twisted angrily in humiliation and rage. Would you mind explaining exactly what's going on here, Haru? Amy-chan asked me, tilting her head slightly as she regarded Apollo with open disdain. I mean, aside from a foreign god blatantly violating sacred territory and nearly blowing up my entire town, that is, I sighed heavily, rubbing tiredly at my forehead as I quickly summarized the recent events. Apparently, foreign pantheons have grown paranoid lately, mostly due to my mother and the Kyoto yokai's rapid increase in strength. Never mind that we've been living completely peacefully and not starting trouble, they're convinced we're secretly plotting something. They launched some kind of secret convoluted invasion and have even involved human governments as well. Amy-chan wrinkled her delicate nose in annoyance after hearing all of that, casting another glare toward Apollo. Ugh, this is going to be so much work for me. I already know it. Apollo finally regained his footing, fists clenched furiously at his sides as he glared hatefully at us both. You filthy savages. Zeus himself will hear of this insult. He roared indignantly. I demand you restore my powers immediately, woman. Amy-chan scoffed loudly, utterly unimpressed by his pathetic threats. She turned lazily back to me. Haru, this noisy idiot is giving me a headache. Besides, the attack he was charging up would have caused far too much hassle and paperwork if had actually gone through with it. Can you just kill him for me, please? I'd rather not dirty my own hands. I blinked in surprise, genuinely taken aback by her blunt request. Wait, you seriously want me to just kill a foreign god like that? Are you sure that's okay? Amy-chan merely shrugged carelessly, clearly unbothered. Oh please, Haru, don't worry yourself over it. Greek gods are like cockroaches. Killing Apollo here is little more than a temporary inconvenience. Hell, simply reform in Tartarus eventually, she smiled sweetly, tilting her head innocently. So would you mind? Don't you fucking dare. Apollo shrieked desperately, his voice cracking as he backed away from me, stumbling over his own feet and collapsing pitifully to the scorched earth. I am a god. Damn it. You cannot do this. Zeus himself will destroy you, hell, raise your entire fucking race from existence. I gazed down at him coldly, utterly unimpressed by his pathetic threats. With his connection to the sun severed completely, the pompous prick was effectively nothing more than a mortal, helpless prey trembling at my feet. You seem to misunderstand your position, I murmured softly, flexing my fingers slowly, deliberately allowing the razor-sharp claws at their tips to extend out fully. Please, he begged hoarsely, crawling backward across the dirt, desperate tears streaming down his filthy cheeks. Have mercy, spare me. Let me live, and I promise, it'll convince Zeus not to pursue vengeance. I can talk to my father, make him see reason. Please, just don't kill me, Mercy. I laughed bitterly. You dare plead mercy after your sick fuck of son tortured, mutilated, and defiled innocent yokai in your name? My tails lashed angrily behind me, reflecting my fury. I don't believe a single word out of your lying mouth. With one smooth, decisive movement, I swiped my extended claws effortlessly across his exposed throat. At least his corpse would be left intact, although I doubted that fact alone would prevent a possible brewing war. Apollo's eyes bulged grotesquely wide, a sickening gurgle escaping his lips as hot crimson blood spurted violently from the ragged gash my claws had torn into his flesh. He collapsed limply to the ground, gasping weakly, choking helplessly on his own blood. His trembling hands clawed futilely at his ruined neck. I watched him dispassionately, feeling no pity or remorse as his body twitched and spasmed erratically beneath me. Within moments, his struggles ceased entirely, the false god's corpse lying motionless and broken at my feet, glassy eyes staring sightlessly skyward, face forever frozen in an expression of abject terror. Beside me, Amy-chan let out a relieved breath, nodding approvingly. "Very good, Haru," she sighed lightly, dusting her small hands together with satisfaction. "Soon his godly soul will detach from that useless carcass and drift straight down into Tartarus. Hell, spend years reforming there and be out of our hair until then. At least." But even as Amy spoke, something else began stirring within me, something dark, hungry, and utterly insatiable. The demonic seed implanted deep within my very essence surged violently to the surface, roaring awake from slumber with savage, uncontrolled hunger. My senses went haywire abruptly, overwhelmed entirely by an intoxicating, delicious scent filling my nostrils, making my mouth water uncontrollably. It was primal, instinctive, irresistible. "Well, what is that?" I murmured faintly, swaying slightly on my feet, head swimming as I struggled desperately to maintain control over my rapidly slipping composure. The scent was maddeningly enticing, warm, inviting, utterly mouth-watering. My vision blurred, thoughts growing hazy beneath the powerful waves of demonic instinct flooding my consciousness. "Hadu!" "What's wrong? Wait!" Amy-chan shouted frantically somewhere behind me, panic coloring her normally calm voice. "Stop! Don't!" But it was too late. I was already moving instinctively, reaching outward without consciously realizing it, my fingers closing tightly around something warm and pulsing gently within my grasp. My jaws snapped wide open automatically as I shoved the soft, pulsing warmth straight down my throat without hesitation. The taste exploded upon my tongue, indescribably delicious, richer than anything I'd ever experienced before, overwhelming every one of my senses. I swallowed greedily, hungrily, savoring as the warmth flowed smoothly down my throat, settling deeply within my core, filling me with an intoxicating rush of power unlike anything I'd ever known. Behind me, Amy's horrified whisper barely registered through the haze of pleasure clouding my mind. "Oh shit, Haru, you just ate a polisol." Before I could even process those words fully, a pair of soft, round breasts suddenly pressed firmly against my back, slender arms sliding playfully around my waist from behind. A cheerful, bubbly voice spoke up right behind me. "Yay, my bestie, Haru-kun, just devoured a god's soul. That means you'll evolve straight into a demon lord now. I've been waiting for this day to happen." My mind slowly cleared, blinking away spots dancing before my eyes. Wait, Malim was here now. Did Runny send for her too? Before I could question her appearance, Malim easily wrapped a single arm tightly around my waist and lifted my much larger body effortlessly from the scorched earth below. I yelped in surprise, tails flailing wildly in alarm, though Malim simply giggled, completely unbothered by my struggles. "Malim, wait, hold on a minute," I stammered, startled by the sudden sensation of flight as we rapidly ascended into the sky. "Where the hell are you taking me?" Malim laughed brightly as we flew swiftly toward Kyoto. "Yorisili, Haru-kun. Where else?" She grinned mischievously. leaning closer and brushing her lips teasingly against my sensitive fox ear. We need to hurry straight back to my world, so you can safely evolve into a demon lord properly. Oh, fuck, I muttered tiredly. Chapter 121. Haru, I was utterly immobilized, frozen in place, helpless to move a single muscle or even open my eyes as an overwhelming surge of pure energy cascaded through my veins. I couldn't see, couldn't react, hell, I could barely even think clearly amidst the roaring tempest of raw power erupting inside of me. Yet, I could sense clearly enough that I wasn't alone. Hovering protectively at my side, I felt the unmistakable, potent aura of Malim Nava, my absurdly powerful, slightly unhinged, yet somehow endearing demon lord friend. She was speaking rapidly, rambling excitedly like she always did when something managed to grab her interest. Whoa, something totally crazy is going down over in Ramir's country right now. Malim's voice echoed cheerfully beside me, her excitement palpable even through my frozen state. You'd better hurry up and finish evolving, Haru, or our adorable little slime friend might be in serious trouble. I mean, he's not my super-duper special bestie like you are, obviously, but Ramirez definitely still my friend, and I'd rather not see him get totally flattened or anything. I mentally chuckled despite myself. Even in moments of potential crisis, Malim somehow managed to retain her characteristic enthusiasm. Still, as much as I wished I could respond to her, my attention was forcibly pulled away from Malim's excited chatter, drawn inevitably back toward the voice of the world booming through my consciousness once more, commanding my undivided attention. The demon lord seed candidate has consumed the soul of the foreign god Apollo. It was almost like reality itself had paused, holding its breath expectantly, waiting for whatever came next. The demon seed is evolving. A fresh wave of indescribable power surged violently through me, flooding every fiber of my being with relentless intensity. It was as if the very universe itself had exploded deep within my core, raw magical energy, the purest magicules imaginable rushing into every corner of my soul. I felt my spirit expand exponentially, almost painfully so, stretching wider, growing denser, until it felt like I could hold entire galaxies within the palm of my hand. Finally, after what seemed an eternity of overwhelming sensation, the voice spoke again, this time louder, clearer, and more forceful than ever. Uru, Prince of the Yokai, has evolved into a demon lord. With those words, an unmistakable sense of completion washed over me. I felt stronger unfathomably, immeasurably stronger, my strength surging far beyond anything I had ever imagined possible. But the voice was far from finished. The demon lord Haru has been granted the title, Prince of the Beasts. Prince of the Beasts. I repeated silently in astonishment. The title resonated deeply, echoing comfortably within me. It felt right, fitting. Unique skill chef has evolved into the ultimate skill, Lord of the Kitchen. Before I could even fully process that startling revelation, my body suddenly jerked upright, control abruptly returning to my limbs as sensation flooded back through my nervous system in a dizzying rush. My heart hammered violently against my rib cage, breath coming in rapid, shuddering gasps as the overwhelming power settled heavily within me. I was sitting on the ground now, propped upright, my fox ears twitching wildly atop my head and golden tails fanning out instinctively behind me, sensing the immense magicules pulsing thickly through every inch of my transformed body. My mind struggled desperately to process just how drastically I had changed, attempting to comprehend the sheer magnitude of the power I now commanded. It took several seconds longer than it should have for my mind to fully register the soft, warm sensation pressing snugly against my thighs. Blinking rapidly, I lowered my gaze in startled confusion, immediately finding myself staring directly into a familiar pair of sparkling blue eyes, now faintly glowing crimson with unmistakable emotion. I'd never seen that look on her face before. No matter how much she declared she wanted to be my wifey, Malim was sitting close to me, thighs squeezing gently around my waist, her smaller but curvy body pressed intimately close to mine. She had her delicate arms draped casually around my shoulders, fingers playing absently with strands of my golden hair as her face hovered mere inches from mine, close enough that her warm breath tickled my skin gently. "Haru is so incredibly strong now," she murmured softly, her voice unusually husky, almost seductive in tone. Her captivating eyes glowed brighter still, flickering eagerly with primal excitement as her delicate pink lips curled slowly into a playful, provocative grin. "My Haru-kun really became a true demon. Lord, how exciting. Do you realize just how powerful you've become?" My heart thundered louder, every instinct within me acutely aware of her intoxicating closeness. Her slender yet perfectly toned figure was pressed firmly against me, her pert breasts squeezed gently against my chest, making their shape unmistakably clear even through the thin fabric she wore. I could easily sense every warm curve of her body, the faintest twitch of her thighs around me, the slight, a teasing press of her hips shifting ever so subtly against mine as if testing my reaction. "Malim," I managed to breathe shakily, my voice thick with a mixture of awe and nervous energy. My newly awakened senses felt hyper-focused, vividly aware of each minute detail, the soft cadence of her breathing, the intoxicating fragrance of her body mingling with my heightened, primal senses, and the steady heat building insistently between us both. She giggled lightly, the melodic sound vibrating pleasantly against my sensitive ears. Leaning forward deliberately slow, she brushed her soft lips teasingly along my jawline, feather-light kisses trailing gradually down toward my neck, making my pulse spike sharply higher. "Damn, she'd never been this forward before. Did you know?" she whispered sensually, the tip of her tongue flicking briefly across my fox ear. "When two demon lords come together intimately, it actually strengthens both of them even further." She pushed for only a second. "And I really want to strengthen myself with you right now, Haru. Don't you?" Goddamn. The playful teasing was one thing, but hearing Malim outright admit she wanted to be with me, my already surging desire flared even harder. Desire flooding my system as I reached out instinctively, gripping her curvy waist firmly, pulling her body even tighter against mine. She gasped at my sudden initiative, moving closer against me as my heart raced. "Malim," I said hoarsely, voice thick with barely restrained lust, "you sure as hell know how to welcome a guy to Demon Lord status." Malim grinned happily, eyes glinting with pure excitement as I firmly placed my hands around her soft, slender waist. Her petite yet temptingly curvy body instinctively pressed harder against mine, clearly anticipating that I would enthusiastically respond to her obvious advances. My heart was already racing faster, my blood heated from the intoxicating mix of her alluring scent and the relentless sensation of her supple thighs squeezing firmly against my hips. Yet, before her playful teasing could escalate further, I simply tightened my grip on her waist, gently but firmly lifting Malim's mischievous demon lord but straight up off my lap. Her previously excited expression shifted immediately into a wide-eyed look of surprise, mixed clearly with disappointment, as I casually set her down onto the ground next to me. "Wait, Haru," Malim whined loudly, her mouth turning into an exaggerated pout as she stared up at me incredulously. Her bright blue eyes, still faintly glowing with residual lust, blinked in bewilderment, clearly not expecting me to deny her advances. "What gives? We were just getting started, weren't we?" I chuckled softly, reaching over and lightly patting the top of her pink-haired head affectionately. Even though I was still visibly aroused beneath my pants, I kept my voice casual and calm, carefully masking the extent to which my libido was currently demanding attention. "Come on, Malim," I reminded her gently. "Just a minute ago, weren't you literally saying something pretty important about Rimuru being in trouble or something? Didn't You specifically bring me here because of whatever crazy stuff is going on in Jura Forest right now? Malim blinked again in confusion, mouth hanging open slightly before suddenly gasping out loud, slapping a hand dramatically against her own forehead. "Oh, right," she exclaimed sheepishly, visibly embarrassed at herself for completely forgetting something so crucial just because her libido had temporarily overridden her brain. "I almost totally forgot." I rolled my eyes playfully, but gestured for her to continue. "Well, go ahead, Malim. Explain what's actually going on." Malim sighed dramatically, clearly disappointed that our intimate moment had been put on hold, but then quickly launched into her explanation regardless. "So, basically," she began, twirling a strand of her pink hair around one finger absently, "the human nation of Falmouth suddenly decided it'd be a brilliant idea to invade Remure's territory. You know, the monster country he's set up in the Great Jura Forest. Right now, they've put up some kind of super annoying magical barrier around the whole place. It makes monsters inside way weaker than normal." I frowned deeply at that, tails flicking sharply behind me in clear agitation. Humans invading a peaceful monster settlement, and specifically targeting Rimuru? Yeah, that definitely wasn't something I was about to let slide. My buddy Rimuru was a solid brochure. The slimy bastard had repeatedly tried and spectacularly failed to seduce my mother, Yasaka. But even so, I still considered him a genuine friend and wasn't about to leave him to face trouble like that without backup. For a moment, my attention briefly shifted behind me. I noticed with idle curiosity that I still had 10 golden tails fanning majestically out from behind me, rather than 12 like my mother. My mother, Yasaka, had evolved directly into a full-fledged goddess at this point and possessed 12 tails. Apparently, for me having evolved into a demon lord instead of becoming a god, 10 tails seemed to be the hard cap on my evolution. Not that it particularly mattered, honestly. I could feel clearly that each one of my 10 tails now brimmed with far more potent magical energy than before my evolution into a true demon lord. Hell, judging by how densely packed the magicules were inside, just one of these fluffy bastards. I seriously wouldn't be surprised if a clone I formed out of just a single tail was already stronger than I'd been prior to this transformation, maybe even significantly so. Malim pouted loudly again, snapping my thoughts back to the current moment. She folded her delicate arms across her chest stubbornly, inadvertently drawing my eyes toward the enticing way her slender limbs squeezed together beneath her top. "So, Haru," she grumbled petulantly, clearly still disappointed our intimacy had been postponed. "What are we going to do then? Are we just going to rush off and save Rimura now, instead of having sexy fun first?" I chuckled softly at her blunt question, nodding my head firmly, even though my libido protested quite strongly against postponing things with Malim. "Yeah," I confirmed clearly, smiling fondly at Malim's adorably frustrated expression. "We should definitely head over to Jura Forest right away, Malim. Rimuru might have some irritating habits, particularly involving his weird crush on my mom, but he's still my bro. If he and his people are genuinely in trouble right now, we gotta make sure he's okay first. Sexy fun can come afterward, all right?" Malim sighed exaggeratedly, rolling her eyes skyward. But then, her frustration immediately faded into cheerful excitement once again, her bright blue eyes sparkling eagerly. Fine, fine. Then let's hurry up and get going already," she declared enthusiastically, practically bouncing in place with restless energy. "If we move quickly enough, maybe we can beat up all the annoying humans fast and still have time for some fun afterward." I shook my head, laughing quietly at her relentless enthusiasm. "All right then," I agreed warmly, stretching my newly evolved demon lord muscles and testing the surge of incredible power thrumming thickly throughout every inch of my being. ID definitely evolved into something truly absurdly strong. I couldn't deny that I was more than a little curious about how it would feel to test out this ridiculous new power in combat. "Let's go see just how much trouble Ramirez managed to land himself in this time," I announced firmly, giving Malim an affectionate pat on her soft shoulder. All right. Hadokon. Demon Lord Besties. Rolling out. Master Chief Chief? Chief, are you all right? You blacked out. Cortana's voice rang sharply in his ears, edged with panic and urgency, as she shook his armored shoulder insistently. The Spartan's senses slowly returned, pulling him from the brief, unsettling void of unconsciousness had somehow fallen into. Master Chief opened his eyes, blinking rapidly behind the polarized gold visor of his Mjolnir helmet. Cortana hovered anxiously over him. He found himself oddly startled by how effortlessly Shed managed to roll him onto his back. The sheer strength Shed displayed was impressive, especially considering his armor alone weighed close to half a ton. "I'm fine, Cortana," he finally responded, voice rougher than usual. Shifting slightly, he pushed himself upright, feeling the servo assists of his armor smoothly adjust to his movements. Relief visibly softened Cortana's expression. Her previously tense shoulders relaxed fractionally, though she still stood protectively close. "You scare me, Chief. One moment we were walking through the front door of the foxhole, and the next thing I know, you hit the dirt like someone just flicked your off switch. You've been out cold for nearly a minute." "Did anyone else?" Chief began, pausing briefly to glance around the immediate area. To his right, Commander Jane Shepard was likewise just picking herself up from the forest floor, brushing dirt off her armored N7 suit. She stretched slowly, wincing slightly from stiffness. "Yeah, I heard it too," Shepard said grimly before he could even finish his question, clearly already knowing exactly what had been about to ask. She rolled her neck to the side, grimacing faintly as something popped audibly in her spine. A voice in my head, clear as day, just casually congratulating me on being a hero, whatever that even means around here in this world. "I haven't visited this place yet." Shepard shook her head incredulously, clearly still processing the bizarre mental announcement they'd both experienced. "Did you get that same hero seed thing the voice mentioned?" Master Chief nodded slowly behind his reflective visor, feeling vaguely uncomfortable acknowledging something so absurd. He was a soldier, pragmatic to the core. He didn't typically put stock in strange, supernatural explanations. Yet the voice had resonated clearly and powerfully in his mind, leaving him absolutely no doubt of its authenticity. It had felt real, uncomfortably real. "Yes, the voice declared me a hero and said it had granted me a hero seed as well," he confirmed. The words still sounded foreign on his tongue. Shepard chuckled dryly, visibly amused by the surreal situation. "Yeah, same here. Honestly, I've never exactly thought of myself as the hero type, just a soldier who got saddled with a bad situation and made the best of it." She shrugged lightly. "But I guess saving an entire galaxy from extinction is enough to qualify us both as genuine heroes in this weird world. Funny how that works." "Huh?" Master Chief remained silent for a moment, thinking carefully. Shepard's casual summary resonated more deeply with him than he cared to admit aloud. His entire existence had been defined by combat, violence, and warfare. Head rarely paused to consider the broader implications of his actions beyond simply following orders to protect humanity. Yet clearly, in this universe, those actions carried immense meaning. "I suppose I can relate," the chief finally replied, his gruff voice tinged with something thoughtful. Beside him, Cortana suddenly let out an audible, exaggerated huff of frustration. She folded her arms beneath her ample chest. "Am I seriously the only one here who didn't get recognized as a hero?" Cortana demanded indignantly. "Come on, wasn't I literally right there with you the whole damn time, Chief, fighting alongside you to save humanity from both the Covenant and the Flood?" The chief stared at her silently, unsure how best to respond. Before he could formulate a suitable reply, Cortana dramatically sighed and shook her head, muttering irritably beneath her breath. "Oh wait, apparently according to the voice, my race has been upgraded from spirit to high spirit. Whatever the hell that even means." Shepard snorted softly in amusement, casting a sidelong glance at Cortana's naked figure with a teasing smile. "Honestly, Cortana, considering how dramatic your last race change was, You should be careful with this one. You might have wings now, for all you know. Cortana rolled her eyes theatrically, though she failed completely at suppressing the faintly pleased blush that darkened her luminous blue cheeks. Very funny, Shepard. She did nervously glance behind herself, though before spinning around. Her ass cheeks jiggled as she reached behind her back. I didn't actually grow wings, did I? The chief silently turned away, deciding it was probably wisest not to comment on the subject. He took the opportunity to survey their current surroundings carefully, helmet sensors automatically scanning the area. They were clearly no longer within the urban confines of the Foxhole restaurant. Instead, dense, towering trees surrounded them completely. They were in a forest. Also, the door to the Foxhole was gone. We're definitely not near the restaurant anymore. Chief observed neutrally, stating the obvious. Shepard stepped forward beside him, hands resting casually on her hips as she scanned their surroundings thoughtfully. You're right. We're probably in the Jura Forest. Keep an eye out. Haru's friend Rimuru claimed this whole territory, but there are still supposed to be random monsters once in a while. Did Runny send us somewhere else intentionally? Master Chief asked, referring to the blue-skinned moon goddess the fox-eared restaurant owner had mentioned. If this Runny woman was even real in the first place, Shepard nodded thoughtfully, clearly considering the possibilities carefully. Yeah, that's my best guess. Runny can be a bit protective of Haru at times. He's currently undergoing a powerful evolution, transforming himself into something called a demon lord. Maybe she purposely teleported us away from him, so we wouldn't disturb the process? That sounds plausible, he agreed slowly, though he still struggled to fully accept how casually everyone else seemed to discuss supernatural concepts like gods, spirits, and demon lords. It clashed heavily with his own pragmatic worldview, but he couldn't deny the evidence plainly before him. Shepard sighed quietly, a faintly annoyed smile tugging at her lips. Either way, Haru can't be too far away from her current location. It wouldn't make much sense for Runny to send us somewhere completely unrelated. Her eyes briefly shifted back to Cortana, a faintly mischievous glint appearing. In the meantime, though, I guess we get to figure out exactly what these hero seeds actually do. And how are you two going to do that? Cortana asked. Master Chief remained silent for a moment after Cortana's question, considering how exactly they were supposed to test these mysterious new abilities granted by that strange voice in their heads. Before he could fully formulate an answer, Commander Shepard suddenly stepped forward, wearing an unsettlingly eager smile that seemed at odds with their current bizarre situation. Well, there's really only one way to figure out precisely how these hero seeds affect us, isn't there, Chief? Shepard remarked with clear excitement, her voice filled with anticipation as she casually rolled her armored shoulders and cracked her knuckles. The chief tilted his helmeted head slightly, regarding Shepard with faint suspicion behind his golden visor. Head served alongside enough enthusiastic soldiers to recognize the gleam in her eyes. She intended to test her newfound strength physically, and he had a sinking feeling he was about to be her chosen target. Shepard the chief warned slowly, his tone low and cautious. Every muscle beneath his powerful armor tensed instinctively in anticipation of an impending attack. But before he could finish the sentence or brace himself further, Shepard suddenly surged toward him with unexpected speed, her fist driving powerfully into the center of his armored chest with a shocking amount of force. The impact was instant and explosive, Chief immediately feeling his massive, half-ton armored body violently lift off the ground as though Head just been struck directly by a speeding warthog. What the? Was all Chief managed to grunt out sharply as his entire body flew backward through the air, hurtling toward one of the dense, towering trees surrounding them. He instinctively braced himself, expecting an immediate and massive drain on his energy shields from such a powerful strike. Instead, the moment his heavy armored form collided violently with a massive tree trunk behind him, the thick wood splintered apart dramatically. Shards and splinters of bark exploded outward in all directions. showering the ground around him as the huge tree simply disintegrated into a chaotic hailstorm of debris beneath the immense force of Shepard's unexpected strike. He landed hard in the dirt and grass, sliding backward slightly before coming to rest. He stared at his heads-up display in surprise. Despite the utterly immense power of Shepard's punch-a-strike that should have overloaded his energy shields and left him vulnerable, his HUD clearly indicated his shields still sat comfortably at 95 strength. What in the hell? He muttered quietly to himself, rising quickly and fluidly back to his feet. He glanced down at himself in astonishment, immediately noticing another major change that hadn't fully registered until now. His previously battered, battle-scarred Mjolnir armor marked by countless scuffs, burns, bullet impacts, and plasma scorch marks earned through years of continuous combat now appeared utterly pristine and flawlessly new, gleaming beneath the sunlight as if fresh from the factory. Not only pristine, Master Chief realized intuitively, but clearly enhanced far beyond even the armor's already formidable baseline performance. He felt quicker, more agile, stronger, and far sturdier than had ever previously been. And even stranger, he suddenly sensed that he could, at will, summon or dismiss this upgraded armor instantly, manifesting or removing it with just a thought alone, as if it were now bound directly to him at a fundamental level. As he processed this revelation, another equally bizarre realization became clear in his mind, another power granted alongside his evolution into a hero. This extra skill immediately identified itself in his thoughts as something called inventory, a mental pocket dimension from which he could seamlessly store or retrieve equipment instantly with nothing more than a simple mental command. He also sensed one other deeply familiar, yet entirely new ability pulsing eagerly within him, a power he instinctively recognized as the Spartan's arsenal. Testing this new intuition, Chief reached out with one hand, visualizing the weapon clearly in his mind. Immediately, motes of shimmering golden-white light appeared, coalescing instantly into solid form within his waiting grasp, a fully loaded M41 SBNKR rocket launcher. Appearing effortlessly in his hands out of thin air, he stared silently at the powerful, heavy weapon resting easily in his armored grip, feeling clearly that his new skill allowed him to summon any weapon from the extensive UNSC arsenal at will. He could sense clearly that the ammunition for any weapon he summoned would never run out, sustained purely by the reserves of magical energy or magicules that now flowed clearly and powerfully within his evolved body. Across the clearing, Shepard stood frozen in place, gaping openly at her clenched fist in shock and disbelief, as if she couldn't fully process the immense strength Shed just effortlessly displayed. "Holy shit," she murmured softly, sounding stunned, yet clearly pleased. "I'm actually super strong now." Then abruptly, Shepard's eyes widened sharply in sudden alarm when she finally noticed the heavy rocket launcher the Chief currently had casually pointed straight in her direction. "Wait, Chief, hold on a second," Shepard yelped nervously, hastily raising both her armored hands defensively in front of herself. "We can talk about," without hesitation, Master Chief squeezed the trigger. With a thunderous roar, a rocket erupted from the launcher, streaking directly toward Shepard. Her eyes widened comically in brief panic, clearly caught off guard as the deadly projectile raced straight toward her position. "Oh shit," she shouted reflexively, visibly cringing as she braced herself instinctively for the powerful impact. An instant before the rocket reached her, however, Shepard's body was suddenly engulfed in a bright, brilliant blue aura, a massive wall of shimmering biotic energy effortlessly erupted in front of her like a protective shield. The powerful explosion from his rocket crashed violently against the barrier, detonating spectacularly, but failed completely to breach or even remotely weaken her powerful biotic shield. Shepard slowly opened one eye after the deafening explosion faded, clearly stunned by her own unexpected display of raw power. "Oh wow," she said loudly, sounding excited again. Her voice trembled slightly with exhilaration as she stared at the shimmering biotic barrier Shed instinctively summoned. I have a unique skill now, too. It's called Biotic Queen, and apparently it boosts the power of all my biotic abilities by 100 times. Shepard grinned wickedly, flexing her fingers eagerly. Guess that's why I'm suddenly so ridiculously strong, too. The chief calmly lowered the rocket launcher, nodding his head slightly as he considered the implications. Useful, he finally remarked dryly, before dismissing the weapon instantly back into his inventory, where it disappeared in a cascade of shimmering golden-white motes. Shepard laughed out loud, looking exhilarated by their absurd new powers. Useful? Damn right it is. Are you two seriously trying to start a fight right now? Cortana's exasperated voice suddenly shouted at them both, instantly shattering their excited mood. The blue-skinned spirit woman stood glaring irritably with her arms folded beneath her naked breasts, looking visibly annoyed. This isn't exactly the best time to show off your fancy new abilities, in case you'd forgotten. We're supposed to be figuring out how to get back to Haru right now, not blowing each other up with rockets or punching holes in trees. The chief glanced silently toward Shepard, who sighed dramatically, pouting at Cortana with playful mock offense. You're a spoilsport, Cortana, Shepard teased lightly, shaking her head in exaggerated disappointment. We were just testing things out, nothing wrong, with a little harmless experimentation. Cortana rolled her eyes again, looking unimpressed by Shepard's teasing. Whatever. You two can play around later, Cortana said firmly, refocusing her attention on the chief. For now, can we actually try to figure out exactly where we are and how to find Haru again without destroying half the damn forest in the process? As she said that, she turned into motes of blue light and fused with his armor again. What the fuck? The specs on your armor are off the freaking charts now. You could probably bench press a dozen Covenant tanks with the strength augmentations I'm seeing here. That was good to know. The chief was going to ask her what else she could find out about his upgraded armor, but a nearby explosion followed by multiple screams put him and Shepard on alert. They followed the sounds of battle and came across a group of monster people fighting against an army of medieval humans in full armor, wielding magic weapons. It was weird how the humans were once again the bad guys in this situation, but the chief didn't hesitate to follow Shepard in a battle as they tested out their new powers on these soldiers. Haru Malim and I streaked rapidly across the sky above the great Jura forest, flying effortlessly toward Ramirez Town. One thing had quickly become obvious since ID evolved into a demon lord flying was now absurdly easy. Before this, whenever I wanted to get airborne, ID needed to carefully summon and maintain steady streams of foxfire beneath my feet to glide on, carefully manipulating my magicules to stay afloat. But now, gravity seemed afraid enough by me that it barely even dared to hold me down. All I had to do was will myself upward, and I simply rose into the air like it was the most natural thing in the world. Beside me, Malim laughed cheerfully, clearly enjoying herself as she playfully spun and twirled through the sky next to me. She acted like this was all just another casual afternoon stroll. Her long pink hair streamed freely behind her as we soared effortlessly over the dense, towering treetops below. Her energy, as always, was infectious, and I found myself smiling in spite of everything else. Ahead of us, Ramirez' large settlement came clearly into view, but immediately we both spotted the bizarre magical barrier encasing the entire town. It was dome-shaped and shimmering, radiating strange, foreign energy. I could instinctively sense its nature. It was designed specifically to weaken monsters, draining their strength and magicules. Malim apparently realized the same thing, because she instantly raised one fist eagerly. Dori, Aru, she declared. Just watch. I'll smash that stupid barrier apart with a single punch. Rimuru will thank us for sure. Her confidence was cute, but something deep in my gut immediately screamed at me not to let her touch the barrier yet. My newly heightened demon lord instincts were ringing alarm bells. Quickly, I reached out and firmly grabbed her wrist, shaking my head. Malim, no, I said clearly, my voice calm but forceful. Don't break it. Malim blinked at me in confusion, frowning slightly. Huh? But why? It's obviously hurting Ramirez people, right? Yeah, it is. But trust me, something tells me the barrier needs to stay intact for now. I explained seriously, holding her gaze with my own. I couldn't explain it logically yet, but my gut instincts as a demon lord were strong. We'll help Rimuru, but not by breaking this barrier right now. Malim looked frustrated for a split second, but then she shrugged lightly, apparently deciding to trust my judgment. Fine, fine, she sighed dramatically, clearly disappointed. But what do we do now, then? Before I could reply, both our enhanced senses abruptly picked up on the unmistakable sounds of intense battle occurring nearby, clashing metal, explosions of magic, and distant shouts. We exchanged a quick glance and nodded firmly to each other, immediately angling sharply downward and rocketing straight toward the ongoing fight. We dropped swiftly through the air, slowing effortlessly at the last moment to touch down gently on the forest floor near the battle. My 10 golden tails fanned out majestically behind me as I took in the chaotic scene before us. Facing off directly ahead was Ramirez red-haired Kijin general. Benimaru, but he clearly wasn't doing well. His kimono was stained with blood, deep wounds visible across his muscular chest and arms. Sweat trickled down his handsome, serious face as he desperately stood his ground, sword shaking slightly in his grip as he glared defiantly toward the enemy army across from him. Benimaru's eyes widened sharply when he saw Malim, and I suddenly land nearby. Instantly, he sank to one knee in deep respect, bowing his head humbly toward us, clearly sensing my newfound, incredible power as a demon lord. He wasn't the type to easily show deference like that to anyone except Rimuru, which spoke volumes about just how much stronger my evolution had made me. Lord Haru, Lady Malim, Benimaru called out desperately, voice ragged from battle and exhaustion. Thank you both for coming to our aid. Please forgive our disgraceful display and the shame you have to see us in such a state. His voice cracked slightly, raw pain and grief clear in his words as he forced himself to continue speaking. Half our people have already been slaughtered by these invaders, including Lady Cheyenne and even my own little sister, Shuna. Oh shit, Shuna and Cheyenne are dead? I muttered darkly, tails bristling sharply behind me in fury. My mind immediately jumped toward solutions. We need to call Ains immediately. He can resurrect them. Benimaru shook his head firmly, raising one hand to respectfully stop me. No, Lord Haru. Rimuru already has his own plan to revive our fallen. My job is simply to hold back this monster until Rimuru can enact that plan. I frowned deeply, confused. Monster? What monster? Malim and I both turned simultaneously to look toward the approaching human forces from the kingdom of Falmouth. My eyes instantly widened comically, jaw nearly dropping open at what I saw, or rather who. A short distance away, marching confidently toward us, was an annoyingly familiar figure, one I never expected to see here, of all places. Issei fucking Hayudu, the pervert from Kuo Academy in my original universe. Hood vanished mysteriously months before he ever had his canon meeting with my fiancée, Rias Gremory. He stood at the head of the Falmouth soldiers, grinning stupidly, his eyes locked hungrily onto Malim's generous chest, openly drooling with lust. Holy Ape, Issei shouted at the absolute top of his lungs, pointing dramatically at Malim's impressive bust. Look at the glorious tits on that short pink-haired beauty. Those Ape are going to belong to me. I swear it. Malim blinked slowly, staring at Issei blankly, completely baffled. What the heck is an Ape? But I just groaned inwardly, covering my face with one hand in sheer disbelief and embarrassment. No fucking way. I muttered incredulously to myself. I'd know my life was crazy lately, but this was beyond absurd. Of all the random bullshit, a perverted moron from my old world was now apparently one of our enemies. Lusting over Malim Nava, of all people. I shook my head and stared at the dumbfounded moron in front of us. He had a perverted grin plastered across his face as he ogled Malim's ridiculously tight and revealing outfit. "Issei Hayudu," I called out clearly, my voice sharp enough to snap him out of his lustful haze. For a second, he actually stopped staring at Malim's chest long enough to blink at me in genuine confusion. Then he shouted dramatically, pointing an accusing finger in my direction. "Whoa, that handsome fox bastard somehow knows my name." Issei shouted loudly to no one in particular, dramatically drawing out each word as he eyed me suspiciously. "How the hell do you know who I am, pretty boy?" I sighed deeply, rolling my eyes in frustration as I pinched the bridge of my nose. Calmly, I explained it to him in simple terms. "Listen carefully, Issei," I began slowly, clearly annoyed, but still managing to keep my voice steady and firm. "I have a girlfriend who attends Kuo Academy back in Japan. You randomly vanished months ago. You caused quite a commotion. Your parents plastered missing person posters everywhere, desperately hoping someone had information about you." I frowned at him, arms folded across my chest in exasperation. "Judging by your presence here, I'd guess you were summoned from our original world to this place surprisingly." Issei's face brightened dramatically at hearing his parents had missed him enough to go searching for him. He immediately shifted from suspicion to excitement, clearly pleased with himself. "Oh man, seriously? Mom and Dad missed me that much?" Issei beamed joyfully, nodding enthusiastically. "That's great news. But yeah, you're totally right, handsome fox guy bastard. I've been here for months, now summoned to this world by the amazing and totally badass Falmouth Kingdom. Seriously, it's the greatest damn place ever." He spun dramatically around, giving an enthusiastic thumbs up toward the ranks of human soldiers behind him. They stared awkwardly back, clearly uncomfortable with his embarrassing display. Still, Issei ignored their reactions entirely, plowing ahead obliviously. "Seriously, these Falmouth people are amazing." Issei rambled excitedly, eyes sparkling with delight as he continued. "They summoned me to become a great hero, awaken my super awesome hidden powers, and best of all, they even gifted me my very own harem of gorgeous, sexy women who'll do absolutely anything I ask." He practically bounced in place now, rubbing his hands together greedily. "And as if that wasn't awesome enough, they promised me something even better if I help them fight this war. I get to claim even more monster girls to join my crew. They'll even slap collars on the monster babes, so they won't be able to refuse any order I give. Isn't that freaking awesome?" I stared coldly at him, revulsion clearly visible in my narrowed golden eyes. Behind me, Benimaru sank visibly lower in shame, his red hair falling across his face as his muscular shoulders shook with barely contained anger and grief. "Forgive me, Lord Haru," Benimaru said bitterly, voice thick with barely restrained fury and grief. "Multiple hobgoblin girls from our settlement have already been abducted and abused by this vile, disgusting human. His depravity knows no bounds." Issei merely shrugged carelessly, completely unfazed by our obvious disgust and anger. He was too caught up in his twisted fantasies to notice or care. "Be careful, Lord Haru," Benimaru cautioned darkly. "He might appear to be nothing more than a fragile weakling, but inside him resides the true soul of a dragon. We found that out the hard way when he and the other heroes attacked us out of nowhere." I nodded slightly. Of course, I already knew exactly what Benimaru was referring to Issei Hayuda's sacred gear, the boosted gear, which housed the legendary Welsh dragon Drake. But Malim beside me suddenly perked up dramatically at hearing those words. "A true dragon?" Malim gasped excitedly, her eyes wide as she stared in wonder at Issei. "Seriously, Haru? He's got an actual dragon inside him?" She turned to me and asked. Before I could even respond to her obvious excitement, Issei dramatically raised his left arm in a showy gesture. Crimson energy gathered rapidly, and suddenly a bulky red gauntlet appeared on his forearm. Intricate green gems set deep within its surface. An unmistakably deep and powerful voice echoed from the gauntlet, sounding dignified at first. "I am the Red Dragon Emperor Drake." The voice declared solemnly and impressively, clearly proud and majestic in tone. But then, a reluctant pause stretched awkwardly before Drake continued in a distinctly less enthusiastic voice. "The unwilling partner of this complete failure of a human and absolute pervert, Issei Haidu." "Hey!" Issei stomped his foot childishly, whining indignantly at his sacred gear. "Stupid dragon. Shut up. I was having an epic hero moment, damn it." Malim openly gaped at the gauntlet, tilting her head curiously to one side. "Wait, you're a powerful dragon, and you're trapped inside a pathetic human boy? How the heck did that happen? Are you stupid or something?" "I'm not stupid," Drake replied defensively, his deep voice sounding oddly petulant now. "The God of the Bible sealed my soul within this boosted gear, forever imprisoning me and forcing me to lend my strength to human wielders. But of all my previous wielders, this fool Issei is undoubtedly my least favorite by far. However, I must warn you both, while he himself is a useless pervert, this world has unfortunately granted him significant strength. Do not underestimate him, little half-dragon and yokai prince." "Quit warning the enemy, you stupid dragon," Issei shouted angrily, his face flushed bright red from embarrassment. He then pointed dramatically at me once more. "I'm going to kill this handsome fox bastard right now. Then I'll capture the pink-haired girl and add her to my collection. Let's do this." Balance breaker. Crimson scales erupted violently across Issei's body, quickly covering him in gleaming red dragon armor. The armor had barely formed completely when Malim abruptly vanished from beside me, moving so impossibly fast it appeared as if Shed teleported. "Scale my oof." Issei's boast was immediately cut short by Malim's deceptively slender fist violently crashing into his armored chest. His freshly formed dragon armor instantly shattered spectacularly into thousands of glittering fragments, disintegrating completely beneath the sheer force of her casual punch. Issei flew backward, eyes bulging comically as he crashed heavily into a group of his soldiers, knocking them sprawling like bowling pins. The shocked human army gaped openly, mouths hanging in disbelief, clearly horrified at seeing their supposed mighty hero taken down instantly and effortlessly by the petite pink-haired girl. Malim casually brushed off her knuckles, smiling innocently. "Whoops," she said cheerfully, utterly unconcerned as she turned back to face me with a wide grin. "I might broken their hero guy already, Haru." I chuckled darkly, nodding approvingly at her with satisfaction. "Nicely done, Malim. He's not done yet." Drake's voice suddenly echoed out loudly, interrupting our premature celebration. "Be cautious, both of you. He has a unique skill called Relentless Pervert. Basically, every single time this useless human has ever been intimate with someone, he's gained an additional life. And ever since he was summoned to this world, he's unfortunately been finding partners constantly. At this point, he stacked up literally thousands of extra lives." Drake's voice practically radiated embarrassment and utter exasperation. "Poor bastard must have been miserable." Behind us, Venomar's expression darkened even further as he reluctantly confirmed Drake's warning. His fist clenched so hard that blood dripped from his palms onto the scorched battlefield. "It's true, Lord Haru," Benimaru growled bitterly. "This vile bastard is nearly unkillable. When the so-called heroes attacked our village, I personally cut off his head multiple times. I tore him limb from limb, burned his body, even drove my blade through his heart repeatedly, yet every single time, he simply laughed and regenerated instantly. At that exact moment, a violent stirring sound echoed from the crater Malim had just punched him into. Rocks shifted and crumbled noisily as Issei slowly crawled out. Immediately, the crimson scales of his dragon armor rapidly formed once again across his entire body, encasing him fully once more in his obnoxiously shiny balance breaker. Issei lifted his armored head and laughed smugly, the sound echoing distorted through his crimson helmet. "That's right. You bastards thought one hit would finish me? Think again. Each time I resurrect, every bit of my magical energy and stamina is instantly restored. No matter how strong you fuckers think you are, you'll never outlast me. I'm completely invincible. Then, Issei's gaze shifted directly to Malim. Even through the visor, I could practically sense his disgusting leer, a sickening aura of lust radiating off him in palpable waves. And you, Issei shouted at her. You pink-haired, big-tit half-dragon, you're going to help me regain every single one of those thousands of lives I lose here today, over and over again. I'll enjoy breaking you down until you're nothing more than my obedient little puppet. He just pushed her way too far with those last words. Slowly, deliberately, Malim turned toward me. Haru, Malim stated calmly, but with barely contained rage trembling beneath her voice. I've decided I'm going to kill this disgusting human permanently. And while I'm at it, I'll rip that poor dragon's soul right out of his worthless body. Yes, please. Drake immediately shouted back excitedly, his deep, dignified voice reduced to nearly hysterical desperation. Free me from this unending hell. I'm begging you both, kill this miserable pervert once and for all and release me. Hey, shut up, Drake. We're supposed to be partners, asshole. Issei shouted indignantly from beneath his crimson helmet, sounding genuinely offended. He braced himself dramatically, clearly preparing to charge us again. He never got the chance. With frightening speed, Malim simply blurred forward. Her small fist slammed into Issei's armored head instantly, obliterating it completely in a spectacular explosion of blood, bone fragments, and shattered red dragon scales. For a split second, Issei's headless corpse swayed awkwardly, but immediately afterward, the flesh and muscle of his neck started squirming grotesquely, rapidly rebuilding themselves in seconds. It was bizarre to witness, like watching some disturbing rewind of a gore-filled movie, until Issei's stupid, grinning face reformed completely, smugly smirking at us before his helmet could even manifest again. But Malim didn't hesitate for even a single heartbeat. Without mercy or pause, she drove her small fist straight through his chest, armor shattering again instantly. A massive hole appeared, blood spraying outward as his body jerked violently from the brutal blow. Malim still wasn't done. She began punching him relentlessly, her slim arms moving so fast they appeared as a blur of motion. The sound of her fist striking his helpless, repeatedly regenerating body sounding like rapid-fire cannon blasts. Each time Issei resurrected himself, he barely even had time to scream before another catastrophic strike obliterated him again. Over and over, Malim mercilessly pummeled his form, literally shredding through dozens, maybe even hundreds of his accumulated extra lives every few seconds. Issei's voice gradually turned hoarse and ragged as he screamed and begged for mercy, his previously arrogant boasting completely replaced by desperate pleas. But Malim was utterly ruthless, clearly intending to kill him as many times as it took until nothing remained. Yeah, no fucking way was Issei outlasting Malim Nava in an endurance match. She was practically a limitless force of raw destruction. She could probably continue pummeling him nonstop for months without even breaking a sweat. Confident Malim had things handled perfectly, I calmly turned my attention away from the brutal spectacle. My golden tails fanned out imposingly behind me, filling the immediate area with an overwhelming aura of my immense new demonic power. A cold, ruthless smile tugged at the corners of my mouth as I slowly looked down at the remaining human soldiers. Instantly, the previously confident and arrogant army of human warriors stumbled backward, eyes wide and filled with utter terror at the incomprehensible display of unstoppable violence they'd just witnessed. Some openly dropped their weapons, visibly trembling and cowering pathetically. Now then, I announced smoothly, my voice deceptively calm and filled with quiet authority as I took a single step forward. The humans instantly flinched backward further, as if struck by some invisible force, their faces pale and drenched in cold sweat. Why don't you all start clearly explaining yourselves? I continued coldly. golden eyes narrowed dangerously in barely contained fury. I want to hear every single detail about why your kingdom was stupid enough to launch an unprovoked attack against my friend Ramirez's peaceful home. And I suggest you start talking right fucking now, before I decide to let my very angry companion over there finish with your perverted hero, and start ripping each and every one of you apart next. I felt like I could really get into this new Demon Lord role if I tried. But honestly, I just wanted to save our friends as fast as possible so I could get back to my restaurant. This chapter has an R18 section. Chapter 122. 10K words. Haru Malim came trotting toward me, practically skipping with every step, her bright pink hair bouncing energetically behind her. Her expression was filled with utter satisfaction, with a wide grin stretched across her beautiful face. Dragging behind her, clasped casually in one delicate hand around his bloodied ankle, was Issei Haidu, or rather, what remained of him. Issei's once arrogant, lustful expression had long vanished. His face was battered beyond recognition, swollen grotesquely in places, dark purple bruises overlapping older yellowish-green ones. Dried blood crusted thickly around his split lips, down his broken nose, and even soaked into his matted brown hair, creating a sickening mess. Every movement of Malim's casual stride made his broken body bounce slightly against the rough dirt, causing weak, agonized groans to escape his lips in pathetic bursts of pain. I watched closely, noting with quiet satisfaction that his seemingly endless regenerative powers had finally vanished. The bastard had finally run dry, burning through every last one of those extra lives had accumulated through his monstrous crimes against helpless women in this world. The mere thought of his deeds sent another wave of cold disgust through me, but I pushed it aside, savoring instead the sight of the perverted asshole reduced to this miserable state. Issei groaned again, softer now, sounding nearly incoherent. His once confident voice was reduced to a hoarse, broken whisper, weakly gasping out something unintelligible. I didn't bother listening closer. Frankly, I didn't care what this vile excuse for a human had to say anymore. Had proven himself utterly irredeemable. Malim finally reached my side and dropped Issei's limp body unceremoniously at my feet, causing his battered form to twitch and spasm slightly in reaction. She clapped her hands together cheerfully, looking up at me with an expectant sparkle in her wide blue eyes, clearly awaiting my praise. I chuckled softly at her expression. Even after all the brutality shed just inflicted, she still managed to be utterly adorable. I reached out slowly, my hand gently pressing down onto her soft, silky pink hair as I stroked affectionately. Her eyes immediately closed in contentment, her face radiating pure bliss. "You did great, Malim," I praised genuinely, continuing to pet her tenderly as if she were a beloved pet rather than a devastatingly powerful demon lord capable of annihilating entire continents. I'm impressed. I expected nothing less from the destroyer herself. "Ehehe, you bet I did," she replied enthusiastically, puffing out her modest chest proudly, clearly loving every second of the affection and praise. Her bright blue eyes opened again, shining brightly with joy as her pale cheeks flushed warmly under my gentle touch. She even leaned slightly into my hand, instinctively pressing her head upward against my palm, craving further affection like an overly affectionate kitten. Issei, on the other hand, continued to whimper pathetically beneath us. I glanced down at him coldly, my golden eyes narrowing sharply with undisguised contempt. Honestly, even seeing him in this state still made my stomach twist slightly in disgust. Had hurt so many innocent people without any remorse, he deserved far worse than this. My gaze drifted to his left arm, where the previously impressive boosted gear gauntlet had vanished completely due to the absolute depletion of his magicules. In its place was now only a small, faintly glowing emerald green gemstone embedded deeply into the flesh of his forearm. Within it, clearly audible, was Draig's deep, powerful voice echoing out, "Ah, finally, After all this time, after all the indignities I've suffered, yes. 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 The once proud Welsh dragon shouted gleefully, sounding almost delirious with joy and relief. Oh, how long have I waited to see my most worthless host finally suffer properly for his disgusting crimes. Justice. Beautiful, satisfying justice. I arched a single eyebrow slightly at the gem, surprised at the sheer depth of emotion radiating from the legendary dragon. Apparently, being trapped in Issei's gauntlet for months on end had genuinely been a form of torture to Drake, understandably so, considering his host's perverted and depraved nature. "Oh, shut up already, you useless dragon," Issei croaked out weakly, somehow managing just enough strength to briefly regain a fragment of his obnoxious personality despite his severe injuries. He glared hatefully at his arm, though his battered face made the attempt rather pitiful. "You're supposed to be my partner. Stop celebrating my pain." "Damn it, partner," Drake roared back furiously, his booming voice filled with righteous indignation. "Do you have any idea how degrading it was being forced to witness your perverse acts day after day, powerless to stop you? You're lucky I can't physically manifest myself right now, because I'd rip your filthy head right off your miserable shoulders." Malim giggled cutely, clearly finding the exchange hilarious. She grinned mischievously up at me, gently tugging my sleeve for attention. "Hey Haru, this dragon guy seems pretty funny. Can I keep him after we kill the gross pervert for good? I want to talk to him some more later." "Kill me?" Issei's swollen eyes widened briefly in genuine terror at her casual suggestion. "Wait, please." But I simply nodded calmly, ignoring Issei's begging entirely as I met Malim's cheerful gaze again. "Sure thing, Malim," I agreed easily. "Once we're done here, we'll figure out how to remove Drake's soul safely from Issei's body. After that, you can hang out with him whenever you want." Malim practically jumped up and down in excitement, clapping her hands rapidly as she cheered loudly. "Yay! Awesome! Thanks, Haru! You're the absolute best." Suddenly, an earth-shaking boom ripped through the sky above us, a violent, rolling explosion of magic that hit my senses like a freight train. The whole damn atmosphere trembled, even from kilometers away. The shockwave punched through the air hard enough that my 10 tails snapped stiff for a split second, every strand of fur standing on edge. For a heartbeat, I thought some other foreign god had shown up and decided to start shit again. But then the flavor of the energy settled into something unmistakable. Slimy, familiar, and stupidly overpowered in a very Rimuru way. "Damn," I muttered under my breath as the pressure washed over us. Malim's head whipped toward the sky, her eager grin spreading so wide it practically threatened to split her face in half. Her eyes sparkled with manic delight, like someone had just told her Christmas, her birthday, and a world-ending battle royale were all happening at once. "Oh," she squealed, vibrating like a sugar-high toddler. "That's Rimuru. That's totally Rimuru. He's doing it. He's ascending too." She punched the air. "Back to back. You ascend. Then he ascends what is today. Best day ever." I didn't even get a chance to respond before she lunged at me with the kind of enthusiasm only Malim Nava could weaponize. She grabbed me by the back of my shirt with one hand and snatched Issei's barely alive carcass by the ankle with the other, and then rocket-launched us straight into the damn sky. "Whoa," I yelled, as the ground immediately became a memory. Malim shot upward like a pink-haired missile, dragging both of us behind her. With my newfound demon lord strength, I realized suddenly that I could actually resist Malim's chaotic whims now well, at least for a few minutes or so. But honestly, I rather enjoyed indulging her playful antics. There was something irresistibly cute about seeing her so damn happy, even if it meant I got treated like a fluffy fox-shaped football every now and then. And as for Issei's abuse, hell, that was just icing on the cake. Within moments, we soared up toward the epicenter of Rimura's ongoing ascension. When we finally slowed to a halt, hovering effortlessly thousands of meters above the forest below, the overwhelming sight awaiting us made my breath catch sharply in my throat. Floating motionless in the air before us was Rimuru Tempest. Yet, he no longer resembled the happy-go-lucky slime ID known previously. Instead, his body pulsed rhythmically with immense, monstrous waves of raw magical energy, shimmering and shifting violently around him. His slime form appeared semi-transparent, glowing with countless shades of eerie darkness that rippled and swirled hypnotically through his gelatinous body. Rimuru hovered perfectly still, suspended in midair like some dark deity undergoing divine transformation. Most disturbingly of all were the thousands upon thousands of glowing white orbs slowly drifting toward Rimurus' slime form from every direction, countless souls. I glanced down, realizing with a sickening sense of awe that those thousands of souls were undoubtedly from the human army that had foolishly attacked Rimurus Nation. What had once been thousands upon thousands of heavily armored soldiers now lay scattered lifelessly across the ground. Their corpses sprawled haphazardly in bloodied heaps and grotesque piles. There were no survivors visible. Every last human attacker was dead, slaughtered ruthlessly down to the final man, their souls now feeding Rimurus' furious ascension to Demon Lord. "That's going to be a bitch to clean up," I muttered darkly, shaking my head slightly in disbelief at the sheer scale of the carnage below. Unless some monsters come by and eat them gross, I didn't really want to think about that. Malim hovered comfortably next to me, casually holding me in her firm yet gentle grip, still casually dangling Issei's limp, barely conscious body by one ankle. She glanced down at the massacre below without even a trace of shock or concern, simply nodding approvingly as if observing a job well done. "Wow, Rimuru really did snap, huh?" Malim remarked bluntly. Rimurus' transformation into a demon lord finished abruptly. For a split second, there was absolute silence. A strange and uncomfortable stillness settled around him, as if reality itself had paused, holding its breath. Then his eyes snapped open sharply, glowing vividly with a deep golden hue I'd never seen in them before. Waves of immense, magical energy still radiated off of him powerfully, shimmering darkly through the air, but the overwhelming pressure I'd felt earlier began to subside rapidly, replaced instead with a calm, steady hum of potent energy that mirrored my own transformation. Rimurus' aura had permanently changed, just like mine had. It took Rimuru another second before his gaze finally settled clearly on us, and his expression immediately twisted into sheer panic. His eyes widened dramatically, his newly evolved body trembling briefly in shock. Instinctively, slime tendrils flailed around him defensively, reacting to an unexpected presence nearby, before he abruptly recognized who exactly was hovering right next to him. "Oh!" he yelped out loud, visibly startled, slime form nearly rippling into a panicked mess. Then his expression immediately shifted into embarrassed realization. "Oh, hey Haru." "Malim, it's just you two," he stammered sheepishly, visibly deflating in relief. "Yeah, relax. It's us," I confirmed dryly, raising one eyebrow at his momentary freakout. "Who else were you expecting to randomly show up at your ascension?" He chuckled nervously, rubbing the back of his newly formed humanoid head with a slightly awkward slime tendril. "Honestly, I wasn't exactly expecting company at all," Rimuru admitted quietly, his eyes falling slightly in embarrassment. The casual lightheartedness vanished quickly from his expression, though, replaced by something far heavier, bone-deep grief shadowing his golden eyes with sadness. "I mean, not after everything that just happened." My expression softened slightly, recognizing immediately the raw, emotional wounds Rimuru was still clearly struggling with. Rimuru had always been relentlessly optimistic, to the point of naive positivity at times. "Hey," I said gently but firmly, giving him a reassuring nod. "We came the second we sensed trouble. I didn't even realize your nation had been attacked until Malim told me, but we're here now." I glanced over pointedly at the pink-haired menace floating next to me. "And luckily, we even managed to capture one of the idiots responsible for this entire mess." Malim instantly perked up cheerfully at my mention, grinning eagerly as she proudly thrust one slim arm upward into the air, dangling Issei, hiatus pathetic, unconscious form upside down by his battered ankle. He hung limply, swaying slightly like a grotesque trophy, his ruined face swollen and bruised beyond recognition, dried blood crusting thickly around his mouth and nose, dripping slowly toward the distant ground below us. Tajda, Malim announced dramatically, shaking Issei's unconscious form a bit to make sure Rimuru got a proper look. We beat the stuffing out of this gross, perverted human. Rimuru. Haru said, he's one of the guys responsible. Rimura's gaze immediately hardened at the sight of Issei's unconscious, pitiful body. A silent, cold fury settled clearly behind his glowing eyes, something chilling and ruthless, something distinctly new. He hovered forward slowly, eyes fixed unblinkingly upon Issei's battered form, as though fighting off a deep-seated urge to immediately finish him off personally. After several tense seconds, Rimuru eventually sighed heavily, forcing himself back to a more rational state. "Thank you both," Rimuru said quietly, his voice tight and controlled, barely containing the simmering anger beneath the surface. "He'll decide this human's punishment later. There's something much more important that needs to be done first, back in my city." "Something more important?" I asked curiously, raising a questioning eyebrow. "Like what exactly? Shouldn't you be contacting Ains?" Rimuru met my eyes directly, and suddenly there was a newfound determination shining clearly through his sadness, a spark of fierce resolve and purpose that was strangely reassuring. "I won't contact Ains. I'll handle this myself. I'm going to bring everyone who died back to life," Rimuru declared with absolute confidence radiating clearly through his voice. His expression left no doubt he fully intended to accomplish something utterly insane and utterly impossible. According to the laws of this world, at least. I let out a low whistle at his bold statement. Rimuru was clearly serious. He was obviously ready and willing to challenge every natural and magical law necessary to restore his fallen people. Mass resurrection magic. Huh? I replied thoughtfully, eyeing Rimuru with open curiosity. Didn't realize this world had something quite that ridiculously overpowered available, especially on the mass scale you're obviously planning. Rimuru smiled slightly at my frank observation, shrugging his slimed shoulders casually. "Technically speaking, it normally doesn't," he admitted bluntly, smirking confidently. "But after becoming a demon lord, all bets are pretty much off. I've got enough souls and magicules flowing through me right now to rewrite the rules however I damn well please." Malim laughed excitedly at Rimura's casual boast, clearly loving his newfound cocky attitude. She gave an enthusiastic thumbs-up gesture, swinging Issei's unconscious form around carelessly like a rag doll. "That's the spirit, Rimuru. Break all the rules you want and show the world who's boss." "Woo!" Rimuru just shook his head, clearly amused at Malim's chaotic support, then suddenly turned toward the distant horizon straight back toward his city, still encased beneath the shimmering, oppressive barrier. Without another word, Rimuru blasted forward at lightning speed, streaking swiftly back toward his home and his people, driven relentlessly by the urgent need to undo the tragedies that had occurred. Malim immediately flew after him, dragging both myself and Issei effortlessly along behind her. As we soared rapidly through the clear sky, propelled by Malim's boundless enthusiasm, she suddenly paused mid-flight, blinking in obvious confusion before glancing curiously over at me. "Hey, Haru," she asked thoughtfully, tilting her pink-haired head cutely to the side. "I just had this weird feeling, did we maybe forget something important back there?" I considered her question briefly, mentally reviewing the chaotic chain of recent events. After several seconds of careful thought, nothing particularly urgent popped into my mind, so I simply shrugged lightly back at her. "I don't think so," I replied casually, not particularly concerned. "At least, nothing major that I can remember right now." Malim's expression instantly shifted back into carefree excitement, clearly reassured by my response. "Oh, okay, good." she exclaimed cheerfully. If Haru says it's fine, then it's definitely fine. Let's go watch Rimuru resurrect a bunch of people. I smiled indulgently at her endless enthusiasm, nodding lightly as she resumed our swift flight back toward Ramirez Barrier in K-City. But even as we rapidly approached the shimmering dome, something nagging in the back of my mind continued to bother me, quietly an unsettling feeling that perhaps we actually had overlooked something incredibly important after all. Yeah, I muttered dismissively under my breath, shaking my head and ignoring the uneasy sensation. I'm sure ITLL probably be fine. Benimaru, I think they forgot about me, Benimaru sighed as he stared up at the sky wistfully. Not being able to fly was annoying. Lord Haru and Lady Malim had completely forgotten about him, and left him behind. Haru, I had to admit I was pretty damn amazed by what Rimuru had managed to pull off. Honestly, watching that ridiculous cheat skill of his rewrite reality itself to bring all those slain monsters back from the dead was something straight out of a fucking fantasy novel, even by the insane standards I'd gotten used to lately. Thousands of monsters, previously lying lifelessly scattered in broken heaps, had suddenly opened their eyes, simultaneously breathing again, smiling again. It was almost unnerving to witness, yet deeply satisfying all the same. They were all alive again, including Cheyenne and Benimaru's little sister. Oh shit, Benimaru. We left it behind. I knew we forgot something. Meh. I'm sure he wouldn't hold it against us. Whenever he got back with the impossible accomplished, the entire monster city wasted absolutely no time in immediately throwing one hell of a party right in the streets. The noise, laughter, music, and cheers filled every corner, echoing joyfully off the buildings as everyone celebrated their miraculous second chance at life. Naturally, my first instinct, especially now with my Lord of the Kitchen skill, was to immediately take full charge of all the food preparations. A massive street party like this demanded equally massive and delicious cuisine, and I was ready to cook the feast of a lifetime, or second lifetime considering everyone that just got resurrected. But before I even got halfway through rolling up my sleeves, a small yet devastatingly powerful force crashed into me at full speed. Before I could even react, a delicate but iron-strong grip locked around my wrist and dragged me bodily away from the lively festivities, weaving effortlessly through the cheerful crowds at breakneck speed. This was happening to me a lot today. Whoa. Malim slowed down. I tried to protest, half stumbling behind her as she giggled excitedly, ignoring my attempts to free myself from her grip. She was clearly on a mission, darting swiftly down a familiar side street toward the cozy little house Rimuru always kept prepared for her whenever she visited. Come on, Haru, she chirped gleefully, completely ignoring my confused protests. Her enthusiasm practically radiated off her like a damn supernova. You're coming with me. No buts. No excuses. I had plans for the food. I argued weakly, even though a growing part of me honestly didn't mind at all being dragged off by Malim. At least let me start. Nope. Absolutely not. She interrupted cheerfully, pulling me straight through the door of her small but comfortably furnished guest house and slamming it shut behind us. Someone else can handle the cooking tonight. You're mine for now. Yours? I raised an eyebrow, half amused, half genuinely curious now. What exactly is this about? But before I even finished that sentence, Malim launched herself forward in a flash of movement, leaping straight up into my arms without warning. Her slender, perfectly toned legs immediately wrapped tightly around my waist, ankles locking firmly at the small of my back, her thighs squeezing snugly around me. My breath hitched sharply at the unexpected but incredibly enticing sensation of her firm, yet wonderfully soft body pressed flush against mine. Malim, what her mouth crashed passionately onto mine, silencing any further protests. Her lips were hot, eager, and impossibly soft, moving hungrily against mine with an urgency that caught me off guard, even after our earlier teasing together. The kiss was so fervent, so needy, that I found myself instantly kissing her back, matching her passion with my own. A soft, muffled moan vibrated against my lips. Malim's chest rising and falling rapidly as she pressed even tighter against me. Her arms looped around my neck, fingers sliding slowly into my golden hair, pulling my head closer to deepen our heated kiss even further. Through the thin fabric separating our bodies, I could feel her leaning closely against my chest as we stood together in the crowded room. Her petite frame fit snugly against mine, and I noticed a faint tension in her posture as we held the moment. I felt my pulse skyrocket, my heartbeat thundering in my ears as heat pooled urgently between us, our mutual desire quickly reaching a fever pitch. Unable to resist the temptation any longer, my hands slid slowly and deliberately down the smooth curves of her back, tracing the slender arch of her spine over her bare skin. Then I moved lower, boldly placing my hands on her back, feeling the warmth of her toned frame. Malim gasped sharply into my mouth, breaking our kiss suddenly with a delighted giggle. Her vibrant, crystalline blue eyes sparkled mischievously, her cheeks flushed adorably pink with excitement. She tilted her head playfully, her breathing coming in soft, quick pants as she gazed directly into my eyes. "Oh, Haru," she purred teasingly, her hips shifting subtly in my grip. She pressed close to me, smiling playfully as she looked up. "Looks like you're finally getting ready to make me your wife. Took you long enough." I laughed breathlessly, holding her close and pulling her into a warm embrace, enjoying the delighted gasp she gave me in response. "I suppose it did. I'm sorry I made you wait so long, Malim." She grinned brightly, clearly unapologetic, leaning in until our noses nearly touched. Her breath was warm and sweet, her eyes half-lidded with seductive anticipation. "I wasn't going to wait any longer. Now that you're finally a demon lord, I won't accidentally hurt you. I love you so much, Haru." The intensity and blunt honesty of her desire sent another powerful wave of heat surging through my entire body. I couldn't deny I'd been thinking exactly the same thing, even amidst the chaos and action earlier. "Damn, Malim," I growled softly, holding her even tighter against my chest, feeling her slender, powerful legs squeeze appreciatively around me again. "You really are amazing." Malim laughed brightly, trailing kisses slowly along my jawline and down to my neck, making my body shudder uncontrollably in response. "You haven't seen anything really amazing yet," she teased huskily, flicking her tongue gently against my sensitive skin, her lips curled into a wickedly playful smirk. I pushed her gently back against the closed door behind her, pinning her body firmly in place between myself and the hardwood. She moaned quietly, her entire body shivering excitedly as I leaned forward, capturing her lips again in another searingly passionate kiss, one hand boldly slipping beneath her top, fingertips tracing slowly and deliberately up the warm, toned skin of her stomach. I reached forward and grasped the fabric of Malim's top firmly in my hands, pulling it swiftly upward and off her chest in one smooth, decisive motion. The thin garment slipped off with ease, and Malim immediately burst into a delighted giggle as her modest, perfectly perky breasts bounced gently into view. I found myself instantly entranced by them, the smooth, porcelain-pale skin of her chest, the delicate pink nipples already stiffening in excitement, perfectly matching the color of her glossy lips and flushed cheeks. Malim tilted her head adorably, her sky-blue eyes sparkling with playful shyness as she pressed her arms inward slightly, causing her small but incredibly enticing breasts to squeeze gently together, accentuating their subtle curves even further. Her gaze was expectant, hopeful, almost pleading for my approval as she asked softly, "So, Haru, do you think I'm pretty?" The faint uncertainty in her voice caught me off guard. It was surprisingly vulnerable, coming from someone as powerful and confident as Malim Nava. For a split second, I felt my heart clench with warmth and affection, overwhelmed by how adorable she looked in that moment. "Pretty?" I echoed, my voice slightly husky with the raw honesty of my desire. "Malim, you're not just pretty, you're fucking gorgeous." Malim's eyes widened joyfully, her entire expression lighting up brightly as she practically radiated happiness at my blunt praise. A cute little noise escaped her lips, something between a delighted squeal and an excited laugh. Eehee! Yay! She cheered happily, bouncing slightly on her toes, causing those mesmerizing breasts of hers to jiggle subtly again. I'm glad Haru thinks I'm gorgeous. That makes me super happy. Before I could reply further, Malim reached eagerly toward my chest. Without bothering with subtlety, her small fingers grabbed hold of my shirt and ripped it off my torso in one swift motion, sending fabric fluttering carelessly across the room. I chuckled, amused but unsurprised by her enthusiastic impatience, as she instantly took the opportunity to openly ogle my now exposed chest and abs, her blue eyes growing large with excitement and approval. Ooh, she murmured appreciatively, biting her bottom lip gently as her gaze roamed hungrily across my muscular chest, sculpted abs, and broad shoulders. Her voice became an enticing purr, dripping with obvious appreciation. Wow, Havu, your body is amazing. I could stare at you all day. I felt my 10 golden tails sway restlessly behind me, betraying the powerful rush of arousal coursing thickly through my veins. Malim noticed immediately, a teasing smirk spreading across her face as she reached forward to trail one delicate fingertip playfully down the ridges of my muscular abdomen, pausing at the waistband of my pants. My body instantly responded to her touch, a surge of tension gathering beneath the confining fabric. I took a slow, steadying breath and stared down at her. Even standing upright, she was so petite compared to me that I still towered easily over her body. Drawing her gaze up to meet mine, she looked up at me with a soft, relaxed expression. She adjusted the waistband of her shorts and shifted them slightly, inch by tantalizing inch, deliberately drawing out the reveal until I felt my breathing become ragged and uneven. She watched my reaction closely, clearly enjoying every second of my impatient anticipation. Finally, her shorts dropped freely around her ankles, leaving her standing there, having lost her balance from the waist down, her clothing bunched at her feet. My eyes immediately shifted to the unexpected sight before me, taking in the awkward scene, flooding my nostrils with her intoxicating scent, an irresistible blend of delicate sweetness and unmistakably feminine warmth that sent a surge of intense desire through me. I swallowed thickly, feeling my mouth grow dry as my gaze lingered shamelessly on her exposed skin. She had a soft, neat patch of pale pink hair that matched the long, silky hair on her head, nestled between her smooth, pale thighs. Her entire body seemed to invite attention, urging me eagerly forward to explore every enticing inch of her soft, flawless skin. Do you like what you see, Haru? Malim asked teasingly, shifting her posture to draw my attention closer. Her voice was soft, breathy, and full of deliberate temptation as she giggled gently, clearly savoring my obvious reaction. I've been waiting so long to show you this. You're the only person I've ever wanted like this. No one else has ever touched me before. I heard from some of the other girls that guys get excited when they hear that. Those words hit me even harder, pushing me to the edge of my self-control. My body tensed sharply beneath the restrictive tightness of my clothes, urgently demanding some kind of release. There was no more holding back. This was going to happen. It was going to happen right now. Malim let out a delighted little squeak of surprise as I scooped her effortlessly up into my arms, carrying her bridal style toward the room beside us. Her arms instantly wrapped around my neck, her fingers threading affectionately through my hair as she pressed her flushed face against my bare chest, planting gentle, playful kisses across my skin. Her lips felt soft and warm, each sweet kiss sending pleasurable sparks dancing straight down my spine, driving my excitement higher with every step I took toward the bed waiting for us. This guest room set aside, especially for Malim, whenever she visited Rimuru, was surprisingly neat, despite the fact I seriously doubted Malim ever bothered using it regularly. The bed itself looked especially inviting. Large, soft, and covered in plush sheets that had probably been sitting there untouched for months. Not that it mattered right now. Tonight, it was finally going to be put to very good use. I placed Malim carefully down onto the mattress, letting her petite, gorgeous body sink gently into the softness beneath her. She gazed up at me with wide, sky-blue eyes, filled with unmistakable anticipation and desire. Her pale cheeks flushed a deep pink hue, lips parted slightly in awe as I began tugging my own pants impatiently downward. The moment my pants fell past my waist, my excitement was impossible to hide. My heart was racing with anticipation. Malim's eyes instantly looked up at me, her jaw dropping slightly as she gazed in wonder. Her adorable expression shifted swiftly into a mixture of surprise, excitement, and just a hint of adorable nervousness. "Oh, wow," Malim gasped out loud, eyes practically sparkling with curiosity and excitement as her blush darkened further. "It really is big." She sounded genuinely amazed, almost awestruck, biting down on her bottom lip cutely. "The other girls definitely weren't lying, huh?" I chuckled softly, honestly enjoying the blatant admiration in her voice. "Nope, they weren't lying," I replied teasingly, enjoying the sight of Malim squirming adorably beneath my gaze. "You gonna be okay with this, Malim?" She blinked rapidly at my playful teasing, pouting slightly as if offended by my question. But her eyes betrayed just how excited she truly was. "Hey, of course it'll be okay," Malim declared defiantly, folding her delicate arms briefly beneath her petite breasts, unintentionally accentuating them even more. "I'm super strong. You know, I can definitely handle anything you throw at me." As adorable as her playful bravado was, this really was her first time. I wasn't about to rush things carelessly, especially not with someone as important to me as Malim. My newly awakened demon lord instincts surged relentlessly inside me, strongly urging me to immediately be with her, claim her fully as my own. But I reined those powerful urges firmly back, determined to make sure Malim enjoyed every single moment of her first experience to the absolute fullest. Slowly and deliberately, I reached down and placed my hands gently yet firmly onto Malim's knees. Her eyes widened briefly again, a faint, adorable squeak escaping her parted lips as I carefully shifted her legs aside. She looked up at me with wide, uncertain eyes, porcelain pale skin practically begging for my touch as I moved myself steadily forward onto the mattress. Shall we?" she asked nervously, voice barely above a whisper as she stared down at me, her breathing rapid and uneven from excitement. Her slender legs quivered lightly beneath my hands, clearly anticipating what came next. "Relax, Malim," I reassured her calmly, smiling warmly to ease her sudden tension. "Just trust me. I want you to enjoy this, all right?" She nodded quickly, visibly relaxing at my words as her gentle smile returned, clearly relieved by my reassurance. Her legs spread even wider, offering herself fully to me, granting me the closeness I desired. I slowly moved downward, positioning myself near Malim. My heart pounded furiously in anticipation, my instincts responding as the warmth of the moment filled my senses. My golden eyes locked greedily onto her. Malim's breathing hitched noticeably as I carefully reached forward. Gently resting one hand against her hip, I drew lazy circles along the silky fabric of her dress until my thumb brushed the ribbon at her waist. Malim gasped sharply, her hips immediately jerking upward, her body reacting instinctively to the unexpected touch. "Hadu!" Malim squeaked out breathlessly. Fingers gripped tightly into the sheets beneath her as I continued slow, firm movements that made her body tense. Her voice trembled with raw excitement and wonder. "That feels really good." Her open reaction urged me onward even further. Leaning closer, I leaned in close, the sensation warm and sweet, distinctly Malim. Her soft lips quivered as her thighs squeezed around my head involuntarily, and she moaned loudly in response. Oh gods. Hadu. Why a mouth? Malim's voice trembled openly now, growing louder and increasingly desperate with every movement I made. It feels amazing. I held her more firmly, steadying her as I leaned fully into her, drawing a sharp breath from her lips. Her presence was intoxicatingly sweet and wonderfully magnetic, drawing me in as I responded to the moment. My newly awakened demon lord instincts surged wildly within me, urging me to stay close to Malim and hold on to this feeling completely, savoring the moment together. Ashahu. Malim gasped, her slender fingers tangling into my hair, gripping tightly as if afraid I'd pull away. Her petite, powerful body trembled with emotion as she held me close, every muscle quivering and squirming as if electrified by overwhelming sensations. It feels incredible. I responded immediately by pressing on gently once more, deliberately working carefully and steadily, focusing on a sensitive area directly with purpose. Lingering kisses. Her thighs involuntarily tightened around my head in response, her hips shifting upward, pressing closer against my face as she desperately chased after even greater pleasure. Moyes. Malim moaned shamelessly, her voice high-pitched and filled with pure ecstasy. She moved rhythmically, leaning into the kiss with clear intensity. Just like that, Haru. I hadn't planned for things to go this far, but her urgent response stirred something powerful in me, an ache of desire that felt almost overwhelming. But right now, my sole focus remained squarely on pleasuring Malim as thoroughly and completely as possible. I wanted her to experience absolute bliss, wanted her to lose herself entirely beneath my dedicated attention, and above all, I wanted her to know exactly how much I desired every single inch of her beautiful. Her slender, powerful body responded to me with quiet intensity. I held her close, savoring the closeness and the warmth of the moment between us. Malim's entire body practically convulsed beneath my firm grip, her back arching sharply upward off the bed, fingers clawing desperately into the sheets as she gasped for breath. "Oh, Haru, that's incredible," she cried out loudly, sounding genuinely astonished and utterly thrilled by the sensation. Her slender thighs squeezed even tighter around my head as her hips moved with intense excitement, clearly wanting to feel even more of the incredible sensation. "It feels so good. I didn't know it could feel like this. And more. Please." Her innocent yet intensely aroused reaction spurred me onward, fueling my determination to push her pleasure even further. My mouth pressed firmly against her, my tongue moving rhythmically as I hungrily savored every soft sound she made. My hands gently but firmly held her thighs apart, ensuring she remained redacted beneath my devoted attentions. Malim continued writhing against the bed, her petite, curvy body surrendering itself to me as I thoroughly redacted. Her voice grew louder and more frantic with each passing moment, gradually devolving into a constant stream of desperate, gasping cries punctuated occasionally by wordless, breathless pleas. "Hadu I? Got Hadu." Malim's voice cracked slightly, trembling as her emotions surged toward an overwhelming peak. Her entire body shuddered violently beneath me, thighs quivering uncontrollably around my head as her fingers tightened even more urgently in my hair. Finkim. Oh gods! I felt her whole body suddenly tense and shudder against me, her muscles contracting wildly as she reached an intense peak. A surge of emotion washed over me, and I held her close, sharing that breathtaking moment. Malim called out my name loudly as waves of overwhelming feelings swept through her. After a minute, Malim's trembling body gradually relaxed, collapsing limply onto the bed beneath her as she gasped weakly for breath. Her blue eyes stared upward at the ceiling, dazed and unfocused, her slender chest rising and falling rapidly beneath her shallow breaths. I sat up beside her, smiling warmly down at her flushed, cheerful expression, brushing my hand casually across my face. "Enjoyed that, huh, Malim?" I asked teasingly, clearly pleased with myself. She blinked slowly, still clearly struggling to recover from the intense sensations. Then, after several seconds of silence, a bright, blissful smile suddenly spread wide across her adorable, flushed face. "Oh, Haru," she sighed dreamily, her voice soft and filled with genuine wonder. "That was amazing, Malim." Malim barely had a few seconds to recover from the intense rush she'd just experienced. Her skin was still trembling and quivering, twitching uncontrollably from the lingering aftershocks of exhilaration as her vision gradually refocused. Her flushed cheeks were still burning hot, her chest heaving as she gasped in shallow, shaky breaths. Before she could fully process the rush of emotions flooding through her, Haru moved over to sit beside her on the bed, the mattress dipping noticeably beneath his weight. Malim's eyes immediately widened, her heart racing with anticipation, her breath hitching sharply once again as she gazed up at his broad, sculpted chest and defined abdominal muscles. He was so incredibly handsome, flawlessly masculine, with those piercing golden eyes shining down upon her possessively, filled with an intense and openly hungry desire that sent a warm flush spreading through her slender frame. His face hovered mere inches above hers now, a faint, affectionate smirk tugging confidently at the corner of his lips as he took in the adorably awed expression on Malim's flushed, breathless face. She swallowed thickly, her mouth suddenly feeling impossibly dry as she felt something large and incredibly hot press insistently against her lower body. Malim's gaze snapped downward instinctively, heart hammering wildly inside her ribcage as she caught sight of his tall. A wave of breathless awe suddenly washed over her, and her earlier playful bravado seemed to desert her, replaced instead with genuine wonder and perhaps just the slightest touch of nervousness. It's really happening now, huh?" Malim whispered softly, her wide sky-blue eyes flicking nervously yet excitedly back upward to meet Haru's intense, heated gaze. Haru simply smiled warmly down at her, the affection in his expression unmistakable as one strong hand reached up slowly, gently cupping her flushed cheek and caressing her delicate jawline with his thumb. "Yeah, it is," he confirmed bluntly yet softly, his deep voice filled with open tenderness as he leaned even closer. "Are you ready for this, Malim?" She nodded rapidly, her nervousness instantly fading as she smiled up at him eagerly once again, bright blue eyes shining brightly with renewed excitement and determination. "Yes, Haru, I'm ready," she declared with cheerful enthusiasm, wrapping her arms around him and pulling him close. "I want to feel all of you." His golden eyes darkened noticeably at her bold, passionate words as he leaned in, embracing her fully. Malim instantly gasped sharply as she felt the broad, hot pressure pressing firmly against her sensitive folds, gradually spreading her wide open. Her breath caught again, this time in a sharp hiss of slight discomfort mixed heavily with excitement. Malim let out a soft gasp as a strange, thrilling new sensation washed over her, her eyes squeezing tightly shut. The intensity grew steadily, leaving her breathless and overwhelmed by feelings she had never experienced before. Haru pressed closer and closer to her, drawing her in completely as his golden fox tails fanned out impressively behind him. Above her, Haru let out a deep, rumbling sigh of sheer blissful satisfaction, betraying the raw intensity of his emotion. Malim forced her eyes open once more, gazing upward again at Haru's captivating face hovering just above hers. His expression was openly ecstatic, clearly reveling in the closeness and intensity of the moment between them. Squeezing tightly around him, he looked momentarily stunned by how incredible it felt. At long last, Haru's powerful hips pressed firmly against Malim's smaller ones, their bodies finally fully pressed together. For several long, peaceful seconds, neither moved, both simply savoring the exquisite, overwhelming sensation of being connected so intimately for the very first time. Malim's petite yet deceptively strong thighs tightened instinctively around Haru's waist, locking her ankles possessively at his lower back, right under his fluffy tails, holding him close as she adjusted slowly, exhaling shakily, marveling at how incredibly right it felt, how perfectly her tight. Malim and Haru fit together perfectly, as though every moment had been leading to this. Any lingering hesitation had already vanished, replaced entirely by a deep, desperate need for more of the overwhelming connection Haru was now giving her. Gods, Malim, you're incredible. Haru growled softly above her, his golden eyes burning with overwhelming lust and affection as he gazed possessively into her flushed, awed face. His strong, muscular arms moved forward, planting firmly on either side of Malim's pretty pink head, allowing him to steady himself comfortably above her petite body. Then, slowly and carefully, Haru pulled his hips backward, drawing away from Malim until only a small part of him remained close to her. Malim whimpered desperately at the sudden loss of his close presence, her hips instinctively rising toward him, silently asking him to come closer. Thankfully, Haru wasted no time granting her silent plea. With a deep, rumbling sound, he pulled her firmly and steadily into his arms again, holding her close in a single, powerful embrace. Malim let out a breathless cry as a sudden wave of feeling swept through her, her slender fingers gripping Haru's muscular back as she held on tightly. Havu! Yes, oh gods! Malim gasped, her voice trembling and shaking uncontrollably with sheer blissful delight as Haru moved steadily above her. Their bodies pressed close together in an intimate embrace, their breathing growing faster and more unsteady as the moment built into something intensely passionate between them. The bed creaked with each of Haru's movements, the frame trembling under the strain. Malim was too focused to notice, her mind already lost in the moment, completely consumed by the electrifying sensations of Haru holding her close. Their bodies pressed together as the moment grew more intense. Her arms tightened around him even more desperately, urging him to hold her tighter as they shared the passionate embrace. Malim's voice rose steadily higher in pitch, openly gasping his name in overwhelming, wonderful new emotion, completely losing herself to this remarkable experience. So this is what this feeling is, Malim thought hazily, eyes fluttering half shut from sheer awe. Jane Shepherd walked slowly through the Jura monster village, which was currently in the midst of one hell of a lively, boisterous celebration. Everywhere she looked, there was music, laughter, dancing, and enough alcohol flowing to drown half a galaxy. Shepherd smiled faintly, feeling genuinely happy for these monsters who had just experienced the impossible mass resurrection. After everything they'd suffered, they absolutely deserved to party hard. War was hell after all, especially an unexpected invasion. Strolling leisurely alongside Shepherd was Cortana, the stunning, luminous blue high-spirit formerly an AI, now transformed into something far more human and undeniably alluring. Cortana wasn't naked, though. She had been lent a surprisingly provocative outfit by one of the village's female Oni. The borrowed attire consisted of a skimpy, form-fitting kimono that hugged Cortana's perfectly curved, hourglass figure so tightly Shepherd honestly wondered how the fabric hadn't burst wide open already. Especially around Cortana's chest, holy hell, those tits were practically defying physics. The high spirit's massive, round breast strained enticingly against the thin fabric, bouncing slightly with every step she took. Shepherd couldn't help noticing, despite trying her best not to, that Cortana's bust was nearly as ridiculously large as that purple-haired Oni girl, Cheyenne, whose breasts were legendary among the villagers. Jane Shepherd definitely wasn't jealous. Okay, maybe she was a little jealous. Just a bit. A tiny, totally understandable bit jealous, because seriously, how did someone go from being a holographic AI to looking like a glamorous cover model overnight? It hardly seemed fair. Shepherd frowned slightly, unconsciously glancing downward toward her own chest, which even through her skin-tight and 7 armor suddenly felt disappointingly modest by comparison. "Enjoying the view, Shepard?" Cortana asked playfully, a teasing smirk tugging at her bright blue lips. She had clearly caught Shepard's brief, jealous look, and apparently decided to have a bit of fun with it. Shepard scoffed quietly, shaking her head with mock indignation. "I wasn't staring, Cortana," she lied bluntly, crossing her arms stubbornly over her own smaller chest. "Just appreciating how well you're adjusting to having flesh and bones, that's all." Cortana laughed brightly, clearly unconvinced by Shepard's flimsy excuse. "Oh, please, Shepard, after all the comments you and Alice made today," she teased further, gently bumping Shepard's hip with her own in a playful gesture of friendship. Her sapphire eyes sparkled mischievously, making Shepard reluctantly smile in spite of herself. "Okay, fine, maybe I was staring a little," Shepard admitted openly, rolling her eyes in mock exasperation at her friend. "Seriously, though, you really lucked out with that body. Then again, a lot of the girls in this world have very curvy portions, I've noticed. You think the gods of this world are all secretly perverts?" she asked playfully. Cortana smirked even wider, clearly pleased by the unintended compliment. "I suppose it's going to take some getting used to knowing gods are actually a real thing. And maybe the chief seems to be having fun at least. He even took his helmet off to celebrate with everyone, which is incredibly rare. He's even drinking alcohol, too. I always have wanted him to learn to loosen up more." Mentioning Master Chief made Shepard glance behind them briefly, toward the crowd gathered around a makeshift bar. The chief was there, towering over a cluster of enthusiastic female Oni and hobgoblins who were practically throwing themselves at him. The Spartan, normally stoic and unreadable when his helmet was won, was actually looking slightly overwhelmed by all the sultry attention he was getting from the village girls. Shepard snorted softly, shaking her head in mild amusement. Cortana clearly noticed too, because she chuckled knowingly. "Looks like Chief is finally going to get a proper reward for all his heroic deeds. Good for him. I swear, it's been forever since he's been anywhere near females this eager." Those hobgoblins seem pretty damn determined. "I wouldn't be surprised if he gets dragged off somewhere private before the night is over." Shepard laughed quietly, easily picturing Chief awkwardly navigating some monster girl's aggressive flirting. Honestly, she kind of hoped he did loosen up and finally let his guard down. God knew he needed to relieve some tension after everything they'd been through today. From all the fighting in Japan and then evolving in this world, and fighting some more. She and the chief had stumbled upon Sui and Hakuru when they were confronting some of the heroes that had attacked the village. They teamed up together and were able to put those arrogant fools down permanently. Shepard was a bit hesitant at first because those heroes were summoned teens, probably from Haru's world, but their minds were so twisted and they had so much blood on their hands, they were doing the multiverse a favor. And now, Shepard wanted to celebrate tonight as well, and specifically, she wanted to celebrate properly with Haru. Shepard wondered idly if someone else might be interested in joining their little celebration tonight. She cast a curious sideways glance toward her ally. "New friend?" Shepard's lips twitched upward into a subtle, knowing smirk as she observed. As they walked, Cortana was visibly distracted, her luminous blue thighs shifting together gently and rhythmically beneath the skimpy borrowed kimono, rubbing softly against each other with every subtle step she took. Shepard easily noticed the slight hitch in Cortana's breathing each time her silky soft inner thighs brushed together. It was painfully clear Cortana was still not used to experiencing physical sensations in her incredibly sensitive new body. Damn, even walking was turning her on. Still, Shepard chuckled as they kept going. Eventually, Shepard and Cortana arrived at the bustling, crowded heart of the celebration. Everywhere they looked, monsters of every imaginable shape, size, and species danced, feasted, and celebrated exuberantly, utterly delighted by their second chance at life. But in the very center of all this chaos and revelry, Shepard's gaze quickly zeroed in on Rimuru Tempest himself, The newly minted demon lord along with Haru, of course. Rimuru was lying contentedly on his back, cushioned comfortably upon the soft, plush thighs of the busty, purple-haired Oni, Cheyenne. The massive, perfectly rounded breasts of the beautiful Oni woman hung prominently above Rimura's head, practically obscuring his view of anything else as Cheyenne carefully stroked her delicate fingers through his silvery blue hair with gentle devotion. Noticing their approach, Cheyenne glanced up towards Shepard and Cortana, offering them a respectful nod. Despite her fierce reputation as Rimura's powerful personal attendant and bodyguard, right now she appeared more like a love-struck girl, openly fawning and doting upon her demon lord with devoted affection. Rimura's eyes slowly opened when he sensed their presence, bright golden orbs settling calmly upon Shepard and Cortana. A subtle but distinctly powerful aura emanated from him, sending a brief, involuntary shiver down Shepard's spine. Shepard wondered if that shiver was simply her newly awakened hero instincts, sensing a demon lord's power and subconsciously preparing for conflict. But the sensation swiftly passed as she reminded herself firmly that Rimuru was not an enemy. Far from it. He was Haru's close friend and trusted ally. Rimuru noticed Shepard's brief moment of unease, his golden eyes softening slightly, filled with gentle amusement rather than hostility. Shepard cleared her throat casually, smiling faintly at Rimuru and Cheyenne as she stepped forward. "Sorry for interrupting your relaxation, Rimuru," Shepard said bluntly, chuckling softly as she gestured to the incredibly comfortable-looking position he occupied on Cheyenne's thighs. "But have you seen Haru around recently? Cortana and I were hoping to find him and properly celebrate tonight's victories." At Shepard's deliberately suggestive phrasing, Cheyenne giggled knowingly behind one hand, eyes sparkling with clear amusement. Rimura's lips quirked upward slightly as well, catching Shepard's obvious intent. "Celebrate, huh?" Rimuru repeated teasingly, raising one delicate eyebrow in playful curiosity. "Yeah, Haru and Malim were definitely here earlier right up until I finished resurrecting everyone, in fact. Although Malim didn't waste much time after that before literally dragging Haru off." "Drag him off, huh?" "Figures," Shepard replied with mock resignation. "Malim liked to do that with Haru a lot. It was a bit of a running joke amongst all of Haru's women. Do you know exactly where they went? We kind of want to catch up to them." Rimuru smiled knowingly, clearly understanding exactly why Shepard wanted to locate Haru. "Malim took him toward that private guest house I keep ready for her whenever she visits," Rimuru explained, gesturing toward the far end of the lively village streets. "It's the little secluded place near the edge of town, the one with the cute pink curtains she specifically demanded. You definitely can't miss it." Shepard laughed softly at that bit of detail, easily picturing Malim Nava, one of the strongest beings in existence, cheerfully insisting on adorably cute pink curtains for her private lodgings. "Got it," Shepard said with an appreciative grin, nodding gratefully toward Rimuru and Cheyenne. "Thanks for the help. Rimuru will head over there right away." "Of course," Rimuru replied easily, settling back comfortably onto Cheyenne's thighs once again. "Have fun celebrating, Shepard. Something tells me Haru's night is already plenty eventful, though, so you might want to hurry." Cheyenne laughed cheerfully at that, nodding emphatically in agreement. Shepard smiled wryly at their teasing, shaking her head as she turned away with Cortana beside her. "Yeah, I have no doubt about that," she murmured dryly, unable to suppress the eager anticipation already rising thickly inside her chest. As they left Rimuru and Cheyenne behind, Shepard glanced sideways toward Cortana once more. Her beautiful blue-skinned friend was still visibly excited, breathing unevenly as she walked. Shepard grinned knowingly clearly. Cortana was looking forward to this celebration just as eagerly. "You know," Shepard began lightly, leaning closer to Cortana and lowering her voice so only her blue friend could hear. "You're doing a terrible job hiding how turned on you are right now." Cortana blushed adorably, her cheeks darkening into a luminous shade of sapphire blue as she glanced away shyly. "Shut up, Shepard." Cortana muttered in embarrassment, though her full lips curled into a faintly pleased smirk. I'm not exactly used to all these physical sensations yet. It's still very overwhelming. They arrived outside the small, cozy-looking cottage that Rimuru had described earlier, and Shepard immediately felt her lips curl into a sly, amused smirk as an unmistakably loud, enthusiastic female moan echoed clearly from within the walls. Well now, Shepard murmured with an openly amused chuckle, stopping mid-step as she stared incredulously at the small building in front of her. It wasn't just the strange noises spilling out into the otherwise quiet evening air. It was the fact that the entire damn structure seemed to literally tremble rhythmically in sync with Malim's increasingly loud and unrestrained cries. The wooden walls shook visibly with each loud bump or energetic movement going on inside, as though the tiny guest house itself was barely holding itself together against the sheer magnitude of whatever raucous party was currently happening behind its deceptively innocent pink curtain windows. Beside Shepard, Cortana shifted restlessly on her feet, the luminous blush now practically glowing bright blue across her beautiful features. Cortana began hesitantly. They, seem very busy right now, Shepard. Maybe we shouldn't interrupt this after all? Shepard turned toward her newly fleshed companion with an openly playful grin, casually hooking one armored arm around Cortana's delicate waist and tugging the beautiful, blushing spirit woman possessively closer against her armored side. Shepard relished the slight squeak of surprise Cortana gave out. "Oh, come on, Cortana," Shepard teased mischievously, her voice dripping with suggestive humor and heated intent as she leaned closer, murmuring directly into Cortana's sensitive blue ear. Of course we should interrupt them. Hell, maybe we should even ask politely if we can join in. Don't you want to finally experience your new body properly? You have a whole bunch of parts that are just begging to be broken in tonight, right? Cortana immediately shivered visibly within Shepard's grip, the blush across her face rapidly darkening into a deeper, more intensely luminous shade of blue. Shepard could literally feel Cortana's breathing speed up noticeably at the suggestion. "I suppose," Cortana stammered out softly, eyes wide and visibly excited despite her nervousness, clearly struggling to keep her voice steady as she unconsciously pressed herself even closer against Shepard's armor. Another loud, uninhibited cry of pleasure suddenly echoed from within the cottage. Shepard's gaze snapped forward instinctively, just in time to hear Malim's high-pitched, breathless voice loudly screaming, "Oh gods, Haru! Yes, yes!" The cottage abruptly shuddered even more violently, the rhythmic trembling reaching a sudden, alarmingly powerful crescendo. Shepard instinctively reacted, throwing her arms protectively in front of Cortana and manifesting a shimmering blue biotic barrier mere fractions of a second before the entire structure literally exploded outwards with staggering force. The quaint little guest house was instantly obliterated, shards of wood and chunks of stone flying outward in all directions in a chaotic storm of debris. Shepard's biotic barrier held steady, effortlessly deflecting the flying rubble away from herself and Cortana, both of them staring wide-eyed at the catastrophic scene unfolding right in front of them. A blur of motion caught Shepard's attention just before something heavy slammed bodily against her shimmering barrier with a loud, awkward thump. Blinking in stunned disbelief, Shepard dropped her shield, letting the figure slide limply down and flop comically onto the ground right at her feet. Shepard stared incredulously down at the body sprawled on the grass before her and immediately felt a wicked grin spreading wide across her face. Haru lay stunned on his back, naked as the day he was born, his lean, muscular body glistening visibly in the moonlight with sweat and unmistakably streaked with fresh. Shepard's eyes lingered shamelessly, openly taking in the impressive sight of his perfectly sculpted abs, broad chest, and powerful arms. Semi-hard bulge, currently shifting somewhat comically across his muscular thigh. "Ow!" Haru finally muttered vaguely from the ground, his eyes dazed and unfocused, staring straight up at the night sky above with an expression that was more surprised confusion than actual pain. It looked more like he'd been caught off guard than genuinely injured. That definitely wasn't what I was expecting to happen next to Shepard. Cortana openly gasped out loud in shocked amazement at the blatantly exposed sight of Haru's nude body sprawled right in front of her. Before Shepard could say anything, another movement drew their attention sharply back toward the smoldering wreckage of the cottage. Malim Nava herself stumbled out of the shattered rubble. She was completely naked as well. Malim's face and body were flushed, and she was giggling as she stumbled over the rubble. Shepard's gaze immediately dropped lower, her eyes widening slightly as she openly noticed the unmistakable sticky trails of thick, creamy white residue leaked shamelessly down her trembling inner thighs. "Wow," Shepard murmured bluntly, raising an eyebrow and staring openly at the absurdly messy sight before her. Did Haru seriously just make Malim Nava react so goddamn hard she literally exploded the house around them by accident? Chapter 123. Haru Rias's lap was warm and steadying under my head. I lay back on the long sofa in my mother's office with my head positioned across Rias's soft thighs. My fiancée handled my fox ears with slow, deliberate care. She cupped one ear at the base and worked her fingers upward through the dense fur, then repeated the motion with the other ear. The nerves were sensitive, and every pass of her fingertips sent a clear pulse down my spine. My 10 tails rested along the cushion and over the arm of the sofa, twitching when she pressed a little harder or grazed a tender spot. Yasaka was behind her desk. Surzex and Serafal had taken one side of the low table opposite us. Azazel had slouched into the other side and already pushed aside 2 emptied sake cups. Michael and Gabriel sat upright together on another couch. I had just finished recounting yesterday's events. I told them about the mission in Yukio, the Greek demigod's lab, the way Apollo appeared and tried to burn a city off the map, and how Amaterasu severed his link to the sun and dropped him at my feet. I described how I killed him and how his soul separated from his body. I explained the smell of it, the pressure of it, and the way the demon seed inside me took over for a heartbeat and swallowed it. Then I told them about Malim pulling me through to Remuris' world and me becoming a true demon lord like her. Azazel let out an audible groan, rubbing his temple with sigh. "This is a colossal clusterfuck," he complained bluntly. Apollo got himself killed, not just killed, but devoured, permanently erased. So, unless you're planning on coughing up his soul, he's definitely not coming back. He raised an eyebrow pointedly at me. Despite how pleasant Rias's fingers felt stroking my ears, I slowly opened my eyes to address him. "That's impossible at this stage," I clarified calmly. Apollo's soul was completely sacrificed and permanently integrated into me. Becoming a conceptual demon lord was no simple feat. It's irreversible. Surzex nodded thoughtfully, his eyes briefly glowing with a subtle crimson hue as he assessed me. "Indeed, Haru, I can sense that your power has vastly increased since we last saw you in Kuo Town, facing down the old Satans together from above me." Rias gently chuckled, her fingertips sliding along the velvet-furred curves of my ears, eliciting another subtle shiver from my relaxed form. Her touch was so damn enticing that I momentarily lost track of our serious conversation. "Haru-kun truly is amazing," she murmured sweetly, smiling down warmly into my eyes. Her crimson hair draped beautifully around her flawless porcelain face, framing those captivating aqua-blue eyes. A playful pout formed on her lush lips. "Imabitsad, do. It really sucks that I missed your incredible anime-level power-up moment." I chuckled softly at her adorable reaction. "I fully support my son's decision," Yasaka stated calmly. Apollo made the conscious choice to unleash his full power recklessly in Japan's territory. He paid the price for his arrogance and aggression. Moreover, as an unexpected consequence, Lady Amaterasu absorbed the entirety of Apollo's domain over the sun, which in turn has significantly amplified her own powers. Yasaka let out a quiet sigh, shaking her head lightly. In fact, that's why she isn't attending our current gathering. Either she's diligently trying to get accustomed to the incredible surge in her abilities, or, more likely, she's indulging herself by retreating into isolation and being an ET again. Her last remark drew quiet laughter and knowing smiles from most present. Michael spoke up next. Let us all hope sincerely that this incident does not ignite another devastating war. The Archangel said softly, his voice gentle yet tinged with sorrow. Though I must confess, the likelihood of peace at this juncture appears slim. Still, perhaps cooler heads will prevail with the Greeks? I doubted it. And then there were still the Egyptian gods as well, although we hadn't heard anything from them yet. Maybe they ran away after what I did to Apollo, and they left the Greek gods out to dry? When Gabriel spoke, a comforting aura washed over the room. Have no fear, Haru-kun, she proclaimed sincerely. If a war does come to pass, I, the Archangel Gabriel of peace and justice, will stand steadfast alongside my cherished friends. The now magical girl Leviathan bounced up, dramatically pointing an accusing finger at the amused blonde angel. Hey, wait just 1 minute. That's my trademark line. You sneaky dove. I am the beloved magical girl Leviathan of peace, justice, and supreme sexiness. Don't go stealing my thing, Gabriel, Seraphal declared. Gabriel tilted her head slightly. Oh, dear Seraphal, didn't you know? Magical girls were last season's trend. Now, everyone's adoring cute, innocent angels. Seraphal immediately puffed her cheeks into an exaggerated pout, stomping her foot petulantly. That's completely untrue. Magical girls, and especially sinful, naughty magical girls, are totally in style right now. You'll see. I listened to their playful bickering with quiet amusement, breathing a gentle sigh of relaxation as Rias continued to carefully massage my fox ears. Rias leaned down, her soft, warm lips tenderly brushed against mine in a brief but deeply affectionate kiss. When she slowly pulled back, she gazed lovingly into my eyes, her face soft and glowing with sincere relief. I'm so incredibly happy you're safe, Haru-kun, she whispered softly, her breath warm against my lips. I love you more than you could possibly know. I smiled warmly up into her captivating eyes, feeling a gentle wave of warmth fill my heart. I love you too, Rias, I said sincerely, gently stroking her cheek with the back of my hand. I'm sorry I worried you and everyone else yesterday. That wasn't my intention. Her smile brightened instantly, her eyes sparkling with renewed excitement. Enough about that, she urged eagerly. Tell me more about these fascinating new customers of yours. One's an actual super soldier in futuristic powered armor, and the other used to be an artificial intelligence controlling starships to battle entire alien armadas? That's incredibly cool. Ichioken fondly a excited curiosity. Yeah, that's exactly right, I confirmed with a grin. The armored soldier goes by Master Chief. The former AI is named Cortana. She is now a high spirit. Honestly, they're both amazing people. You'll definitely have to meet them soon. Rias beamed down at me with shining admiration, clearly thrilled by the idea. I stood comfortably behind the long bar counter of my restaurant. My 10 golden tails flowed gently behind me, swaying softly whenever I moved. The low murmur of cheerful conversations filled the dining area, punctuated by soft laughter and the occasional clink of glasses as patrons enjoyed themselves. To my left, sitting on a tall bar stool, Master Chief placed his unmistakable olive green helmet carefully onto the counter, exhaling with quiet satisfaction as I poured him a generous glass of cold, amber-colored beer from a chilled pitcher. A few feet away, Rias was positively gushing over Cortana, her eyes sparkling with wonder as she openly admired the unique woman standing before her. Honestly, Cortana, you look incredible. Her gaze traveled along the gently pulsing, luminous strands of binary code that occasionally appeared, shimmering across Cortana's curvaceous figure over the exposed portions of her arms and slender thighs. The glowing code that runs over your body, sometimes it makes you look even cooler. I've never seen anything quite like it. Cortana, who initially seemed taken aback by Rias's open admiration, paused momentarily, before her lips curled upward into a confident smirk. She casually flipped her blue hair over her shoulder. "Damn right, I'm awesome," she responded. "After all, I'm literally the most advanced and sophisticated artificial intelligence humanity ever created." I chuckled softly at their conversation, shaking my head slightly as I replaced Chief's full glass of beer carefully onto the counter before him. "Enjoy, Chief," I offered casually, smiling warmly at the imposing armored soldier as he gratefully took the second glass. "Thanks," Chief replied in his calm, low voice, setting the glass back onto the counter with quiet satisfaction. "And you don't have to thank me for assisting in that second monster world. I made the decision myself to follow Shepard after you and that flying pink-haired girl. And then when it came to monster people that lived in that village there that was attacked by the medieval magic army, they didn't deserve that a knowing grin tugged at the corner of my mouth. I'm guessing some of the village girls were very appreciative of your heroism. Was he building up his own harem of monster girls? I haven't known this guy long, but I am so proud. Too bad Agner couldn't follow in our footsteps, but Serana was not the type of woman to share her lover a couple hours later. I stepped out of my restaurant into the cool night air of Kyoto. Before leaving the restaurant, I made sure to properly thank Jane and Alice. Jane and Chief had chased my tail straight into Ramura's world without hesitation, and Alice had stayed behind in Yukio to hold the line until the yokai forces arrived. Chief and Jane got the spotlight against the human forces and the heroes, but what Alice did in Japan mattered just as much. She kept panicked humans away from the whole mess and made sure no one in Yukio saw things they should not see. When I had asked my two beautiful, spacefaring ladies what they would prefer as a reward, they had shared a playful glance before turning to me with matching, mischievous smiles. An exciting adventure would be the perfect reward, don't you think? Jane had suggested boldly, and Alice nodded with her. Naturally, I'd been more than happy to oblige their request. But all of the pleasant distractions were over now. As I walked slowly through the quiet streets of Kyoto, my thoughts returned to the growing complications in my home world canon was officially and irreversibly screwed. Issei Hayadu, originally the would-be Red Dragon Emperor and protagonist of my past lives anime, was now permanently dead. Dozens of enraged goblin women, previously victimized by Issei, had gleefully joined Malim in finishing him off. His perverse reign had ended brutally, leaving no trace of the protagonist who was supposed to become a hero of his own story. And then there was the possible war with the Greek gods. The Greeks were infamous for their arrogance and pride, and the permanent death of one of their own would not be easily forgiven. Even though my own power had vastly increased, war was something I had hoped desperately to avoid. A battle between the supernatural factions and the gods could lead to catastrophic damage, collateral destruction, innocent lives lost, and chaos on a global scale. The Greeks wouldn't hesitate to drag humans and monsters alike into their vendetta if it came to outright conflict. With a sigh, I turned down another quiet street. My golden fox ears twitched restlessly atop my head as I considered my next steps carefully. A sudden voice called out gently, pulling me abruptly from my troubled thoughts. "Haruko." Blinking in mild surprise, I stopped mid-step and turned my head toward the source of that soft, melodious voice. Standing at the entrance to a small, warmly lit cafe was Gabriel. The beautiful archangel offered me a gentle smile. She stepped forward, concern evident in her gentle blue eyes. "Gabriel?" I asked softly, offering her a faint smile in return as I approached slowly. "What are you doing out here at this hour?" She tilted her head slightly, regarding me with sincere care. "We just finished a very long meeting at your mother's palace, and Michael returned to heaven, but I sense you walking by yourself and sense that your heart was troubled, so I decided to follow you for a moment," she explained gently. "Thank you, Gabriel," I replied warmly, nodding slightly. "Your company would honestly be very welcome right now." She beamed softly. Together, we started walking slowly down the quiet street. As we moved through the more familiar, yokai-inhabited sections of Kyoto, the streets around us quickly filled with respectful whispers and softly murmured greetings. Yokai recognized me instantly. Many of them paused in their nightly activities, bowing deeply and respectfully as I passed. I responded to their greetings with gentle nods, occasionally offering a few softly spoken words of thanks and encouragement. Beside me, Gabriel smiled warmly at the display, obviously delighted to see how deeply the yokai community respected and adored me. "You've truly grown into such a beloved figure for your people, Harukin," Gabriel murmured sweetly, turning toward me as we moved through a softly glowing district lit by paper lanterns. "Your mother must be very proud of the leader you've become." I chuckled softly, rubbing the back of my neck as I glanced around at the respectful yokai around us. "I never really tried to be a leader," I replied. Gabriel's gaze softened noticeably. "And that's what makes it so impressive. Your people will happily follow you anywhere. That honestly means a lot coming from you." "Gabriel," I admitted softly, "you've always been a true angel of kindness." She giggled sweetly. "Well, I suppose it's literally in my job description," she said playfully. Soon, we approached the boundary of the human district. Gabriel and I simultaneously hid our more conspicuous supernatural traits. I carefully suppressed my glowing golden tails, retracting them seamlessly until they completely vanished from sight. My fox ears receded into my hair, leaving me indistinguishable from a human man once more. Beside me, Gabriel's ethereal golden wings vanished in a subtle glow of gentle, heavenly light. Her golden halo faded softly into invisibility, and although she still radiated an undeniably beautiful presence, she could now pass easily for a human woman, albeit an exceptionally gorgeous one. Gabriel looked around, fascinated by everything around her, the bright lights, the colorful signs, and the excited chatter of human pedestrians. She pressed gently against my side, her body soft and warm, radiating gentle affection as she gazed up at me. "It's been weeks since I've had the chance to walk among humans like this," she admitted softly. Eventually, our stroll led us down a quieter street lined with small food stalls, lit warmly by paper lanterns. One stall, in particular, caught our attention, a modest, well-kept ramen stand manned by a gentle-looking old man with a long, flowing white beard. He smiled warmly at us as we approached, his eyes gentle beneath bushy, white eyebrows. "Welcome, young friends," he greeted us kindly, his voice soft and grandfatherly. "Please, come sit and enjoy a bowl of ramen on this lovely evening." I glanced at Gabriel, who smiled excitedly. "That sounds wonderful," she said happily. Even after most of the day spent cooking and serving customers in my restaurant, I never once grew tired of the delicious aromas wafting from good food. I'd technically eaten dinner, but since I'd ascended to become a true demon lord, things had become fundamentally different for me. Now I could effortlessly convert anything I ate directly into magicules, meaning hunger had effectively become meaningless. If I truly wanted to, I could keep eating indefinitely without ever feeling full or uncomfortable, but it wasn't as though I was a glutton or anything. Rather, as a chef myself, it felt almost rude not to fully savor and deeply appreciate any meal prepared with care and skill. The elderly ramen stall owner moved quietly and methodically behind his humble counter. His hands, though visibly aged, were firm and steady as he deftly chopped green onions, thinly sliced pork, and prepared fresh noodles. Gabriel and I sat together at the worn wooden bar of his cozy little stall, comfortably shoulder to shoulder as we watched him work in a respectful silence. The gentle sizzle from his small wok and the rhythmic sounds of his utensils moving confidently through his ingredients filled the peaceful quiet between us. It was one of those rare stalls where the chef chose exactly what to serve each customer. After several minutes of focused preparation, the stall owner finally set 2 steaming bowls of ramen before us, placing them down gently but confidently with a warm smile. Steam rose invitingly from the rich broth, carrying aromas of carefully roasted pork bones, freshly simmered vegetables, and an expert blend of aromatic spices and herbs. He wiped his weathered hands on a clean towel, offering us a gentle, grandfatherly smile as he spoke. "You two young people have troubled expressions tonight," he observed kindly. "That's never good. Youth is a fleeting gift. It's meant to be enjoyed to the fullest. Sometimes it's necessary to simply let go of our burdens, even just for a short while. Take a moment, relax, and truly enjoy the simple comfort of a good meal." I couldn't help but smile appreciatively at his wise advice. As someone who spent so much time worrying over complicated and dangerous matters, his words deeply resonated with me. I couldn't agree more. I replied sincerely, nodding gratefully toward him. "Thank you very much for this meal." The old man chuckled softly, bowing slightly with humble pride. "No thanks necessary, young man. Seeing my customers' worries disappear, even briefly, is reward enough." He retreated quietly, granting us privacy once more. Gabriel was already smiling warmly. She carefully picked up the wooden chopsticks provided, admiring the meticulous presentation of the ramen in front of her, the perfect alignment of noodles, the delicate slices of marinated pork, and the vibrant green garnish placed carefully atop it all. "This looks absolutely delicious," Gabriel murmured softly. I picked up my own chopsticks and began carefully stirring my ramen. The noodles parted easily beneath the smooth, savory broth, steam rising enticingly as I lifted the first bite to my lips. Flavor burst across my palate immediately, the rich, layered taste of pork bone broth mingling perfectly with the soft bite of handmade noodles, the delicate sweetness of caramelized scallions, and the subtle earthiness of shiitake mushrooms. My eyes widened slightly in genuine admiration, a satisfied hum escaping my throat before I could stop myself. "Wow," I murmured appreciatively. "This is incredibly well balanced. He really knows his craft." Gabriel eagerly took her first taste as well, bringing the noodles daintily to her soft lips and carefully slurping them up. Her hidden wings once again shimmered subtly behind her shoulders as a soft, blissful sigh escaped her mouth. "This is heavenly. Such depth of flavor, and yet so wonderfully comforting. I can almost feel all of today's worries fading away." She turned to me and smiled again. "I'm sure everything will work itself out." The old man, stood quietly behind the worn wooden counter, watching thoughtfully as the two blonde-haired customers departed from his humble ramen stall. His aged eyes lingered a moment longer, as the two blondes walked further down the softly illuminated Kyoto street. The old man slowly lowered his gaze, the gentle smile fading from his weathered features, replaced instead by a complicated and heavy expression. Memories flooded back to him in waves, carrying with them all the heartache, turmoil, and loss from ages long past. A subtle ripple in the atmosphere beside him suddenly drew his immediate attention. With narrowed eyes, he carefully turned toward the unexpected presence, now occupying the empty stool at his humble ramen stand. Sitting there, calmly adjusting herself atop the simple wooden seat, was an incredibly strange and striking woman unlike any he had encountered before in this world. The mysterious woman possessed delicate, porcelain doll-like features, with flawless, smooth blue skin reminiscent of polished marble. Beneath an oversized, pristine white witch's hat, long silky strands of pale blue hair cascaded down her slender shoulders, framing her eerily beautiful face. Her slender arms emerged effortlessly from beneath her clothing. When she spoke, her voice resonated softly through the still night air, clear, melodic, and lilting gracefully in an archaic, distinctly Old English accent. "Greetings," she said softly, tilting her head ever so slightly to one side. "We have not yet had occasion to speak directly, though I suppose responsibility for that oversight rests firmly with thee. After all, nearly all within the world's supernatural realms mistakenly believe thee long departed. Regardless, it truly is a pleasure to finally make thy acquaintance, Yahweh." At the mention of his true name, a name he had not openly used or heard spoken in ages, a quiet sigh escaped the old man. "Runny the witch," Yahweh acknowledged quietly, his deep voice gentle but measured as he carefully evaluated the formidable visitor who had effortlessly tracked him down. "You've gone through considerable trouble to locate me. Might I ask what exactly brings you here? Have you some business to discuss?" "Perhaps I do, or perhaps not," she replied lightly, maintaining her enigmatic demeanor as she leaned slightly forward across the counter, resting two delicate blue hands upon the polished wood. "In truth, 'twas somewhat cruel of thee, Yahweh, standing mere inches away from thine own beloved daughter, and yet never revealing thy continued existence. The dear Gabriel truly believes thee long deceased, mourned and missed greatly by both herself and thy son Michael." The gentle rebuke in Runni's voice stung Yahweh far more deeply than he cared to admit aloud. He winced. "Believe me," he began softly, sorrow evident in every quiet syllable. "Remaining hidden from them has not been easy nor pleasant. Yet my apparent death was intended solely to bring about lasting peace. After the tragedy of the Great War, I sought only to fade away quietly, letting the bitterness and resentment of that terrible era fade with me." He paused, then glanced back toward the direction Gabriel had walked, his heart aching at the image of her gentle, unknowing smile. "But you are right, Runni. Perhaps my plans were misguided, especially given recent events. Your arrival, your actions allowing worlds to converge and paths to cross at that strange little restaurant changed everything irrevocably. Destiny has shifted dramatically, and I find myself once more drawn into a world I had hoped to leave behind more peaceful than when I ran it." A long, thoughtful moment passed before she finally spoke again, her tone softer and more sincere this time. "'Tis not mine intention to disrupt thy carefully laid plans, Ancient One, but fate is ever a shifting tapestry, and even beings such as ourselves must occasionally bend beneath its unpredictable influence." Yahweh nodded slowly, acknowledging the wisdom in her words, even as he continued to regard her with cautious curiosity. "And yet, you still haven't answered my question," he reminded her gently. "You came here tonight with purpose, of that I am certain. Tell me clearly, Runni, what exactly is it that you seek from me?" "Thou art correct to suspect I have arrived here this night with distinct purpose," Runni began softly, tilting her delicate chin slightly upward as she addressed Yahweh directly. "I hath observed much from my place beyond thy world. I have observed this realm's beauty, its delightful inhabitants, and most importantly, the peaceful existence my beloved consort, Haru, hath carefully forged here. Haru is my chosen, the one whom I adore above all others. I granted him a means to travel between worlds, so that he might share his gifts of food, comfort, and companionship with beings who most desperately require them. Though Haru's strength and influence doth steadily grow, mine consort is no fierce warrior, nor ambitious ruler. His heart hath ever yearned not for conquest, nor glory, nor violence, but rather peace, friendship, and gentle happiness." Yahweh considered her words with genuine interest, his aged, wise eyes carefully observing her subtle facial expressions and gestures. The blue-skinned woman displayed a distinct softness and warmth whenever she spoke of Haru, her glowing gaze softening with affection and tenderness whenever his name was mentioned. Her love for him was plainly evident. Yahweh could easily see that this strange, alien goddess bond with her consort ran extraordinarily deep. After a brief, thoughtful pause, Runni continued again in her carefully measured tone. "Thus, thou canst understand my displeasure at seeing foreign gods of this world foolishly meddling in affairs that threaten mine consort's peaceful life. Apollo's aggression hath already cost him his very existence. Yet I foresee that his demise may provoke rash reactions from the remainder of his arrogant divine kin. I care not for their petty squabbles, nor for their wounded pride. Should they attempt vengeance or further strife, this peaceful world might yet plunge swiftly into chaos and war. Such an outcome, I cannot indeed shall not permit." She paused briefly, the tips of her slender, delicate fingers lightly tapping upon the polished wooden counter in gentle rhythm as she regarded him calmly, her glowing eyes quietly awaiting his response. Yahweh released a slow, heavy sigh. He ran his calloused fingertips slowly over his long, silvery white beard, carefully considering the seriousness of her words. "And how exactly do you intend to respond, should this scenario unfold?" Yahweh asked quietly, his voice soft but direct. "You speak as though you possess the capability and indeed the willingness to personally intervene. Yet, even for a being such as yourself, direct involvement would not be a simple matter, especially within my realm." Runni's delicate lips curled faintly upward into an enigmatic half-smile. Slowly, she lifted one of her elegant forehands from the countertop and adjusted her oversized white witch's hat, pushing it slightly upward and revealing more of her striking blue features clearly to him. "Oh, make no mistake, Ancient One, my capabilities greatly exceed what thee might currently perceive. There are few entities within thy reality capable of posing even the slightest inconvenience to my goals. Should I truly decide to act decisively," Yahweh carefully maintained his calm composure. "Perhaps you underestimate certain hidden powers here," he cautioned gently, regarding her steadily. "If a goddess of your magnitude were to move openly, overtly displaying your true powers, such an event might well draw attention that you would be unwise to attract. There exist beings who are normally indifferent toward mortal affairs, but who would swiftly notice and certainly investigate should a presence as powerful as yourself openly act. The dragon known as Great Red. For example, he is notoriously sensitive to disturbances within his territory, which he claims is the space between worlds and dreams. If you acted openly, he would undoubtedly notice." Runni tilted her head slightly, calmly absorbing Yahweh's words with quiet contemplation. After a short pause, she simply gave a small, graceful shrug, gently shaking her head once, causing the long strands of her pale blue hair to sway softly across her slender shoulders. "Thy concern is noted," she said gently. "Yet, I shall make myself perfectly clear. My beloved Haru shall continue to enjoy the peace he deserves in this world. Should thee desire to prevent unnecessary chaos, then I recommend strongly that thee personally intervene to control these reckless, troublesome Olympians. If thou dost hesitate, if thou art unwilling or unable to quell their impending conflict, I assure thee, I shall swiftly handle the matter myself. And, should the dragon Great Red notice well, should that foolish beast choose to involve himself, I will personally teach him a rather harsh lesson in humility. The dragons used to rule the lands between, and yet they were struck down all the same, and with those parting words, she vanished in motes of blue starlight." He took a moment to ponder before coming to a decision. He didn't have to completely reveal his existence to the wider supernatural world, but he supposed it had been a while since he flexed his full might. Zeus sat on his massive throne in the highest marble hall of Olympus. His knuckles clenched white around the arms of his seat. Around him, the Olympians sat in their individual, ostentatious marble chairs. Every seat was carved to reflect its occupant's supposed importance. Ares leaned forward, his face twisted in excitement. "Our legions are assembled at every gateway, Father. They are prepared to march on your word. We have the Cyclopes forging new thunderbolts as we speak. The mortals will see terror raining from the sky." Athena cut in, her voice flat but precise, tapping a thick stack of parchment against her knee. "And our mortal agents are already sowing dissent among the yokai's human allies. We have informants everywhere. We're ready to strike, Father, at a moment's notice." Zeus' eyes glinted with something like pride, at least for a heartbeat. He looked over his children and the gathered gods, every one of them looking to him for vengeance, expecting another glorious war. Rage had his chest heaving. His voice came out gravelly as he nodded. "That's what I like to hear. Apollo will not go unavenged. Those arrogant monsters, those upstart beasts from foreign lands." He surged upright, his muscles flexing, his hand already sparking with the blue-white glow of summoned lightning. "They think they can kill one of Olympus' own and escape retribution. If I have to tear this world apart, brick by mortal brick, I will make them pay for my son's death. There will be retribution all around the council. Lesser gods cheered or clapped their hands. The air itself buzzed, the ozone thickening, until suddenly, without warning, a force hit Zeus in the side of the face. It was a presence, something impossibly heavy and sharp, a palm made out of divine authority and raw, ancient power. The sound of the impact cracked through Olympus so violently the marble columns shuddered and fine dust rained from the ceiling. Zeus' head whipped sideways, and his vision exploded in white agony. He heard the crunch of his own teeth as they shattered. Golden blood and ivory fragments spraying out across the polished floor. The back of his throat filled with blood and pain. For a split second, the only thing Zeus could focus on was the cold stone beneath his knees. He was on the ground, his cheek mashed against the tile, his ears ringing. And then a voice impossibly familiar, horrifyingly close, breathed against the ruined side of his face. It was a whisper, soft but commanding, and somehow it burrowed straight through all of Zeus' bravado. There will be no war. He tried to look around, to see who had invaded his sanctum, but no one was there. Only the voice, threading through his skull. My children stand with the yokai as allies. As do I. The blood in Zeus' veins turned to ice. He knew that voice. He had hoped, prayed, not that had ever admitted, that this being had vanished for good. The biblical god Yahweh still existed. Panic clawed up Zeus' throat as the pain in his jaw started to bloom. He pressed a trembling hand to his mouth, feeling the swollen, puffy flesh, and realized his divine teeth weren't regrowing. He glanced at the floor, little shards of white scattered around his knees. Immortals healed. They always healed. You should already be fine. But nothing was happening. The swelling grew worse. All around the council chamber, the other Olympians had leaped to their feet. Artemis rushed to her father's side. "Father, what happened? What hit you?" Hera was shouting at everyone to back away, her hands already glowing with healing light. "Who dares attack Zeus on Olympus? Guards, secure the hall." Hephaestus limped forward, peering with wide eyes at Zeus' ruined face. "Father, can you speak? Who did this to you?" Ares looked half terrified, half fascinated. "Was it a new weapon? An assassin? Father, say something." Zeus tried to talk, but the words came out in a slurred, pitiful mumble. He wiped a strand of drool away with the back of his hand and forced himself upright. Every muscle in his body screamed to lash out, to smite something, but fear kept his hand tight around the arm of his throne. He cleared his throat, testing the shape of his mouth, feeling every pulpy wound. The words barely made it out, heavy and awkward. "There will be no war." All the gods stared at him, dumbfounded. Athena frowned. "Father, what are you talking about? We have to retaliate." Zeus cut her off with a desperate shake of his head. He glanced furtively at every shadow in the room, half expecting that horrible voice to return. We will send an apology." To the yokai, the gods gaped. Apollo's own twin, Artemis, nearly dropped her bow in disbelief. "Apologize? Father, are you unwell?" Ares sputtered. "You want to apologize for Apollo? Father, you are the king of Olympus. You can't just..." Zeus snapped at him, his voice trembling. "Enough. There will be no war. The matter is settled. That is a direct order." He looked down at his hands and realized he was shaking. Not a single bolt of lightning would form, even when he called. His face still throbbed with pain, each heartbeat sending another pulse of agony through his swollen jaw. Somewhere deep inside, Zeus wondered if this was what fear felt like for mortals. A cold sweat ran down Zeus' back. He forced himself to stand straighter and looked around at his family, every word now a struggle. "I will write the letter myself. No more talk of war. That's final. Haru, it was unusual to find my bed empty, but not entirely unfamiliar. I ran a hand through my golden hair, then padded barefoot across the soft floor, my tail swaying low behind me as I moved toward the main sitting room. Yasaka, my mother, sat perfectly straight. I could see the faint shadows beneath her eyes, evidence of a sleepless night, matching my own unrest. I hesitated in the doorway for a heartbeat, studying her quietly. She wore a pale blue silk kimono belted loosely around her waist. She looked as beautiful and powerful as ever, but also a little more fragile than usual. I stepped fully into the room, letting the door swing open. Yasaka's golden gaze flickered up, instantly finding mine. A small smile curved her lips, warm but tinged with a tired understanding. "Do you want a hug?" I asked, entirely genuine. Yasaka's smile deepened, the lines at the corners of her eyes crinkling in quiet delight. "Always," she said, setting her teacup down with careful precision before rising to her feet. She wrapped her arms tightly around me, pulling me in close. Her embrace was powerful, the kind of hug that drove the air from my lungs. I felt her full, soft breasts press against my chest, and almost immediately my face was tucked tightly beneath her chin. For a moment, my face was buried in the plush swell of her cleavage, her kimono parting just enough to let my cheek rest against warm skin. Her tails folded protectively around my back, enveloping me completely in her scent and presence. I let out a low, involuntary sigh and closed my eyes, letting myself melt for just a moment in her arms. She squeezed me tighter, rocking me gently. I felt her hand come up to stroke my hair, her nails tracing lightly over my scalp and ears in a touch so intimate it made me shudder. After a long moment, Yasaka pulled back, her hand still resting on my shoulders. She looked down at me with a mixture of pride and fierce affection. "You've grown so strong, Haru," she said, her voice a soft chitter, a note of playful teasing in her tone. She leaned in and pressed a kiss to my forehead, then smoothed my hair back with her palm. I nodded, exhaling slowly, feeling the weight of responsibility settling over me once more. "I'm strong enough now that I'll make sure to fix my own mistakes," I said quietly. My golden eyes flickered, shadowed by resolve and something colder. "If it comes to war, it'll lead from the front. It'll crush any enemy that threatens our people quickly, decisively. I won't let anyone harm Japan or the yokai who live here. Not this time." I paused, my gaze dropping for a heartbeat. "And if I need help, I know my friends and allies will stand with me." Yasaka's expression softened, though a glint of concern lingered in her eyes. She squeezed my shoulders, then moved back to her seat, gathering her tails beneath her as she sank gracefully onto the cushion. She took her tea again and sipped, watching me over the rim of the cup. "Victory won't be as easy as you might hope, Haru," she warned, her voice carrying the weight of centuries. "The Greek gods, they are prideful. Yes, but also cunning and dangerously desperate when cornered. If they realize defeat is inevitable, they may not simply surrender. They could unleash the Titans out of spite, or set some other catastrophic scheme in motion. Their egos are too large to allow a quiet loss." She placed her cup down and folded her hands in her lap, her tone turning somber. "And I don't want you leading armies. It's one thing to fight for those you love, to defend your home, but it's another to drown yourself in the blood and madness of a full-scale world war." A faint, sad smile tugged at her lips. "You can get into all the fights you want. Gods know you will anyway," she smirked slightly, and I managed a reluctant chuckle. "But don't lose yourself to it, Haru. War isn't just another brawl. It takes more than just strength. It demands your soul, piece by piece." I was quiet for a long moment, my hands curling loosely at my sides. Before I could speak, the heavy doors at the far end of the salon burst open with a sharp, echoing crash. A flurry of hurried footsteps pounded across the marble floor. A Tengu guard in ceremonial armor rushed into the room, his wings fluttering in agitation, a scroll clutched tightly in his gloved hands. "My lady, Lord Haru," the Tengu called, bowing quickly to us before snapping back up. "Urgent correspondence from Olympus, even though we had a meeting yesterday." Of course, we immediately contacted our allies again after receiving the baffling letter, and everyone met up at my restaurant. I stood behind the gleaming countertop of my restaurant kitchen, honestly feeling pretty baffled by everything that happened this morning. My fingers moved expertly over the hot griddle as I flipped several fluffy, golden pancakes with practiced ease. Next to them, Thick slices of bacon sizzled noisily, the rich smell of frying meat mingling pleasantly with the sweetness of pancakes. Across from me, seated comfortably at the bar, Azazel, Sirzex, and Michael were quietly staring down at the ornate scroll resting conspicuously on the polished countertop. Zeus' personal seal of Olympus was pressed in gold wax at the bottom, marking the letter as unquestionably authentic. Behind them, Seraphal sat energetically in one of the large booths, dramatically gesturing as she recounted a colorful story to Gabriel and my mother. Gabriel was leaning in, eyes wide with fascination, while Yasaka relaxed with a gentle, amused smile on her beautiful face, sipping tea quietly and clearly enjoying Seraphal's antics. Further back in the dining area, Kunu was happily chasing after her fluffy golden puppy, giggling brightly as she weaved around tables and chairs. Tanya followed closely behind her. The young soldier girl's typically serious face softened considerably, replaced instead by warm amusement as the two of them scrambled playfully around the dining room. But even amidst the pleasant morning, I couldn't shake off my confusion about Zeus' unexpected letter. I glanced back at the three powerful men seated at the bar in front of me. Their expressions were oddly similar, each one showing a different form of skeptical confusion. Azazel finally broke the silence, shaking his head slowly as he tossed Zeus' letter down onto the counter with an exasperated sigh. "All right, seriously, I'm fucking confused," he muttered bluntly, ruffling his dark hair with obvious frustration. "I mean, is anyone else actually reading this thing? Zeus apologizing? Zeus doesn't apologize for shit. Ever. He's an arrogant asshole. It's practically his defining trait." Michael immediately shot a disapproving look toward Azazel, arching one golden eyebrow as he folded his hands calmly on the countertop. "Language, brother," he chastised gently, but even the archangel serene. Angelic expression betrayed clear uncertainty as he sighed softly. "Although I must confess, I share your sentiments. This letter truly is unexpected." Sirzex leaned back casually on his stool, quietly rubbing his chin as he studied the scroll again. "I suppose we should just accept it and take it as a win," he admitted slowly. "Still, I'll be honest, I really wasn't looking forward to a war. The scale and the collateral damage alone," he shook his head lightly, a brief flash of worry crossing his features. Azazel sighed loudly, dramatically rolling his eyes. "Yeah, none of us wanted a war. Obviously," he muttered, gesturing vaguely at the letter as he leaned closer, lowering his voice slightly. "But come on, we can all admit this apology is downright weird, right? Suspicious even? Zeus doesn't back down. Ever." I chuckled softly, plating the pancakes neatly alongside crisp strips of bacon. "Definitely suspicious," I agreed as I set their plates down in front of them. When I saw that scroll arrive this morning, I fully expected it to be a formal declaration of war. An apology honestly never crossed my mind. As Azazel smirked broadly, snorting softly with amusement as he picked up a strip of bacon. "Exactly," he agreed enthusiastically, gesturing with the crispy bacon in hand. "See, how gets it?" Michael carefully sliced into his pancakes. "Perhaps he had a sudden change of heart?" he offered optimistically, though even he sounded doubtful. In the end, we all collectively decided to follow Sirzek's advice and simply treat Zeus' apology as a genuine win. Even though we all had lingering doubts, ultimately avoiding a large-scale war was a relief no one could deny. Breakfast passed in a relaxed blur of chatter and clinking dishes. After the faction leaders finished their meals and shared a few more casual conversations, they each departed one by one, leaving my restaurant pleasantly quieter. My mother gently gathered up Kunu and Tanya to take them back to the palace for their daily lessons. Peace had swiftly returned to Kyoto, and honestly, it was kind of amazing how effortlessly everyone had slipped back into their daily routines, as if yesterday's looming threat of war had never even existed. As I surveyed the now mostly empty restaurant, I quickly noticed Master Chief and Cortana still seated together quietly at a large booth near the window. Both of them seemed deep in thought, though Cortana looked especially restless, fidgeting in her seat with her fingers tapping rhythmically against the polished tabletop. I could clearly see from their expressions that they'd been patiently waiting to speak with me alone since breakfast ended. After the chaos of yesterday, the two of them had stayed overnight in guest chambers at Yasaka's palace, since they literally had nowhere else in this unfamiliar world to go. But obviously, they'd eventually want a place of their own home, whether here in Kyoto or somewhere else entirely. Perhaps another world altogether, even. Wherever they wanted to settle, I was determined to help them find somewhere that felt right. I made my way casually across the empty dining room toward their booth. Cortana's sapphire blue eyes instantly brightened when she noticed me coming closer. I chuckled softly to myself as I saw her excitedly scoot sideways on the cushioned seat, giving me plenty of space to sit beside her. She tried very hard to look innocent about it, but I saw right through her cheerful expression. Almost immediately, as soon as I leaned back and relaxed, I felt Cortana shift again. She subtly but deliberately slid her body much closer to mine, brushing her thigh gently against my leg as she closed the gap between us. I tilted my head slightly toward her, raising an eyebrow in playful curiosity at her overt action. Cortana glanced up at me with a perfectly innocent smile, a smile that was anything but innocent. I sensed Cortana shift subtly beside me. My ears twitched instinctively as I felt the warmth of her hand quietly come to rest upon my thigh beneath the table. It wasn't an accident. I could tell by the soft yet deliberate pressure of her fingertips, gently tracing little circles over the fabric of my pants. Keeping my expression carefully neutral, I turned my attention to my two futuristic guests. "So, Chief, Cortana," I began easily, glancing from one to the other. "Have you two decided what you want to do yet? I'm willing to help however I can, of course. Whether that means staying here in my universe, returning to your home world, or perhaps exploring another one entirely like Malim's." Cortana's vivid blue eyes immediately narrowed in mild displeasure as she shook her head firmly. She leaned forward slightly, using her free hand to gesture emphatically. "Look, Haru, I appreciate the offer, really. But as incredible as it is that I'm now technically a high spirit, and Chief here has become some kind of hero, there's absolutely no chance we're settling down permanently in a low-tech fantasy world like Malim's." She crinkled her delicate nose in slight disdain. "No running water, no internet, no high-speed data networks? Count me out." Master Chief gave a low, amused grunt. "Cortana would lose her mind," he commented dryly, raising a teasing eyebrow at her. She barely handled the trip to Remuris world, as it was she complained about the lack of wireless signal at least 3 dozen times. Cortana shot him an exasperated glare. 32 times, she corrected defensively, though a reluctant smile curved her lips at Chief's obvious teasing. And every single complaint was justified. You can't expect someone as technologically advanced as me to function properly without basic digital amenities. Fair enough, I conceded with a chuckle. Beneath the table, Cortana's teasing fingers moved higher, pressing softly yet persistently into the firm muscle of my thigh. My golden tails twitched subtly behind me, and I shot her a sideways glance, silently acknowledging her boldness. "So, I take it you'd prefer a place with proper technology, then?" "Exactly," she confirmed emphatically, leaning slightly closer to me, her shoulder brushing intimately against mine. Her voice lowered into a silky, playful murmur. "Besides, you wouldn't want to deprive yourself of my charming company, would you?" "Hadu." Her fingers continued tracing slow circles drifting along my leg. Despite myself, I felt a small shiver run along my spine. Damn, she really knew how to tease. Did she learn this all from the internet last night, or something? Chief cleared his throat softly, either oblivious to or tactfully ignoring Cortana's advances under the table. His voice came out calmly, thoughtful as always. "I don't have much experience outside of combat," he admitted. "Fighting is all I've ever known, all I've ever been good at. Your world, it seems peaceful enough. But with everything I've seen so far, it seems like things heat up more often than you'd like. If you don't mind, I'd prefer to stay here and lend a hand if things get dangerous. Surprised but pleased by his offer, I nodded appreciatively. Chief, you be a welcome ally here. The chief inclined his head slightly, visibly satisfied with my acceptance. Then his voice dipped lower, becoming graver. There's another reason, too. I don't want to return to our universe. The Covenant War is over. Humanity's safe now. But with how Cortana's evolved into something completely different, the UNSC scientists would have a field day poking and prodding at her. I won't let that happen. His protective tone held a fierceness I hadn't quite expected. Beside me, Cortana's face softened into a genuinely tender expression as she gazed fondly at Chief. Her eyes shimmered softly, the glowing binary code across her skin pulsing warmly for a moment. Ah, Chief, you're such a softy under that armor, she teased gently. Her voice dropped to a more sincere, gentle murmur. But seriously, you're the best brother a formerly digital girl could ask for. He didn't respond verbally, but nodded once, acknowledging her words with quiet dignity. I couldn't help but smile softly at the genuine closeness between them. You two really do make a good team, I noted warmly. Then, as Cortana's teasing fingertips boldly inched upward, coming dangerously close to a decidedly sensitive area, I shot her a deadpan stare, though one he might be a bit more troublesome than the other. She blinked innocently up at me, batting her thick eyelashes in a blatantly fake display of purity. Oh, whoever could you be talking about, Haru? She murmured sweetly, her lips curving into a sly smirk. I gave her a long-suffering sigh, though the playful gleam in my eyes betrayed my amusement. You obviously perverted AI, I muttered quietly enough so that only she could hear. Cortana immediately gave an exaggerated, adorable pout, puffing her cheeks slightly. Pervertidai? How terribly rude, she protested dramatically. I'll have you know, I'm an incredibly sophisticated high spirit now. Thank you very much. I raised an eyebrow, skeptically, resisting the urge to laugh outright at her exaggerated indignation. Sophisticated, huh? And is openly molesting me under the table part of that advanced spirit protocol? I teased lightly. She leaned closer, her breath brushing warmly against my ear as her fingers tightened possessively around my thigh. It's an optional feature, she purred softly, her voice dripping with sultry mischief. But I must admit, it's quickly becoming one of my favorite functions. Despite my best attempts to remain unbothered, a faint blush crept across my cheeks, and the tips of my golden ears twitched involuntarily. Cortana laughed quietly, clearly enjoying my subtle reaction. We continued to work out the rest of the details about the two of them living in Japan. Chapter 124. Haru, this is boring as shite. A shivering Hufflepuff student muttered nearby, huddling deeper into his black and yellow scarf. My 10 golden fox tails twitching with irritation behind me. I completely agreed with the random student. We were standing on the banks of the Black Lake in the dead of the Scottish winter. The second task of the Triwizard Tournament had kicked off 5 minutes ago, and honestly, it was the most underwhelming spectator sport I had ever witnessed. Who planned this thinking it was a good idea? I had watched Harry Potter, my favorite wizard customer, an occasional little brother figure, cast a water-breathing spell on himself, had no doubt learned from his mistress Serana, and then he executed a splashing dive into the freezing, murky water. He had disappeared beneath the surface with a kick of his legs, off to rescue his girlfriend Hermione Granger from the clutches of the mere people who were keeping her hostage for this task. And that was it. That was the whole show. We're just supposed to stare at a flat surface of water for an hour? Who organized this? Another student said from nearby. Unlike the first task, which had been pretty epic as we watched teenagers face down fully grown dragons, this world's version of dragons, at least this second task, was literally just watching ripples fade on a dark lake. There were no magical screens, no commentary from under the surface, nothing. Just hundreds of shivering wizards and witches staring blankly at the water, waiting for someone to either drown or surface. And I was here too, supporting Harry pretty much on my own. His mistress Serana and her husband Agner were busy dealing with a vampire nest in Skyrim, and Canoe, Tanya and Marcella had been skipping too many of their own classes lately to be allowed to come. So, it was just me who showed up so far to support him, but I did invite someone else who was running a bit late. I turned back to the portable grill I had set up on a flat rock near the judge's table. If people couldn't be entertained, I was at least going to make sure they were all fed with some hot food in this cold weather. The cold didn't bother me as a demon lord, but the humans were trembling and some even turned blue. I grabbed a handful of skewers marinated beef, chunks of green pepper, and onions, and laid them across the grate. The hiss of searing meat was the most exciting sound in the area. The grill in front of me was hissing and popping delightfully. I had lined up rows of skewers marinated cuts of premium dragon meat ID source for my personal inventory, alternating with chunks of crisp negi and sweet peppers. The fat was rendering down beautifully, dripping onto the hot coals below and sending up plumes of mouth-watering, savory smoke that drifted toward the stands. I brushed a glaze of soy, mirin, and garlic over the sizzling meat, watching the sauce caramelize instantly against the intense heat. The aroma was intoxicating, a heavy, rich scent of umami and charcoal that cut right through the smell of damp lake water and wet wool. Behind me, the students of Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang were huddled together in their thick winter cloaks, shivering and whispering. I could hear their stomachs rumbling, their attention torn between staring at the empty lake and the culinary masterpiece I was creating right in front of them. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. The murmurs of the crowd changed pitch, shifting from bored complaints to sudden, sharp gasps. I looked up from the grill and smirked. Strutting toward me across the damp grass was Irene Belserian. And damn, did she know how to make an entrance. She ignored the biting cold completely, dressed in her signature outfit that left absolutely nothing to the imagination. The crimson fabric of her top barely contained her massive, voluptuous breasts, the deep cleavage on full display for every hormonal teenager in the stands to ogle. Her long, shapely legs were exposed by the high slits of her skirt, her thigh-high boots clicking rhythmically against the wooden planks of the pier as she walked. Every eye in the stands was glued to her. Male students were practically falling over themselves. ID sent her a message earlier that morning, inviting her to join me. After the fun Wed had at the old ball and the subsequent night we'd spent together, I figured she might enjoy seeing what the rest of this tournament had to offer. Apparently, she wasn't impressed. Irene stopped in front of my cooking station, planting a hand on her hip as she looked out over the lake. Her full lips pulled down into a deep frown of dissatisfaction. "Haru," she said, "is this it? Is this the second task you spoke of?" I chuckled, flipping a skewer that was sizzling particularly loudly. "Yeah, pretty underwhelming, isn't it?" Irene scoffed, crossing her arms beneath her chest, pushing her breasts up even further. "This is absurd. How do they expect to judge a competition they cannot see? It is lazy magic." "Agreed," I said, handing her a freshly grilled skewer. "Care for a snack while we wait?" She took it delicately, her lips curving into a smile as she took a bite. Delicious, as always." She swallowed, her eyes gleaming with a sudden idea. "But I refuse to be bored, Haru. If these wizards are too incompetent to provide a proper viewing experience, then I suppose I shall have to do it for them." I raised an eyebrow. "Oh, what do you have in mind?" Irene didn't answer immediately. Instead, she finished the skewer, licked her lips slowly, and then turned on her heel, marching straight toward the judge's table with that same imperious strut. I watched with amusement as Irene raised her hand gracefully, with a sharp crack that echoed like a whip breaking the sound barrier. Her massive wooden staff materialized from thin air, gripping firmly into her palm. She strode toward the judge's table with a confident, hip-swaying gait that commanded attention, her staff tapping rhythmically against the wooden planks of the pier with every step. I leaned back against my grill, crossing my arms over my chest. This was going to be good. When she reached the long table where the school heads were seated, she stopped directly in front of Minerva McGonagall. The Hogwarts headmistress looked up, her stern expression flickering with surprise as she took in Irene's formidable presence. "Professor McGonagall, is it?" Irene asked, her voice smooth and imperious, carrying easily over the murmuring crowd. This event is currently lacking. I trust you would not object if I were to cast a high-tier, scrying spell over the lake. It seems rather foolish to have a spectator sport where the spectators cannot actually see the participants. McGonagall blinked, adjusting her glasses as she looked from Irene to the dark, rippling water. A scrying spell? Over the entire lake? She hesitated, clearly calculating the magical logistical nightmare such a feat would usually entail. Well, I suppose if it were possible to project preposterous. The harsh, barking interruption came from Igor Karkaroff. The Durmstrang headmaster sneered, leaning back in his chair as his dark eyes raked shamelessly up and down Irene's curvaceous figure. His gaze lingered lecherously on her ample cleavage and the exposed skin of her thighs before meeting her eyes with a dismissive, arrogant smirk. "Do you take us for fools, woman?" Karkaroff scoffed, waving a hand at her as if shooing away a fly. To monitor the entire Black Lake and project the image clearly for hundreds to see, such a feat would require a dozen master wizards chanting in unison for hours. You are merely a guest here. Do not presume to lecture us on magic you clearly do not understand. Stick to looking pretty. It is obviously what you're best at. I felt my tails bristle instinctively behind me, a low growl building in my throat. But I didn't move. I knew Irene. She didn't need me to fight this battle. Irene didn't shout. She didn't scream. She simply turned her head slowly, fixing Karkaroff with a gaze so cold it made the freezing lake look like a hot spring. "What I am best at," Irene said, her voice dropping to a terrifyingly calm whisper that somehow drowned out the wind, "is rendering arrogant little men into ash." A wave of raw, suffocating magical power exploded outward from her body. The air around the judge's table grew instantly heavy, vibrating with a crimson aura that felt like the weight of a collapsing mountain. Karkaroff's face went from smug to sheet white in a fraction of a second. His eyes bulged, and he gripped the edge of the table so hard his knuckles cracked, sweat instantly beading on his forehead despite the winter chill. He gulped audibly, shrinking back into his fur-lined coat as if trying to disappear, the overwhelming pressure of a powerful dragon which crushing his will to speak. McGonagall, to her credit, merely stiffened, her eyes widening with respect rather than fear. She cleared her throat loudly, breaking the tension before Karkaroff could pass out from sheer terror. "If you are capable of such powerful magic, Madame Belsirian," McGonagall said, her voice brisk and professional, "then by all means. Hogwarts would be grateful for the assistance." Irene held Karkaroff's gaze for 1 second, long enough to let him know he was an insect in the presence of a queen before she turned back to McGonagall and offered a polite, elegant nod. "There is nothing complex about it," Irene muttered dismissively. She turned to face the lake, raising her staff high above her head. "World reconstruction, eye of the heavens." A massive, complex magic circle, easily 50 feet in diameter, ignited in the sky above the lake. It glowed with a brilliant neon teal light, the intricate geometric patterns spinning and interlocking with mesmerizing speed. The students gasped, pointing upward as the circle began to shimmer. The air inside the ring distorted, turning liquid-like, before clarifying into a crystal-clear, high-definition image. It was like a massive movie screen suspended in the air. The image split into 4 distinct sections, each one tracking a different champion as they swam through the murky depths of the Black Lake. We could see Harry battling Grindylows, Cedric Diggory casting a bubblehead charm, Fleur Delacour dodging piranhas, and Victor Crumb, who had apparently transfigured his head into a shark, tearing through the water. The boredom on the shore evaporated instantly. Cheers and shouts erupted from the stands as the students finally saw the action they had been promised. Irene lowered her staff, looking utterly bored by her own archmage display of magic, and sauntered back over to my grill. She flipped her long, braided hair over her shoulder and leaned against the wooden post next to me, crossing her arms and pushing her breasts up in a way that definitely drew my attention. I leaned in close, bringing my lips right next to her ear so only she could hear me over the roaring crowd. "You were amazing just then, especially making that gross man piss himself," I whispered, nipping at her earlobe with my teeth. "You saved us all from an hour of staring at dirty water." Irene's composure cracked just a little. A lovely flush of pink spread across her cheeks, and she offered me a pleased, slightly shy smile that contrasted beautifully with her earlier arrogance. "Oh, of course I was amazing," she murmured back, bumping her hip affectionately against mine. "I am the mighty Queen Belsirian, the dragon, witch of despair. Did you expect anything less, my beloved?" "Never," I chuckled. My tails flicked playfully behind me, brushing against her legs as I turned my attention back to the grill. The skewers were perfectly charred now, the dragon meat glistening with rendered fat and savory glaze. I plucked them from the heat, the aroma of garlic and soy sauce wafting heavily through the cold air. Around us, the spectators were in sensory overload. Heads were whipping back and forth on swivels, trying to watch the magical screens in the sky, trying to get a look at Irene's incredible curves, and staring hungrily at the pile of sizzling meat I was stacking onto platters. "All right," I called out, my voice cutting through the noise. "Show's on, food's ready. Get while it's hot." As the students swarmed toward the food, I handed the first perfect skewer to Irene. She took it with a wink, her lips wrapping around the meat in a way that made my breath hitch. To absolutely no one's surprise, Harry was the first to break the surface. His head breached the surface with a loud, gasping splash that echoed across the silent lake. His arm was wrapped tight around Hermione's waist, dragging her into the waking world alongside him. And Potter is the first to return with his rescued hostage. Ludo Bagman's magically amplified voice boomed across the stands, though he sounded more relieved than excited. Cheers erupted from the Gryffindor section. I grinned, flipping another skewer on the grill. The kid had done good. He looked exhausted, hair plastered to his forehead, shivering violently as he paddled toward the dock. But he was alive, and had got his girl. Bicto crum surfasa moments late. The partial shark transfiguration Head used had faded, leaving him looking human again. He was towing a young French girl I didn't recognize, presumably a student from Beauxbatons or something. Cedric Diggory popped up right after him, gasping for air as he hauled his own Asian girlfriend toward the wooden planks of the pier. The crowd was going wild now, the tension of the last hour finally breaking into celebration. Towels and blankets were being rushed to the edge of the water. But not everyone had made it back just yet. A few yards away from the main group, the water churned violently. Fleur Delacour broke the surface, but she wasn't holding a hostage. She was alone. She was thrashing, her movements frantic and uncoordinated. Even from where I stood, I could see the dark ribbons of blood swirling in the water around her. Her long, slender legs were shredded, marred by deep, jagged bite marks and scratches where the piranhas and grindylows had swarmed her. She dragged herself onto the dock, collapsing onto the wet wood, her large chest heaving as she coughed up lake water. "Gabrielle!" she screamed, her voice cracking with pure terror. "Gabrielle! She is still down, Zier." The cannon blasted, signaling the official end of the task. The sound made Fleur flinch, and she scrambled to her knees, grabbing the hem of McGonagall's robes as the headmistress hurried over. "My sister," Fleur sobbed, her composure completely shattered. "Chagrindilos. They attacked me. I cannot reach her. You avenue to go back. You avenue to get her." "Calm yourself, Miss Delacour, please," McGonagall said, her voice firm but gentle as she placed a hand on the girl's trembling shoulder. "The task is over. Your sister is perfectly safe. She is alone in the dark." Fleur cried, tears streaming down her pale face. "She is not in any danger," McGonagall assured her, raising her voice slightly so the surrounding students could hear and stop their murmuring. "We have strict contingencies in place for this exact scenario. The Mare people are under contract with Hogwarts for this task. No harm will come to the hostages." McGonagall stepped to the edge of the dock, pulling her wand from her robes with a practiced flick. We shall simply summon her up to us right now. Stand back. The crowd went silent, watching with bated breath. Even I paused, my tongs hovering over the grill, waiting to see the little girl pop out of the water. McGonagall slashed her wand through the air, murmuring an incantation that sent a ripple of silver magic shooting into the depths. We waited and waited. 5 seconds passed, then 10. The water remained disturbingly still. Irene, leaning against the post beside me, let out a soft, unimpressed scoff. Well, she murmured, arching a perfect eyebrow. That's probably not a good sign. We both turned our eyes upward, looking at the massive, magical projection Irene had cast in the sky. The camera view shifted, diving deep below the surface to find the last remaining hostage. What I saw made my blood turn cold. Gabrielle Delacour, a tiny girl who couldn't have been more than 8 or 9 years old, was still tied up underwater and surrounded. The mere people down there weren't releasing her. In fact, they were swarming around the stone statue she was tied to. They weren't untying the ropes, they were adding more. Thick coils of kelp and rough cord were being wound around her small wrists and ankles, binding her tighter to the rock. And the way they were looking at her, it wasn't the look of guardians protecting a charge. It was the look of predators securing a meal. Their spears were raised, creating a perimeter, and one of the larger mere people was running a long, clawed hand over the girl's face, bearing needle-like teeth in a hungry grin. On the dock, McGonagall cast the spell again, her movements sharper, more frantic. "Accio hostage," she shouted, abandoning subtlety. Nothing happened. Fleur let out a wail of despair that tore at the air. "They are keeping her. Look at ZE screen." She pointed a shaking finger at the sky, where the image of the mere people poking and prodding at her little sister was clear for everyone to see. "They are going to eat." The students in the stands began to panic, shouts of horror rising from the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw sections. Karkaroff looked pale. My tails bristled violently behind me, puffing out until they looked like a storm of gold. I looked at the girl on the screen. Small, blonde, helpless. She looked exactly like Kunu. A surge of protective rage slammed into me so hard I nearly snapped the metal tongs in my hand. Irene hissed. She pushed herself off the post. Her staff materialized in her hand again. "If these wizards cannot control their own beasts, then I shall boil the lake until there is nothing left but steam and dead fish." She raised her staff, the tip glowing with enough destructive power to turn the entire black lake into a hot spring. "No," I said. Irene paused, glancing at me. I stepped out from behind the grill, my movements deliberate and calm, though the magicules rolling off me were anything but. My 10 tails fanned out, brushing gently against Irene's legs as I walked past her. "Save your mana, Irene," I said, my voice low but vibrating with a demonic edge that made the nearby students flinch away. I walked to the edge of the pier, ignoring the shouts of the professors and the crying of the French champion. I stared down into the murky water, my golden eyes glowing. "They'll handle this." I stepped off the edge of the dock, not with a splash, but with a heavy, deliberate descent. I sank straight into the freezing, murky depths of the Black Lake, yet not a single drop of water touched my skin. My magicules flared around me, forming an imperceptible, vibrating barrier that forced the liquid away. The water didn't just displace, it recoiled. It hissed and retreated, creating a dry, cylindrical tunnel of air all the way down as I descended. This lake was old, ancient, even. It had soaked in the ambient magic of Hogwarts for 1,000 years. And right now, that consciousness was absolutely terrified of me. I could feel the lake's spirit trembling against my aura. It sensed the density of my soul, the sheer weight of a demon lord entering its domain. The Grindylows scuttled into the mud. The giant squid retreated into the deepest trench it could find. And the water itself seemed to bow, parting to create a dry path for my feet as I touched down on the silted bottom. I walked through the gloom, the darkness fading as my golden eyes adjusted instantly, cutting through the murk like high beams. Ahead of me lay the Merpeople village, crude stone dwellings looming out of the dark water, surrounded by swaying forests of black kelp. And in the center square, tied to a large statue of a mare king, was Gabrielle Delacour. She was thrashing against her bonds, a stream of silver bubbles escaping her lips as she screamed silently. Surrounding her were dozens of Merpeople. They were hideous things, gray skin, tangled green hair, and yellow eyes that gleamed with malice. Their spears were lowered, not in defense, but in preparation for a slaughter. "Stop," I commanded. My voice didn't bubble or distort. It traveled through the water with the force of a sonar blast, slamming into the Merpeople and making them flinch. The largest of them, a chieftain with a necklace of pebbles and shark teeth, turned to face me. He hissed, bearing rows of jagged, needle-like teeth. "Leave, outsider," he screeched, his voice grating and harsh in the water. "This does not concern you, foreigner demon. You're breaking the contract," I said, my voice low and dangerous. "That girl is a hostage for a school task. You are supposed to protect her, not eat her." The chieftain laughed, a wet, gurgling sound. He swam closer, leveling his trident to my chest. He was obviously emboldened by his numbers, seeing me all alone. "That contract is void. She is Velaspawn. Our people and the bird women are ancient enemies. In the old days, we feasted on their flesh whenever they dared dip a toe in our waters. Their meat is sweet, magical." He licked his gray lips, his yellow eyes darting back to the terrified little girl. "This one was foolish enough to enter our territory. She is prey. And you're trespassing." I stared at him. I like to consider myself a pretty chill guy. I cooked food. I fed people. I enjoyed life. But this bottom-feeding fishman really thought he could look me in the eye, tell me to piss off, and threaten to eat a little girl who looked just like my sister? "Is that right?" I asked softly. Ultimate skill. Lord of the Kitchen, it activated instinctively. A grid of blue light flashed across my vision, expanding outward from my body in a perfect sphere encompassing a radius of exactly half a kilometer. The water, the stone dwellings, the weeds, the Merpeople, everything within that dome suddenly felt like they were part of my kitchen. They were under my absolute control. In the eyes of my skill, they were ingredients. The water pressure vanished. The currents stopped. Every single merperson in the village froze instantly, their bodies locking up as if they had been encased in solid amber. Their eyes darted around in wild panic, but their muscles refused to obey. Their gills flared desperately, but they couldn't even twitch a finger. My new ultimate skill was terrifyingly simple. Anything within my designated kitchen domain was under my absolute authority, unless they possessed a very strong will or the power comparable to a demon lord, which these overgrown fish certainly did not. They were mine to fillet, boil, or discard as I saw fit. The chieftain was frozen mid-laugh, his mouth gaping open, exposing his rows of needle teeth. I stopped directly in front of him. His eyes were bulging, filled with a primal, suffocating terror as he realized he had lost control of his own body. "You talked about eating," I said coldly, raising my hand. "But you forgot the most important rule of the food chain. The chef is the one who decides what is and is not food." I flicked my finger. Snap! The chieftain's trident shattered into dust. Then, an invisible force sharp as a high-carbon steel Santoka knife slammed into him. He didn't die, but deep, precise cuts appeared across his scales, flaying the tough outer layer of his skin without damaging the muscle beneath. It was the technique of a master chef preparing a fish for the pan, executed instantly with a thought. He tried to scream, but no sound came out. My domain wouldn't allow it. "Disgusting," I muttered, looking at the gray, slimy flesh beneath his scales. "Rotten to the core. Not even worth cooking." I turned my gaze to the ropes binding Gabrielle. With a mere thought, the thick kelp and cords sliced cleanly apart, falling away from her small wrists and ankles. She drifted free, weightless in the water. I reached out and pulled her gently into my air bubble. The moment she crossed the threshold of my magicules, the water evaporated off her skin, leaving her dry. She started sobbing against my shirt, and crying in French about how scared she was. Then I looked back at the mere people. Hundreds of them, frozen, terrified, waiting for my judgment. You like the dark? I asked them. You like dragging things down to the bottom? I clenched my fist. The water around the village grew heavy. My Lord of the Kitchen's skill shifted the pressure within my domain, increasing it tenfold, hundredfold. The stone huts crumbled into dust. The mere people were slammed into the lake bed, pinned by the crushing weight of their own environment. They would live, but every bone in their bodies would ache for a long, long time. They would remember this fear. I kicked off the lake bed, shooting upward toward the surface with Gabrielle safe in my arms. The water parted violently around us, unable to touch us within the barrier of my aura. We breached the surface not with a splash, but with an explosion of displaced water that sent a geyser spraying 30 feet into the frigid Scottish air. I soared upward, hovering for a split second at the apex of the jump, before descending smoothly. My boots touched down on the weathered wood of the docks with a heavy, solid thud that vibrated through the planks. I stood there, 10 golden tails fanning out grandly behind me to shake off the residual moisture in the air, holding the shivering little girl securely in my arms. There, I said softly, setting Gabrielle down gently on the dry wood. Safe and sound. And then I noticed there was dead silence all around. I blinked, looking around at the stands. The students from Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang were all staring at me. But they weren't cheering. Their faces were pale, eyes wide with genuine fear. Even the professors looked rattled. Karkaroff looked like he wanted to bolt, and Madame Maxime had a hand pressed to her mouth. Tough crowd, I muttered. Then I glanced up. Irene hadn't cut the feed. The massive magical screen floating in the sky was still broadcasting a crystal-clear, high-definition view of the lake bed. And it wasn't a pretty sight. The camera was panning over the devastation ID left behind. The stone dwellings of the mere people were reduced to rubble, crushed into fine gravel by the immense pressure ID exerted. The mere people themselves, hundreds of them, were pinned flat against the muddy bottom, unable to move a muscle, their eyes rolling in terror as they gasped through their gills. The chieftain ID, flayed with my invisible knife, was visible in excruciating detail, his scales peeled back in precise, culinary strips to reveal the raw flesh beneath. It looked less like a rescue mission and more like the aftermath of a natural disaster mixed with a massacre. I looked over at Irene. She was leaning against the wooden post near my grill, a skewer of dragon meat in one hand and a supremely satisfied smirk on her lips. She caught my eye and winked, not the least bit apologetic about broadcasting my brutality to a bunch of school children. A kingly display, my love, she mouthed silently, her eyes gleaming with pride. I let out a long, weary sigh, rubbing the back of my neck. Whoops, I probably just scared a bunch of kids for life before I could dwell on the traumatized student body. A familiar, messy-haired wizard broke the line of stunned spectators. Harry Potter scrambled up the dock, water still dripping from his robes, his glasses askew, but his green eyes shining with absolute, unadulterated awe. Havu, that was bloody wicked, Harry shouted, breathless, as he skidded to a halt in front of me. He gestured wildly toward the screen in the sky. Did you see the chieftain's face? And the way you just crushed all of them with the water pressure? I didn't even know magic could do that. I chuckled, reaching out to ruffle his wet hair. Glad you enjoyed the show, Harry. You did good out there yourself. I want to be able to do that, Harry rambled. The freezing them in place move you did? Someday I'm going to learn spells like that. I wonder if Sir Anna will teach me if I ask her. She probably would. Harry James Potter. Hermione Granger marched up behind him, grabbing him by the back of his wet robes and nearly yanking him off his feet. She looked frantic, her bushy hair wilder than usual from the lake water, and her eyes darting nervously between me and the horrified judges. Stop cheering, she hissed, though her voice was shrill enough to carry. She turned to me, wringing her hands. Havu, do you have any idea what you've just done? You didn't just rescue the hostage, you dismantled an entire sovereign settlement. The mere people are a recognized magical species with treaty rights protected by the Ministry of Magic. I shrugged, unbothered. They try to eat a kid. Treaty rights don't cover eating little girls. That's not the point. Hermione squeaked, looking like she was about to hyperventilate. This is an international incident. The International Confederation of Wizards is going to have a fit. You assaulted a protected species in their own territory. Atlantis might hear about this. If the deep-sea kingdoms declare war on the surface because of this... A pause, my fox ears perking up. Wait, Atlantis? Hermione blinked, thrown off by my sudden interest. Yes, the ancient city. It's rumored to be the capital of the deep-sea merfolk civilization, though its location is unplottable. If they find out you crushed a surface village... A slow grin spread across my face. My tails gave a happy little wag behind me. Atlantis is real in this world. I mused aloud, rubbing my chin. That means deep-sea ingredients. Ancient, magically infused seafood that hasn't been touched by surface pollution. My grin widened, showing a hint of fong. I wonder how good their sushi is. Do you think Atlantean tuna melts in your mouth? Or maybe they have giant crabs. Hermione stared at me, her mouth falling open. You're thinking about eating them? We're talking about a potential magical war. Right on, I said, ignoring her panic. If they declare war, they're just delivering dinner to my doorstep. Hermione let out a strangled noise of frustration. She grabbed Harry's arm, who was trying hard not to laugh, and started dragging him away toward the medical tent. Come on, Harry, before he decides to grill the giant squid next. Mistress Serana is supposed to be teaching you common sense too, not just magic. But I want to ask him how he did the invisible knife thing. Harry protested as he was hauled away. I chuckled, watching them go. Then I felt a small tug on the hem of my shirt. I looked down. Gabrielle Delacour was still standing there, wrapped in a large towel someone had thrown over her shoulders, although she didn't really need it since she was dry. She was looking up at me with wide, silvery blue eyes that held zero fear. Slowly, shyly, she released her grip on my shirt, though she didn't step back. Merci, she whispered, her voice tiny but clear. Monsieur Fox. I smiled gently, crouching down so I was at eye level with her. You can call me Haru. Her cheeks turned a bright, rosy pink. She fidgeted with the edge of her towel, then suddenly leaned forward and kissed me on the cheek, quick and light as a butterfly. You are very handsome, Monsieur Haru, she said in a rush of French-accented English, like a prince from the stories. My handsome fox man. My heart melted a little. Okay, she was adorable. She reminded me so much of Kunu, who was entirely too cute for her own good. You're welcome, little one, I said, patting her head. Just stay out of the water for a while, okay? Gabrielle. A desperate cry tore through the air. I looked up to see Fleur Delacour sprinting down the dock. She was limping, her legs bandaged where the Grindylows had bitten her, but she moved with a frantic speed that ignored the pain. She slammed into us, dropping to her knees and wrapping her arms around Gabrielle so tightly I thought she might accidentally hurt the girl. Gabrielle. Oh, mon Dieu, Gabrielle. Fleur sobbed, burying her face in her sister's wet hair. She rocked her back and forth, speaking in rapid-fire French, checking her sister's face, her arms, her hands, making sure she was really there. I thought I lost you. I thought Zay took you. Gabrielle hugged her sister back, patting Fleur's head consolingly. I'm okay. Fleur. Monsieur Haru saved me. He made the bad fishmen stop. Fleur froze. She slowly lifted her head, her tear-filled blue eyes meeting mine. Fleur took a step toward me. The raw Vila allure that usually radiated from her, the magic that made boys stumble and drool, was flaring wild and uncontrolled in her emotional state. I could feel it washing over me, a wave of magical attraction designed to ensnare. But I just blinked. It didn't affect me. My soul was too dense. My heart already claimed by too many powerful women. To me, it just felt like a warm breeze. Fleur seemed to realize this. She stared at me, seeing that her magic found no purchase, and her expression shifted from gratitude to something deeper. You saved her, she whispered. When I was too weak, you saved her. Fleur held her sister tight, but her gaze lingered on me, intense and heated in a way that had nothing to do with the cold. I will not forget this, Aru, she whispered fiercely. The Delacourse always pays your debts. I smiled, gently extracting my hand. Just keep her safe, Fleur. And maybe grab some of that dragon meat before the students eat it all. You look like you need the energy. Fleur let out a wet, startled laugh, wiping her eyes. She looked back at me one last time, a lingering, intense gaze before she turned and led her sister toward the medical tents, wrapping her own cloak around the smaller girl. I watched them go, feeling my tail sway contentedly behind me. Well, Irene's voice purred from my left. I turned to see her standing there, licking a bit of sauce from her thumb. She stepped into my personal space, her crimson eyes glowing with hunger that had nothing to do with food. That was undeniably heroic. She ran a hand down my chest. And watching you dominate those creatures? She bit her lip. It was incredibly arousing to see. Dragons were attracted to power after all. I smirked, wrapping an arm around her waist. Is that so? Mum, she hummed. Perhaps we should head back to the restaurant? I believe I require a private demonstration of that dominance. Your wish, I whispered, is my command. It's probably best if we leave for now anyway before everyone starts bothering us with questions. Once the fear wears off Irene and I return to the foxhole, the familiar jingling chime of the entrance bell welcoming us back. Behind the bar counter stood a tall, strikingly handsome figure me. In fact, my shadow clone, sporting a crisp black chef's apron embroidered with golden foxtails. The clone glanced up from wiping down the countertop and grinned at me. Well, who's this handsome bastard? I joked, nodding approvingly at my own duplicate. Irene stepped beside me, pressing her ample breast against my shoulder as she laughed softly. Perhaps we should invite your doppelganger to join our private festivities, Haru? Twice the pleasure might be intriguing. Her voice was silky and suggestive, her fingertips trailing teasingly along my chest. I chuckled, shaking my head as I moved towards the counter. Afraid not. Am not particularly into sharing you, even with myself. My clone mirrored my amused expression, offering a lazy, two-finger salute before dispersing into a puff of soft white smoke. Immediately, a gentle rush of memories filled my mind. Over the past few days, I had finally perfected the shadow clone technique that Naruko had been teaching me. Unlike the Kitsune cloning method, which required severing one of my tails temporarily, draining me of a significant chunk of power, shadow clones required merely a small fraction of my magicules, approximately 5%, easily regenerable in mere minutes. I still wasn't a big fan of using clones, maybe because I was terrified they'd gain sentience and rebel. But at least shadow clones popped in one hit, so that was less of a worry. I sifted quickly through the clones' memories, noting casually that only a few regulars had come by in the past hour. Rhaegon had stopped in for his usual, and Counselor Tevos had stopped by for lunch as well. I expected Cortana and Master Chief to drop by as well today, but I figured they were busy getting used to their new lives here in Tokyo, maybe enjoying peace for a bit, although knowing Chief was a soldier. I didn't expect him to sit around for long, and figured he might end up joining Jane and Alice on their space adventures. Irene leaned back against the counter, her eyes heavy-lidded, clearly fixated on me. Her cheeks were lightly flushed, her shapely thighs pressing together impatiently. Clearly, my powerful dragon queen was pinned up. You seem a little distracted, Irene, I teased lightly, stepping closer. I lifted her chin gently with my thumb, running it slowly along her plush lower lip. What's on your mind, my queen? She parted those tempting lips. Glancing up at me with a playful smile, she gave a quick wink. What's on my mind, dear Haru? She said, her tone light and teasing. Irene breathed huskily, pressing her voluptuous body flush against mine, her breasts flattening enticingly against my chest. Is having you close, all to myself. She whispered each heated word directly into my ear, sending shivers racing deliciously down my spine. Can you help me with that, dear? My 10 golden tails swayed behind me, brushing softly against Irene's side. Oh, I believe I can manage that quite easily, I murmured in her ear, giving her earlobe a gentle, playful tug. I wrapped my hands around her slender waist, preparing to whisk her back toward my private quarters. Just as I began steering us toward the doorway leading to my bedroom, the restaurant door was suddenly slammed open with frantic urgency. Irene and I both turned sharply, standing in the open doorway. Breathless and visibly shaken, stood a familiar older mage from Fairy Tale. Macau, I think his name was? My brows furrowed slightly in confusion. Fairy Tale members hadn't set foot here in quite some time, ever since Master Makarov's outright ban against me. Macau, was it? I asked, my voice carefully neutral but subtly sharp. You're looking pretty distressed. What's got you bursting into enemy territory? This better be important. Irene practically growled at him. Dragons didn't like getting denied. Macau swallowed hard, shifting nervously between Irene's intimidating gaze and my own suspicious stare. Fairy Tale needs Irene's help urgently. It's about Tenru Island. I glanced at Irene, noticing her instant shift of intense focus. Tenru Island? She said, and she looked worried. That is where my daughter Urza was going. The guild's S-Class trials are underway there. What exactly happened? Macau's face twisted with anguish, clearly on the verge of panic. We lost all contact with the entire guild. Lacrima communication, sensory links all severed. The entire island is just gone. Vanished off our magical radar entirely. His shoulders sagged helplessly, eyes desperate. We have no idea what's happening. Makarov, Laxus, Urza, Natsu, everyone was on that island. Irene, please. Fairy Tale begs you for aid. Irene stood utterly still. I reached out, gently placing my hand on her shoulder, grounding her slightly. She glanced at me. The raw worry in her gaze made my stomach twist. And if Urza was in danger, of course, I would help. It better not be that arrogant black and blue dragon again, or I would show it just how lucky it was to escape me last time. I stepped out of the foghole and into the late afternoon sun of Magnolia, the transition between worlds washing over me. Macau stumbled out ahead of us, looking like a man who hadn't slept in a week. He was sweating, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he turned to ensure we were following. This way, he wheezed, gesturing frantically down the cobblestone street. The guild hall. We have to get to the guild hall. Irene glided out beside me. There was a tension in her jaw, a tightness around her eyes that told me she was genuinely worried about her daughter. I took a deep breath, letting my senses expand outward. Whoa, I muttered, stopping in my tracks. Irene, what the hell happened to this place? It felt really weird. The air was so much different than the last time I was here. Magnolia didn't just feel like a magical town. It felt like a battlefield that had been nuked with mana repeatedly. That, she said coolly, is the lingering stench of Fairy Tale's incessant penchant for attracting catastrophe. My daughter's guild does not know how to exist quietly. To the naked eye, the town looked charming European-style architecture, a canal running through the center, bright colors. But to my demon lord senses, the scars were everywhere. This feels recent, I noted, sensing a particularly strange, void-like emptiness lingering in the upper atmosphere, clashing with a jagged, aggressive magical scar etched into the very earth beneath the town. What exactly went down here? Irene gestured vaguely with a wave of her hand. The void you sense? That is the residue from when the entire town guild included was transmuted into a giant lacrima crystal and sucked into an alternate world called Idolos. I blinked, nearly tripping over my own feet. I'm sorry, they were what? Sucked into another dimension, Irene repeated with a flat look. A world without magic, populated by people desperate to strip mine wizards for power. They intended to turn the guild into a magical battery to power their kingdom. Urza and her friends had to go over there, fight a tyrannical king piloting a mechanical dragon, and reverse the spell to bring everyone back. A mechanical dragon? I asked, raising an eyebrow. Sounds like something straight out of a mecha anime. It was absurd, she agreed dryly. But that is not all. The sharper, more aggressive magic you feel etched into the land, that is from the Phantom Lord War. She pointed toward the bay, where the guild hall sat in the distance. A rival guild literally mechanized their own guild hall into a walking fortress, she explained. They marched it across the water and fired a magical convergence cannon, the Jupiter cannon, directly at the guild. They intended to wipe Fairy Tale off the map entirely. My eyes widened. A magical nuke? Essentially, Irene said. Her voice softened, just a fraction, and a flicker of complicated pride passed through her eyes. My daughter, Urza, she stood on the front lines. She used her Requip magic to summon her adamantine armor and blocked the blast head-on. She saved the guild, though it nearly killed her in the process. She said, sounding a bit more agitated. Yeah, I had a feeling Phantom Lord doesn't exist anymore if they hurt Urza. I stared at her, processing the sheer scale of the violence this town had seen. And you're telling me all of this happened recently? Irene stopped walking for a moment and turned to me. The wind caught her hair, blowing it across her face. She brushed it aside, her expression serious. All of that happened within the span of a few weeks, she told me. Damn, Fairy Tale mages were living a life almost as exciting as mine, if all that kept happening back to back. Irene just chuckled at my expression. I know exactly what you were thinking, and the reason I didn't bring any of this up with you or your harem's group chat, she paused teasingly for a moment, is because it all ended up working itself out, and remarkably, not a single Fairy Tale mage has been critically injured or died so far in ID. Like to keep it that way, so please follow me. Macau said, and we followed him to the Fairy Tale Guild Hall, which as I suspected was now a completely different building. I guess the last one really did get destroyed. Multiple times apparently. We pushed through the heavy double doors of the Fairy Tale Guild Hall. The lively atmosphere I remembered from my brief previous knowledge of this place was conspicuously absent. There was no flying furniture, no fire-breathing idiots, no strippers made of ice, and definitely no blue flying cats harassing people for fish. I swept my gaze across the room, my golden, slitted eyes narrowing slightly as I took in the scene. It was exactly as Macau had implied. The heavy hitters were gone. No Natsu Dragnel, no Grey Fubuster, no Lashus, and definitely no guild arts. The guild hall felt hollowed out, populated only by what I could charitably call the support team. Macau, Wakabo was the first to find his voice, though it came out as a strangled whisper. The pipe fell from his mouth, clattering onto the table. What the hell have you done? I did what I had to do, Macau said, his voice shaking but loud enough to carry. We lost contact with the island. With everyone. The master, Urza and Natsu, they're all gone. The link is dead. So you brought her? A mage with purple hair, Loki, I think, stood up, pointing a trembling finger at Irene. She abandoned Urza. And him? She shifted her finger toward me. Master Makarov gave us a direct order. No contact with the foxhole. He said that man was dangerous. I snorted, the sound echoing loudly in the silent hall. Dangerous? I repeated, letting a smirk curl my lips. I took a slow step forward, letting a fraction, just a tiny, microscopic fraction of my demon lord aura leak out. The air in the room instantly grew heavy, the pressure dropping as if a thunderstorm had materialized indoors. Your master has good instincts, but right now, dangerous is exactly what you need. The guild members flinched collectively. Irene didn't even bother addressing them. She viewed them as beneath her notice. Her eyes swept over the trembling mages, dismissing them one by one as irrelevant. Where is the communication, Lacrima? She didn't shout, but her tone commanded absolute obedience. It's over there, Macau said, gesturing hurriedly toward the bar counter where a large crystal ball sat dormant on a velvet cushion. Irene swept past the frozen guild members, her hips swaying with a confident, predatory rhythm that drew every eye in the room, despite their fear. I followed close behind her, my tails brushing against the tables as we passed, knocking over a few empty tankards. Irene stopped in front of the Lacrima. She hovered her hand over the surface. Pressing magique signature. Tenru Island coordinates, she muttered, her eyes narrowing in concentration. The guild watched with bated breath. For a moment, the only sound was the low hum of Irene's magic. Then, she hissed. A sharp, angry sound. Nothing, she spat, pulling her hand back as if the crystal had burned her. She turned to me, her expression tight with a worry she refused to show to anyone else. It is as Macau said. The magical signature of the entire island has been severed. It is not just blocked. It is gone, as if the land itself was erased from the map. Could they be dead? Romeo asked, his voice cracking. The kid looked like he was about to cry. I do not know, Irene said, her hand clenched tight around her staff. My daughter is not weak, though. I do not feel that she is dead, so what do we do? Wakaba asked, looking between us frantically. The others all spoke up, wanting to know as well. She turned her back on them. Her gaze shifted, scanning the guild hall, not looking at the people, but looking through the structure itself. Her eyes glowed with a faint, enchanting light as she peered into the magical architecture of the building. There is something here, she whispered, more to herself than to me. Her gaze dropped to the floorboards beneath our feet, a dense concentration of magical energy. It is resonating, calling out. She started walking again, this time heading toward the back of the guild hall, toward a heavy wooden door that was marked with a keep-out sign. Wait! Macau scrambled after her. Where are you going? The basement, Irene stated simply, not breaking her stride. What? No! Wakaba shouted, jumping out of his seat. The basement is forbidden. Master Makarov said no one, absolutely no one, is allowed down there. It's a guild secret. A secret? I mused, falling in a step beside Irene. My tail swished with interest. Well, now I'm definitely curious. What are you hiding down there? It is sacred ground, Romeo cried out, spreading his arms to block the doorway. The poor kid was shaking like a leaf, standing in the path of the Dragon Queen. Please, you can't go down there. All of us will get in big trouble. Irene stopped inches from the boy. She looked down at him, her expression unreadable. She towered over him, her presence overwhelming. Move, child, she said softly. It wasn't a threat. It was a statement of fact, like telling the tide to recede. I can't. Romeo whimpered, tears welling in his eyes. I sighed and stepped forward, gently placing a hand on the kid's shoulder. Look, Romeo, your dad came to get us because he wants to save everyone, right? We're here to help. But to do that, we need to know what we're dealing with. If there's something down there that can help us find them, we need to see it. I leaned in closer, my golden eyes locking onto his. Do you want to follow the rules? Or do you want to save Natsu? Romeo flinched at the name. He bit his lip, looked at his dad, then looked back at me. Slowly, reluctantly, he lowered his arms and stepped aside. Good kid, I said, patting his head. Irene didn't wait. She pushed the door open. A gust of cool, damp air rushed up from the darkness below. Shall we? I offered her a hand. She took it, her skin cool and soft against mine, and we descended into the darkness, leaving the panicked shouts of the guild members behind us. The staircase was long, winding down into the bedrock beneath the town. Magical torches flared to life as we passed, casting flickering shadows against the stone walls. You feel it, don't you? Irene asked quietly as we walked. Her grip on my hand tightened slightly. Yeah, I nodded. It feels powerful. There is a huge amount of magic resting down here, sealed away. High ultimate, maybe even Satan class. We reached the bottom and stepped into a vast, circular chamber. Hovering in the center of the room, encased in a massive pillar of crystal, was a girl. She looked young with long, pale blonde hair that floated weightlessly in the suspension. Her eyes were closed, her expression peaceful, like she was simply sleeping. Her body was encased in a white dress with frills, her small hands clasped over her chest. She was the source of the magical power. L'humaine histoire, Irene Breted. Her eyes wide with a mixture of shock and recognition. She walked toward the crystal. So the rumors were true. Fairy tale's greatest secret is the body of Mavis Vermilion. Too bad Master Zerif betrayed me. He has been searching for this for over 100 years. And now I'll never tell him, she added with a wry chuckle and squeezed my hand. Whoa, is this her real body? And they just keep it down here? I asked. I ran my fingers over the crystal and could feel that the girl inside was dead. But she was also somehow not dead. Complicated magical shit. No doubt Irene looked at me in surprise. You know who this is, Haru? She's supposed to be a big secret. Yeah, this is Fairy Tale's first master. I've met her ghost body before at the old guild building, but I don't sense her spirit anywhere nearby right now, I pointed out. She's also the one who didn't want me coming around the guild here anymore, and Makarov followed her lead. I was still a bit salty about that, so she is capable of wandering around as a ghost. Interesting, Irene said before shaking her head and saying that wasn't important. I chuckled to myself and then turned to Irene. What do we do with her? You're going to wake her up, of course, Irene told me. That magic that you used on mere people earlier. Your power forced their bodies, their souls, their very essences to obey your absolute will. If you demand that this girl should no longer be dead, then she must comply, Irene explained to me and temporarily let go of my hand. My eyes winded and my ears stood up on my head. She was able to sense all of that from only a brief use of my ultimate skill. On top of that, holy shit, I didn't know my ultimate skill could bring back the dead. Will that work if her spirit isn't nearby, though? I pointed out again. It should, since this is her real body, Irene told me, explaining how the spirit and body were intrinsically linked and time and space shouldn't make a difference. At least, as long as she was somewhere on this planet. A couple hours later, there was a young girl with green eyes and long blonde hair wolfing down everything I serve her at the counter. Food. Real food. It's been so long since I could eat. And your cooking is so much better than I remember food tasting in my time period. She whined and then choked a bit on her fried rice because you shouldn't talk and eat. She took a second to clear her throat, gulping down some water before she spoke to me again. I was wrong. I should have never prevented our guild from interacting with you. Apology accepted. Mavis. I would have told her to slow down a bit, but I doubted she would have listened. Suddenly, another little blonde girl plopped herself down on the seat next to Mavis. Hi, I'm Kunu. We should be friends since we're the same age, my little sister declared with no hesitation. Mavis, the supposed first master, let out a disgruntled sigh. I'll have you know, she insisted, puffing out her cheeks. I am actually 100 years old. Kunu immediately responded with a dramatic pout. Liar. You look even younger than Tanya-chan. Mavis shot me a pleading look, seeking confirmation for her unbelievable age claim. I could have told Kunu the truth, but nah. I was still a little mad, and this worked well as revenge. She's just shy. Kunu-chan, I said with a smirk. This girl is only 12, and I'm sure she'd love to be your friend. I then added, and I think you'll have another new friend stopping by sometime soon. Her name is Gabrielle, and she's French. Yay, more friends. Kunu cheered, her eyes lighting up with delight. Before Mavis could utter another word, Kunu grabbed the first master by the wrist. Despite her small stature, Kunu possessed very surprising strength, and Mavis was helpless as the exuberant little girl dragged her away from the comfortable bar counter and toward the small table where Tanya and Marcella were already sitting, otherwise dubbed the little girl's table. Chapter 125, Haru a few hours earlier, before Mavis got dragged off by Kunu. I called on my ultimate skill for the second time today as I focused on the crystal in front of me containing the unresponsive body of Mavis Vermilion. Mavis' body was a contradiction, a paradox wrapped in crystal that my senses struggled to reconcile for a fraction of a second before my ultimate skill, Lord of the Kitchen, broke it down into terms I could actually understand. As my domain expanded, washing over the damp, stone-walled basement in a grid of blue magical light, everything within the radius ceased to be objects or people and simply became ingredients. The dusty floor, the ancient machinery, the pulsing lacrima, and most importantly, the girl suspended in crystal. They were all just components in my prep station now. And in my kitchen, I was absolute. I focused my gaze on Mavis Vermilion. To the naked eye, she looked like a sleeping doll, petite, pale, with long, weightless blonde hair drifting around her small, white-frilled dress. But to my chef's senses, she was a dish that had been left to spoil, yet somehow refused to rot. Her body was technically alive, overflowing with an infinite regenerating magic power that tasted sweet and heavy in the air. But at the same time, she was dead. There was a black, oily concept clinging to her very existence, a curse so potent and ancient it felt like rancid grease coating a pristine cut of meat. My skill told me what it was called. It was the curse of Anxaram. The crystal she was encased in wasn't just a coffin, it was a Tupperware container keeping the rot from spreading to the rest of the fridge. If I just broke the glass without prepping the ingredient, that black curse would spill out and kill everything in Magnolia within hours. Messy, I muttered, my golden fox ears twitching as I analyzed the structure of the spell. But not unfixable. I reached into my personal storage space, the air shimmering as I pulled out a long, high-carbon steel carving knife. Honestly, I didn't actually need the knife. My skill allowed me to manipulate anything in my domain with a mere thought. I could have filleted the curse away with a blink. But there was something satisfying about the tactile sensation of a blade in my hand plus. It made me look undeniably cooler in front of my beautiful audience. I stepped up to the crystal, raising the knife. I didn't swing at Mavis herself. I swung at the concept of death leeching off of her. The blade sliced through the air, trailing a line of blue foxfire. To anyone else, it looked like I was cutting empty space. But I felt the resistance as the edge bit into that oily black curse. It was tough, stringy like gristle on a top-tier Wagyu steak. Get that garbage off my prep table. With a precise, fluid motion, I carved. I severed the metaphysical connection between Mavis' body and the curse of the Black Mage. It was exactly like trimming the fat and silver skin off a prime tenderloin, separating the inedible waste from the good meat. Maybe comparing the legendary founder of fairy tale to a slab of beef wasn't the most poetic analogy. But hey, I was a chef. It made sense to me. There was a sound like a heavy chain snapping, followed instantly by the high-pitched shattering of glass. The massive lacrima crystal exploded outward, shards of magic-infused glass raining down onto the stone floor with a musical chiming sound. The preservation fluid splashed down, evaporating in a mist before it could touch my boots. Mavis didn't fall. Her body floated there, suspended a few feet off the ground in a gentle halo of golden light. Her chest rose and fell with a deep, shuddering breath, the first real breath shed taken in a century. The black, oily feeling was gone, sliced away and dissolved into nothingness. Now, she was just an empty vessel, a body that was suddenly screaming out for its owner. I could feel the magical pull calling to her wandering spirit wherever it was on this planet. Well, I said, twirling the knife. That's one problem solved. Incredible. I turned to see Irene. She was staring at the floating form of Mavis, her amber eyes wide and glowing with a dangerous intensity. She then turned and walked toward me, her hips swaying with that hypnotic, predatory rhythm she used when she wanted something. "Haru," she purred, stepping into my personal space until her impressive chest was brushing against my arm. She looked up at me, her pupils dilated, her breath hitching slightly. That was truly amazing, as expected of my beloved. She reached out, her fingers tracing the line of my jaw. "Do you have any idea what you just did?" She whispered, her voice thick with awe. Even the great Zerif spent a century trying to find a way to undo that magic or kill her properly. He failed. The most brilliant, terrible wizard in history could not do what you just did with a kitchen knife. That sounds like a skill issue to me. I told her and slipped my knife away. Irene leaned in closer, pressing her body flush against mine. To a female dragon, strength was the ultimate aphrodisiac, and I had just casually butchered a curse laid by the gods themselves. "That was a curse from Anxaram," she murmured, her lips brushing against my ear on top of my head, making me shiver. "Gods, you are incredible," she breathed, leaning in close to me. I chuckled and wrapped an arm around her slender waist to steady her. I gave her a quick, reassuring squeeze on the side, enjoying the way she gasped and melted into my grip. "Down, girl," I teased, smirking down at my sexy dragon witch MILF. "Save that energy." As much as I'd love to break in the guild's basement, we still have a job to do right now. Irene actually pouted, looking for a split second less like the terrifying witch she was, and more like a disappointed teenager. but she leaned into my hand, nipping lightly at my neck. We still have to find out what happened to Urza, I reminded her gently. Irene sighed, composing herself with a visible effort, though she didn't step away from my embrace. Her eyes sharpened again, the mother replacing the lover. You are right, she said, smoothing her dress over her hips. My daughter comes first, but later, you will be rewarding me for my patience. The golden aura that had cradled Mavis' suspended form flickered and died, the magic dissipating into the damp air of the basement like steam off a hot pan. For a heartbeat, there was absolute silence, save for the wet, ragged sound of the girl taking her first desperate breath in over a century. Then, gravity, that cruel, impartial mistress, remembered she existed. The magic suspending her in midair cut off. Thump! She hit the cold stone floor hard, landing squarely on her ass in a tangle of long, damp blonde hair and frilly white fabric. Eep! The squeak that escaped her was high-pitched and undeniably cute, echoing off the cavernous walls. She sat there for a second, stunned, blinking rapidly as her hands instinctively went to her backside, rubbing the sore spot through the thin material of her dress. "Owie," she mumbled, her voice raspy and thick with disuse. She squeezed her eyes shut, her face scrunching up in a grimace. That actually hurt. Then, her eyes flew open again. The realization hit her like a physical blow. She froze, her hands still clutching her butt cheeks, her mouth dropping open in a perfect O of shock. "Wait a minute," she shrieked, her voice cracking. She looked down at her own hands, flexing her fingers. She pinched her own thigh hard and winced. "Ouch! I felt that. I felt pain. How is that possible?" She scrambled clumsily onto her hands and knees, her long hair pooling around her on the dirty floor. "Cold," she whispered, shivering as goosebumps erupted across her arms. "Hard. Real." She looked up, her gaze darting frantically around the mostly empty fairy tale basement. She took in the shattered remains of the crystal that had been her coffin for so long, the shards glittering like diamonds in the gloom. Finally, her gaze landed on us. I stood there, tails swaying lazily behind me. Beside me, Irene was practically draped over my side, her body heat radiating through my clothes. Mavis stared at me in confusion. She blinked, looking utterly bewildered. Then she looked at Irene. Irene rested her chin on my shoulder, looking down her nose at the tiny, disheveled first master. "So," Irene purred, her voice dripping with a mix of smug satisfaction and impatience. "The sleeping beauty finally awakes. Although, I don't know if the term beauty applies here. More like, and weren't you Zerif's wife? I wonder what that says about him." Irene trailed off, and looked like she was actually thinking about it before she grimaced. Mavis Vermilion scrambled to her feet, her movements a little clumsy, like a newborn foal trying to figure out how its legs worked. She brushed the dust off her white frilled dress and took a tentative step forward, her large green eyes locking onto mine with a mixture of confusion and wonder. "Hello again, Haru," she said, her voice raspy but gaining strength. She looked down at her hands again, flexing her fingers, then back up at me. "I take it, me being alive, breathing, feeling the cold floor, this is your doing?" She paused, shaking her head slightly as if trying to dispel a dream, though I cannot fathom how. The magic binding me was absolute. "How did you break it?" I grinned, crossing my arms over my chest as my tails swished behind me. "Let's just say I'm OP like that." Mavis frowned, tilting her head to the side like a confused puppy. "Oh, is that some kind of ancient spell? A dialect from another world?" I chuckled. "Right, this is a low-tech fantasy world. Don't worry about it. Just accept that I'm awesome." She blinked, still processing. Then her gaze shifted to the woman clinging to my side. Her expression hardened slightly as she took in Irene's imposing figure. "And hello to you, Irene Belsirian," Mavis said, her tone polite but guarded. "I have seen you lurking around the guild hall from time to time, watching Urza from the shadows. Trying to reconnect, I suppose? Though from what I saw, your attempts were rather hit or miss." Irene stiffened against me, her eyes narrowing dangerously. Watch your tongue, ghost girl. Or I suppose it's just girl now. Mavis ignored the jab, turning her attention back to me. Her brows knitted together in a frown. But why are you here, Haru? With her? You know the rules. I explicitly banned you from interacting with Fairy Tale. Irene pulled away from me then, her movements sharp and predatory. She stepped toward Mavis, looming over the smaller girl like a dragon facing down a mouse. The air in the basement grew heavy, saturated with Irene's oppressive magical aura. Don't get cute with him, Shorty, Irene snarled, her voice dropping to a dangerous purr. She peeled herself off my side and took a menacing step toward Mavis, her heels clicking sharply against the stone floor. She loomed over the smaller woman, her crimson hair flowing around her like a dark aura. You are in no position to be making demands or enforcing bans, especially not when you owe your life to my beloved. Mavis gulped audibly, taking a half-step back. She looked up at Irene, her bravado faltering under the Dragon Queen's intense glare. Irene leaned down, her face inches from Mavis, her amber eyes burning with a mother's desperate fury. I want to know what happened to my daughter, Irene hissed, each word dripping with venom. Where is Urza? Where is Tenru Island? And why can I no longer sense her magic? Mavis took a deep breath, steeling herself. Tenru Island, it was attacked by Acnologia. Irene froze for a moment before scowling. That beast was there. What? Looks like the dumb lizard didn't learn his place the last time I kicked his ass, I muttered to myself. Too quiet for either woman to hear me. Mavis flinched, her eyes darting nervously between Irene and me. She chewed on her bottom lip, clearly weighing her options. It's a long story, she stammered, her voice small. Then make it short, Irene snapped. Mavis took a breath, steeling herself. Urza and the rest of the guild members, they aren't dead, she said quickly, holding up her hands as if to ward off Irene's wrath. I promise you, they are alive. I don't care about the rest of the members, Irene interrupted coldly, straightening up and looking down her nose at Mavis. I only care about her. Where's she? She's safe, Mavis insisted. Or well, as safe as anyone can be when they're suspended in time. Irene's eyes widened slightly. Suspended in time? Mavis nodded frantically. Yes. When Acnologia attacked, I had to do something. I couldn't let him destroy them. So I converted their bonds, their faith in each other, into pure, magical power. I cast Fairy Sphere. It's an absolute defense spell. It protects them from any evil, but also seals them away. They're frozen in time, encased in the sphere, waiting to be released. Irene stared at her for a long moment, processing the information. The tension in her shoulders slowly began to ease, though her expression remained hard. So she is alive, she murmured, more to herself than anyone else. Trapped but alive. Yes, Mavis said softly, but the sphere it sank. It's at the bottom of the ocean, near where the island used to be. And until the spell is broken, they can't come back. She looked up at us, her eyes shining with unshed tears. The spell worked. It protected them from Acnologia's roar. But the island, and everyone on it, they're sealed away, frozen in time, trapped beneath the ocean until the spell wears off. How long? Irene demanded. Mavis hesitated. 7 years. Maybe more. The spell requires a massive amount of ether nano to disperse naturally. Irene let out a breath she had been holding, her shoulders slumping slightly. 7 years, she murmured. Then her head snapped up, her eyes blazing with determination. Unacceptable. I will not wait 7 years to see my daughter again. I looked at Mavis, then back at Irene. 7 years? Nah, that's way too long for a reunion. I flexed my fingers. Let's go pop that bubble. Mavis stared at us, eyes wide. You think you can just break Fairy Sphere? It's one of the 3 great fairy magics. It's indestructible. We'll see about that, I said, winking at her. My boots clicked rhythmically against the stone steps, setting a steady pace. Beside me, Irene glided with that effortless, regal grace she always possessed, her hand resting lightly on my arm, her nails gently kneading the fabric of my sleeve. On my other side, however, the legendary first master of fairy tale was having a much harder time of it. Mavis Vermilion stumbled on the third step, her bare feet slipping on the cold stone. She let out a small, startled squeak, flailing her arms for balance. "Whoa there, Grandma," I teased, reaching out to grab her by the back of her frilly white dress to steady her. "Don't go breaking a hip already. You've only been alive for 5 minutes." Mavis glared up at me, puffing out her cheeks in a way that made her look more like a toddler than a century-old tactician. "I'm not a grandma," she huffed, her voice still raspy but gaining strength. "And walking is difficult. My legs feel like jelly. I haven't used muscles in over 100 years. And Irene is even older than I am," she added. Irene let out a hiss next to me for that final comment. "Excuses," I drawled, keeping a firm grip on Mavis' arm to haul her up the rest of the way. When we finally emerged through the shattered remains of the basement door and stepped back into the main hall, the reaction was instantaneous. Every single pair of eyes in the room, Macau, Wakaba, Lockie, Romeo, and the rest of the B team snapped toward us. They stared at the gaping hole in the floor where their forbidden door used to be, then at Irene, then at me, and finally, their gazes locked onto the small, barefoot girl with long blonde hair standing between us. Silence stretched out, thick and awkward. Wakaba took the pipe out his mouth, squinting through the haze of smoke. "Macau? Who's the kid?" Macau Khan Bolt looked like he was about to have an aneurysm. He stared at Mavis, his eyes darting to the shattered crystal remnants still clinging to her dress, and then back to me. You don't," he stammered, looking helplessly at the other guild members. "She came from the basement? Do we have a homeless girl secretly living down there?" Mavis straightened her spine, or at least tried to. She smoothed down the front of her dress, attempting to summon the dignity of a guild master despite looking like a lost child. She opened her mouth, lifting a finger to address her guild. "My dear children of fairy tale, fear not. I am Smack." My hand clamped firmly over the lower half of her face, effectively silencing her grand introduction. Mavis let out a muffled MMPH of protest, her large green eyes widening in shock. She clawed at my hand with her small fingers, but she was weak as a kitten. I didn't even budge. I looked out at the guild members, my expression shifting into a mask of grim solemnity. I let my golden eyes narrow, casting a suspicious glance around the room. "You guys didn't know?" I asked, keeping my voice low, but ensuring it carried to every corner of the silent hall. "This is Makarov's dark secret." They all looked shocked and leaned forward. "Secret?" "Yeah," I said, shaking my head with pretend disgust. "We found her trapped and chained up down there. Turns out, your master Makarov has been keeping a little girl locked in his basement for years. How sad." I loved that I wasn't technically lying. My inner kitsune was already cackling. The room exploded. "What?" Wakaba shouted, dropping his pipe. It clattered to the floor, forgotten. "The master? No way. That's sick." Another person yelled, looking horrified. I knew he was a pervert, but kidnapping? "Oh my God," Lockie whispered, covering her mouth with both hands. "Is that why the basement was forbidden? To hide his crimes?" In my grasp, Mavis was losing her mind. She was thrashing against me, making frantic, muffled noises that sounded distinctly like lies. "Those are lies. Let me go." She kicked at my shin with her bare foot, but it was like being kicked by a marshmallow. I squeezed her face a little tighter, silencing her protests, and pulled her close against my side. "Don't worry, little one," I said loudly, patting her head condescendingly. "The bad man can't hurt you anymore. We're taking you to a safe place." MMPH. MMPH. Mavis screamed into my palm, her eyes burning with indignation. She tried to bite my hand, but I just shifted my grip, effectively keeping her jaw shut. Irene, standing beside me, let out a soft, elegant snort of laughter. She covered her mouth with one hand, her shoulders shaking slightly as she watched the guild members devolve into a panic over their master's fictitious crimes. "You are terrible," she whispered to me, her voice thick with amusement. "Destroying an old man's reputation while he is missing? Ruthless. He banned me from his guild, I whispered back, winking at her. Impeti, we're leaving, I announced to the room. We're taking this poor victim with us to find the island. Hopefully, we can get some answers from Makarov before the authorities arrive. Wait, Mikhail shouted, running forward. You can't just take her. If she's a victim, you need to stay here and think about what kind of organization you're running. I snapped, cutting him off. He looked even more mortified at my words before they could argue further. I turned on my heel, tucking Mavis under my arm like a sack of flour. Irene fell in a step beside me as we marched toward the exit. Mavis was still squirming, her little legs kicking uselessly in the air as she tried to scream the truth. But nobody was listening. They were too busy contemplating whether their beloved master was actually a criminal. We burst out of the guild hall and into the late afternoon sun of Magnolia. The fresh air hit us instantly. Mavis finally managed to pry my fingers loose for a split second. I am Mavis Vermillion. I am the first master. Unhand me, you brute. Makarov is a good boy. I clamped my hand back over her mouth. Shoo, nobody likes a spoiler. We walked into the center of the wide cobblestone street. The townspeople of Magnolia stopped to stare. It wasn't every day you saw a tall, handsome man with fox ears carrying a struggling child, accompanied by a curvaceous woman in a witch's hat. Or maybe it was in a town with fairy tale. Stand back, I told them. My aura started to seep out of me. Hadu, Mavis squeaked, looking up at me with wide, fearful eyes. What are you doing? Whoosh. My body exploded outward. Bones lengthened and thickened with sickening cracks that were drowned out by the roar of magic. My skin stretched, covered instantly in a thick, lustrous coat of golden fur. My face pushed out into a snout, my teeth sharpening into massive, razor-edge fangs. I grew taller and taller. The people of Magnolia screamed and scattered, running for cover as I expanded to the size of a building. My paws slammed into the cobblestones, shattering the street and sending tremors through the ground. In seconds, I wasn't a man anymore. I was a 50-foot-tall, majestic golden fox, towering over the town. My 10 tails thick as ancient redwood trees unfurled behind me, creating gusts of wind that knocked over street stalls. I looked down. Mavis and Irene were tiny specks near my front paws. Mavis had fallen onto her, but staring up at me with her mouth hanging open, completely paralyzed by the sheer scale of my true form. I lowered my massive head, bringing my snout within inches of her face. I let out a hot breath that ruffled her hair and probably smelled like ozone and brimstone. Hop on, I rumbled. My voice was deep enough to vibrate in her chest bones. Mavis couldn't move. She was frozen. So I took the initiative. One of my massive tails swept forward, moving with surprising gentleness. I curled the tip around her waist, lifting her off the ground. She let out a high-pitched yelp as I hoisted her into the air, carrying her up, until I deposited her unceremoniously onto the broad expanse of my back. She scrambled for purchase, grabbing handfuls of my thick, golden fur to steady herself. This is insane, she screamed, her voice tiny against the wind. You're even bigger than the last time I saw this. A literal monster. I chittered and turned my attention to Irene. She didn't need any help. She simply levitated, rising into the air with elegant poise until she drifted down onto my back, settling herself just behind my shoulders. She looked delighted. I felt her hands sink deep into my fur. She ran her fingers through the golden strands, stroking the coarse, magical hair with a look of pure, tactile bliss on her face. So fluffy, Irene murmured, her voice vibrating through my spine. She pressed her cheek against my back, nuzzling into the warmth. Oh, this is magnificent. The other girls always get so jealous when one of us gets to ride you this way. I felt a purr rumble in my throat. Having Irene stroke my fur felt incredibly good. Hold on tight, I warned them, my voice booming across the rooftops of Magnolia. We're leaving. I crouched low, bunching the massive muscles in my hind legs. The stone beneath my paws cracked and groaned under the pressure. Then I launched. Boom! The sound barrier shattered the instant I left the ground. A shock wave rippled out from the town square, shattering windows and knocking over carts. Though I tried to keep the damage minimal. We shot into the sky like a golden rocket. The wind roared in my ears, whipping my tails out behind me in a stream of gold. The ground fell away instantly, the buildings of Magnolia shrinking to the size of toys, then specks, then disappearing entirely into the patchwork quilt of the landscape below. "Ek!" Mavis was screaming. She was clinging to my fur for dear life, her body pressed flat against my back to avoid being blown away by the sheer velocity. Too fast. Too fast. Slow down. I'm going to fall off. I glanced back, or tried to, my neck only turning so far. I could feel her terror through the bond of my fur. Fall off. I laughed, the sound rumbling like thunder. I haven't even hit top speed yet. I pushed more magicules into my flight, accelerating. The clouds ahead of us didn't just part. They were obliterated, blasted apart by the force of my passage. We punched through a bank of cumulus clouds, emerging into the brilliant, blinding sunlight of the upper atmosphere. "Haru, please," Mavis wailed, her voice whipped away by the wind. "I just came back to life. Don't kill me again." Irene, on the other hand, was having the time of her life. I could feel her shifting, getting comfortable. She had conjured a magical barrier around herself and Mavis to block the worst of the wind shear, but she kept it thin enough to feel the speed. "Faster, my love," Irene whispered, her lips pressed against my fur. I could hear her perfectly. "Show me what a demon lord can do." That was all the encouragement I needed. I banked hard to the east, aiming for the distant, sparkling line of the ocean. I pumped my legs against the air itself, using the atmosphere as a foothold, propelling myself forward with terrifying speed. The world below became a blur of green and brown. Mountains flashed by in seconds. We reached the coast in minutes a journey that would have taken a train hours. The blue expanse of the ocean stretched out before us. "Please do not puke on my back," I rumbled, my voice echoed out over the rolling waves. I turned my massive, golden head slowly to the side as I peered back at my passengers. One giant golden, I focused on the small, trembling figure clinging desperately to the scruff of my neck. Mavis Vermilion looked queasy. The first master of fairy tale was currently a shade of pale green that clashed horribly with her long, flowing blonde hair. Her knuckles were white where she gripped my fur, her small body pressed flat against my spine as if gravity might suddenly decide to change directions and fling her into the stratosphere. She was breathing in short, shallow gasps, her eyes squeezed shut. I'm trying my best." Mavis squeaked. She swallowed hard, an audible gulp that made my ears twitch. "But you move very fast. Much faster than anything should move. My stomach is displeased. Just hold it in," I warned, a low growl of amusement coloring my tone. "If you vomit on me, I'm dipping you in the ocean to rinse you off. And the water down there is freezing." Mavis let out a small, terrified whimper and buried her face deeper into my golden coat. Irene, seated elegantly just behind Mavis' huddled form, let out a soft laugh. "Ignore her, my love," Irene purred, her voice carrying clearly over the sound of the wind and waves. She dragged her nails lightly against my skin beneath the fur. "You flew beautifully." I chittered and turned my gaze back to the ocean below. We were hovering about 50 feet above the surface of the water. To the naked eye, there was nothing here. Just endless, rolling swells of dark blue sea stretching out to the horizon. The sky overhead was beginning to shift with the colors of sunset, deep purples and fiery oranges reflecting off the restless water. "Is this the spot?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. Mavis peeled her face away from my fur. She shakily pushed herself up to a kneeling position, one hand still gripping me for stability as she peered over the edge of my flank, looking down at the churning water. She squinted, her green eyes glowing faintly as she tapped into her own sensory magic. She scanned the waves, her expression shifting from nausea to profound sadness. "Yes," she whispered, her voice carrying on the wind. She pointed a trembling finger downward, toward a patch of ocean that looked identical to the rest. "Tenru Island. It used to be right there." Beneath us. Irene stopped stroking my back. She shifted, leaning forward to look where Mavis pointed, her amber eyes narrowing into slits. I can sense it, Irene murmured, faintly. They're down there. They are, Mavis confirmed, her voice gaining a little more strength. She sat back on her heels, wiping a strand of wind-blown hair from her face. But, Haru, you must understand. You cannot simply break this barrier. I tilted my massive head back toward her and listened. Fairy sphere is one of the 3 great fairy magics, Mavis explained, her tone taking on a lecture-like quality despite her disheveled appearance. It is an absolute defense spell. It converts the bonds and feelings of the guild members into pure magical power. It protects them from any evil, completely isolating them from the time stream. She looked at me earnestly, her large eyes wide. It is indestructible. Acnologia's roar couldn't scratch it. You cannot smash it, you cannot cut it, and you cannot burn it. The spell is designed to only unravel naturally once it has accumulated enough ambient ether nano from the atmosphere to restore the balance. She paused, doing some mental math, her brow furrowing. Given the density of the ether nano in this area and the size of the sphere required to cover the entire island, she shook her head. It should take at least 7 years, perhaps longer. We cannot rush it. I stared at her for a long moment. Then I let out a loud, scoffing snort that sent a jet of steam shooting from my nostrils. 7 years? I repeated, the incredulity evident in my booming voice. You want me to wait 7 years because of a mana deficiency? That's adorable. Mavis puffed up, looking offended. It is not adorable. It is the fundamental law of magic. You cannot create energy from nothing. The sphere needs fuel to deactivate safely. I could break it, I rumbled, feeling the power coiling in my muscles. I knew I could. I could shatter that thing in a heartbeat. No, Mavis shrieked, waving her hands frantically. If you break it by force, the temporal stasis will collapse violently. The backlash could kill everyone inside. You have to let it open naturally. Irene leaned forward, resting her chin on her hand. She has a point, Haru, she said coolly. If the spell is tied to their life force, shattering it might sever the connection. Please don't kill my daughter, even if you can now revive the dead and it would. Really matter. Fine. We do it the safe way. Mavis let out a sigh of relief. Good. So we wait. We can mark the location and come back in 7 years. No, I interrupted. We do it the safe way, but we do it my way. I shifted in the air, adjusting my position until I was hovering directly over the epicenter of the sunken island. You said the sphere needs to accumulate ambient magic to open, right? It's basically a battery that needs to be charged? Mavis blinked. Well, yes, essentially. But the rate of absorption is fixed by the ambient levels of ether nano in the atmosphere. You can't just that sphere wants magic. I growled, a feral grin spreading across my muzzle. Then I'll feed it magic, until it's so full it pops. Mavis stared at me, her mouth agape. Feed it? But the amount required is astronomical. It would take the equivalent of a nation's worth of mana. I ignored her. I swayed my 10 tails. They were thick, majestic plumes of golden fur, each one crackling with latent power. I drove my 10 massive tails downward. All 10 of them plunged into the ocean simultaneously. I extended them, stretching their length magically. My tails snaked down in the water hundreds of feet, deeper until I felt it. My tails brushed against something solid, something smooth and humming with power. The surface of the fairy sphere. I began pumping a massive, concentrated stream of pure magicules down the length of my tails and directly into the sphere. Whoom! The effect was instantaneous and spectacular. The ocean beneath us turned a blinding, shining gold. It looked like liquid sunlight was boiling up from the bottom of the world. The water began to froth and bubble, not from heat, but from the sheer density of the energy passing through it. What? Mavis scrambled to the edge of my back, looking down with eyes so wide they looked like dinner plates. She clutched her head, her sensory abilities overwhelmed by the sudden spike. What is this? The ether nano count. It's skyrocketing. It's off the charts. It's not just rising, it's exploding. She turned to look at the back of my head, her expression one of utter, terrified bewilderment. This amount of magic. She stammered, her voice shaking. It shouldn't be possible. How? Mavis gasped, clutching tufts of my fur as if to anchor herself against the sheer pressure of my aura. How did you get so powerful in such a short amount of time? It's only been a few months since we last met. Irene answered for me. She leaned back on her hands, crossing her legs and looking at Mavis with a smug, superior smile. It is simple, little master, Irene said, her voice dripping with satisfaction. Haru ate a god soul. Mavis froze. Her brain seemed to short-circuit. She stared at Irene, blinking rapidly. He what? A god, Irene repeated. He ripped the soul out of Sun God and swallowed a whole. And now, he has evolved. He is a true demon lord. Mavis looked at the back of my head, horror and all warring on her face. Ate a god? She squeaked. Is that even a thing you can do? It tasted like spicy chicken. I rumbled helpfully, not breaking my concentration. Suddenly, I felt a shift deep below. The sphere shuddered against my tails. It was full. More than full. It was bursting. Get ready, I warned them. It's coming up. I retracted my tails, pulling them out of the water with a massive splash. A heartbeat later, the ocean's surface bulged upward. A dome of water rose, cascading away in massive waterfalls to reveal a shimmering, golden sphere breaking the surface. It was colossal, encompassing the entire landmass of Tenru Island inside it. The sphere hung there for a second, glowing so bright it turned the twilight into noon. Then, with a sound like 1,000 glass bells shattering at once, it dissolved. The golden light fragmented into millions of sparkles that rained down like glitter. And there, resting on the surface of the ocean where only empty water had been a moment before, was Tenru Island. And, scattered across the beach, looking confused and blinking in the sudden light, were the members of Fairy Tale. From the beach, I heard Natsu scream, pointing up at me. Holy crap, it's a giant golden fox monster. Everyone get ready to fight. Oh, shut up, Natsu, I boomed, my voice rolling over the island. I just saved your asses. Holy crap, it's Haru, and he's super strong now. Fight me, Haru. Maybe later, I grunted. I landed on the beach with a tremor that shook the sand. I crouched low, allowing my passengers to disembark. Mavis slid down my tail, hitting the sand and immediately running toward the guild members with tears in her eyes. Everyone, you're safe. Irene floated down gracefully, landing just a few feet away from Urza. Mother? Urza gasped. Irene didn't say a word. She just opened her arms. I was surprised when Urza teared up and ran into Irene's, burying her head in her mother's chest before she began to sob happily. It was a very touching moment a few minutes later. Mavis Vermilion stood at the center of the gathering and answered all their questions. Makarov, tiny and battered, stared at her with his mouth hanging open, tears streaming down his wrinkled cheeks. First Master, you saved us? I did, she confirmed gently. When Acnologia roared, I had no choice. I converted your bonds, the strength of your hearts, into pure magical power. I cast Fairy Sphere. It is an absolute defense magic that seals time itself. She gestured toward me with an open hand. But the spell was never meant to be broken so soon. It was Haru, he brought me back from the dead. He poured an ocean of magic into the sphere. The guild members turned their gazes toward me. Natsu Dragneel was vibrating with energy, looking like he wanted to punch me or hug me, or possibly both. Greyful Buster was staring with a calculated look, probably wondering if I could be frozen. Lucy Heartfilia just looked like she was in a faint from sensory overload. Laxus Dreyer groaned loudly, rubbing the back of his neck as he leaned against a jagged rock. There's so much to unpack with those statements, but frankly, I don't care right now. I'm too tired to think. Kana Alberona laughed from where she was sitting in the sand, clutching her stomach. She looked ragged, her bikini top stained with dirt, but her grin was wide. You and me both, Laxus. I don't care about the details. We're alive. Does anyone have any booze? I need a drink. A big one. A barrel, preferably. Happy cheered, flying loops in the air. We survived. Where's the celebration fish? If we're done here, I'm offering a ride back. Unless you all want to swim back to the mainland? I asked them all. A ride? Lucy squeaked, looking up at my massive form. On you? Better than swimming. I chittered, lowering my body until my belly brushed the sand. Climb on, and try not to pull my fur. It's sensitive. And notice if you puke on me. You are swimming back. I'll try my best to not think of you as transportation, Natsu said nervously. The rest followed suit. It was a strange sensation, feeling dozens of tiny human hands and feet clambering over my back. Irene and Urza were the last aboard. Next stop, Fairy Tale. I announced. We descended over the town. I landed in the wide plaza in front of the guild hall with a heavy thud. Everybody off, I grunted. The guild members slid down my flanks, hitting the ground with laughs and cheers. Natsu did a flip, landing on his feet with a grin. That was the best ride ever. And I didn't get sick. Once the last of the Mavis had slid down my tail, I closed my eyes and released the transformation. There was a rush of heat, a compression of magic, and in a flash of blue light, my massive form shrank away. I stood there a moment later in my human form, tall, broad-shouldered, dressed in my black pants and white shirt, with my 10 golden tails swishing casually behind me. I rolled my neck and brushed a stray hair from my face. Your displays of magic and power are always fascinating to see, Irene purred, stepping up beside me. She looped her arm through mine, leaning her weight against me possessively. Urza stood right next to her, looking at me with wide, grateful eyes, though she didn't say anything yet. Makarov Dreyer hobbled forward. The old master looked tiny, even smaller than usual after the ordeal on the island. His white mustache twitched, and his eyes were wet with emotion as he looked at his returned children, then at Mavis, and finally at me. He stopped in front of me, leaning heavily on his cane. He looked up, his expression a complicated mix of gratitude, weariness, and exhaustion. Haru, Makarov said, his voice thick. He cleared his throat. I don't know what to say. I told my children to stay away from you. I called you bloodthirsty and dangerous. I smirked down at him, crossing my arms. You weren't wrong, old man. I am dangerous. I wouldn't consider myself bloodthirsty, though. That one was just hurtful. I only kill when I was absolutely forced to. Makarov let out a short, rough chuckle. But you saved them. You brought them back when I thought all was lost. Being trapped for 7 years, it would have destroyed us. The guild would have withered. The family would have been broken. He bowed his head low, a gesture of profound respect. You have the eternal gratitude of Fairy Tale. Don't worry about it, I said, reaching out to pat the top of his bald head, mostly just to mess with him. Just make sure you all celebrate tonight with a big party. You all look so bummed out and mopey. Makarov straightened up, wiping his eyes with the back of his hand. Of course, we will hold a feast, a celebration unlike any halt. I looked past Makarov toward the main street leading to the plaza. Marching toward us in perfect formation was a contingency of the Rune Knights. There were at least 20 of them, clad in their pristine white uniforms and carrying magical staves. At their head marched Lahar, his glasses glinting in the sunlight, his expression grim and severe. The members of Fairy Tale stiffened. Natsu growled, his fists igniting with small flames. What do they want now? We just got back. I realized immediately why they were here. There was a slow, wicked grin spreading across my face. The leader of the Knights marched right up to our group, stopping a few feet away from Makarov. Makarov Dreyer. He barked, his voice projecting authority. By the authority of the Magic Council, you are under arrest. Makarov blinked, looking utterly blindsided. Arrest? What in the world for? We were attacked by a dragon. We are the victims here. A dragon? I have no idea what you're talking about. Anyway, we received credible reports from your own guild members regarding heinous crimes committed within this very hall. He pointed an accusing finger at Makarov. You're charged with the kidnapping unlawful imprisonment, and concealment of a minor. What? Makarov shrieked, his eyes bulging out of his head. I am what? The entire guild erupted into confused shouting. Kidnapping. Lucy yelled. The master would never. Who told you that? Gray roared. The knight leader gestured to the side, where Mavis Vermilion was standing, looking small and confused in her frilly dress. We have reports that this child, Lahar said, pointing at the first master, was kept locked in a secret basement beneath the guild hall for years. The testimony states she was chained up and hidden away from the world. Makarov looked at Mavis, then back at the knight. That is the first master of our guild. That is Mavis Vermilion. She was not kidnapped. She's over 100 years old. You expect me to believe this child is over 100 years old? She looks 12. And we have witness statements confirming she was dragged out of a secret dungeon just hours ago. Nice try, you old pervert, but you're going to magic jail. Mavis stepped forward, her cheeks puffing out in indignation. This is a misunderstanding. She squeaked, waving her hands. I am Mavis. I was not kidnapped. I was smack. My hand clamped over her mouth for the second time that day. I pulled her back against my chest, effectively silencing her. Mavis let out a muffled scream of frustration, her little legs kicking in the air as I held her firm. Officer, I said smoothly, giving the man a solemn nod. Good work responding so quickly. We found the poor girl down there ourselves. It was tragic. He nodded at me, looking validated. Thank you for your cooperation, citizen. We will take it from here. He gestured to his men. Seize Makarov. Two ruined knights grabbed the tiny old man by his arms. Wait. No. Makarov flailed, his legs kicking uselessly. It's a lie. That man is lying. Haru, stop this. Tell them the truth. He looked at me with desperate, pleading eyes. I just grinned at him, my golden eyes twinkling with mischief. Sorry. Master Makarov. The law is the law. You demon. Makarov wailed as they began to drag him away. They'll get you for this. This is revenge for the ban, isn't it? It was just a safety precaution. Take him away, boys. I called out cheerfully. Mavis finally managed to pry one of my fingers loose. Havu, you can't let them take the third. He's innocent. This is abuse of power. Let me speak. I clamped my hand back down. Shoo. Think of it as a vacation for him. 3 square meals a day, a nice cot. He needs a rest. Old people need their sleep. Irene was leaning against my shoulder, shaking with silent laughter. Tears of mirth were actually gathering in her eyes. You are incorrigible, she whispered. My poor daughter looks so confused. I glanced at Urza. The Titania was staring at the scene with a blank expression, her brain clearly unable to process the sequence of events. Her master was being arrested for kidnapping the first master, who was currently being gagged by her mother's boyfriend. It was a lot. Don't worry, I said to Mavis, loosening my grip slightly now that Makarov was being hauled down the street, still shouting about his innocence. You can go bail him out tomorrow. Let him sweat for a night. It builds character. Mavis glared at me, her green eyes promising retribution, but she stopped struggling. You are a very bad man, she muttered into my palm. I'm a demon lord. I corrected her with a wink. And besides, you haven't had a decent meal in 100 years. I said and gave her another offer. Why not come back to the foxhole and get something to eat? All of today's problems can become tomorrow's problems. She looked like she might still argue, but then her stomach grumbled loudly. Her resolve crumbled instantly. Do you have pudding? She asked in a small voice. I have the best pudding in the multiverse, I assured her. Mavis grabbed my hand. Okay, let's go. Makarov can wait, I suppose.